Good morning. Today is 13th of April 2025, and we're going to be racing today. We're going to be racing at Waga. This is in New South Wales, Australia, and we've got 8 races here. The last finishing mile is about 420 meters from the last bend to the finishing post, and the ground rating is good. The shape of the track is, I personally like to stay away from triangle shapes, but this is what we have to deal with today, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we often make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed, the live racing. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is used to be Top Sport at one point of time, but now it has become better. This is where we take a look at the odds, the final results. This is where we take a look at the final results. So that's what we have. Now we'll take a look at the first race today. Here 1, 4, 6 and 12 all has been scratched. I have the races, but I have not been able to prepare them properly. There are problems going on here, so I'm going to take a look at the races and share my thoughts. Till then, we'll keep watching what's going on.
70 rating at Eagle Farm, 4, 1, 5 and 8 in race 1. We'll go to race 2, Brushstroke Mechanicals, Country Boosted Maiden, run over the 11.15 favourite here on tap. He's Oliver Share. Now resumes his with 1 trial. $2.50, $2.50 this morning, $2.30 now $2.40. Homeland was $4.20 into $4. Back out to $4.20, back into $4. Come on, Glamour, the debuter. No money at the moment. $3.40 out to $4.20. Clusters General is 13 to 70. Popular teams out to 14. So, yeah, a little bit of tricky money earlier for Oliver Share. 240 tap.
Yeah, with the horse, horse we're going to look at is Come On Glamour. This is her trial at Grafton. Just the other week it was, and she just jumps out and shows very, very good speed. She's very, very strong late in this trial. She draws an awkward gate today. She has to, I just hope she doesn't have to do too much work to get across, because there is a horse with a bit of speed here. But I thought she was really strong late.
Yeah, I like the trials. I'm not going to knock a trial whatsoever, but I've always been at the my way of looking at 2 rolls this time of the year in open maidens.
Yep.
When you get to June, July, it's a different story. But trained on the track, coast, lovely time in that trial, and no weight on the back either.
Yeah, I thought both the trials were quite good. Yeah. And I thought she was pretty green in the first one. I could see why they did her 11-week break after that. And I thought this trial was good. I went 11.583. They were on top. I put Oliver Share in for second. She was a bit, I remember we commented on the enclosure last preparation. We wanted to be very light, and they tipped him straight out.
And he figured very prominently in the insurance report that day. John held up from the 600 and 400. But you're right, I want to have a look at him. I've got him on top because I liked his trial at the coast. But hopefully he's grown and developed them.
Well, when I watched the replay of that run of Grafton in his trial, quite bunched up. There wasn't a lot of room for him, so he might do well after that trial. I thought it was a strong trial. I put Noah Deer in for a third. She trialled in the same races, Come On in Glamour, and finished second or third in behind her. She was hitting the line quite good.
Yeah.
And I put Homeland, and I think the bread and butter horse Homeland, where he just does everything right. He jumps out, he's drawn a good gate. He'll just put himself in that, third, fourth spot, and he hasn't been doing anything.
Well, he went around on a heavy track here the other day. You thought Grade was just too good, yeah. But I mean, he's the fit horse with all the race experience on his side.
He does everything right. He doesn't find a lot of the rider when they let him go. He just kind of whacks away, but he's got to be in the right spot to keep going. 11, 5, 8, 3.
Okay, 5, 3 and 11 and 1 for me. I'm with Oliver Shared. Just loved his trial there. I want to have a look at him. Hopefully he's grown and developed, and if he's done that, he'll be very hard to beat. Homeland's just drawn perfect. He's had 2 runs back for the new yard. He's had a good track and he's been on a heavy track, so this track's not going to worry him. Come on, Glamour, just loved her trial. Well, like I said, she's got a sticky gait. She's a 2-year-old taking on older company. The Customs General, I like the way really powered to the line on a heavy track. There at Port Macquarie beat the point over the lead 15 days ago. He's promised to win one,
Yeah.
but he probably finds the right track to suit him here today.
I think he needs to get out there a bit, just daylight too, on the top of the straight.
5, 3, 11 and 1 in race 2. John and I are going to take a short break, and we'll be back shortly here at Grafton and have a look at the quaddy leagues.
All right, this is the first one. I'm obviously not going to put in money on this one, and this is a 1,000 meter, and most of the horses have never raced. The only horse that has ever done anything is this one, the 9. So that 9 is with the largest drift. It's 1,000 meter, 420 is the straight. It's with beautiful management. So 9 probably is a place. But if we are looking at the winning sections, this 3 is good. I mean, that's something that would have worked if it had this side of the rails as well, but it lacks this side of the rails. 8, we have no clue. It has both sides of the rail, but this has never raced again, and we lack a lot of data on this for some reason. So 8 is a check. The hope that might work is 7, probably. I've got a very strong yesterday when we were racing at Randwick, so things have been going a little haywire over the last maybe about a week, and there are reasons for that. Let's not get there, but there are reasons why things are like that, and that's a neutral jock, and okay, so there were, there are quite a few things that are happening for the last few days, and the reason for that is, is because the things have changed because of the season and the weather we are playing, and this is the rainy season. They're preparing for the rainy season, and they're making changes with how the races are going to happen, and we're trying to identify what's going on. And yesterday, playing at Randwick, there were certain things that actually worked. So I'm going to apply that, and we'll see what happens next. So the hope is on 7, all right? That's a hope. And if you look at the gates, that's 8 and 7. So this is the larger outer drift. This generally is the second horse pool, and that's the number that we are getting. That's the smallest. Okay, then it is this and all that. So those are possibilities that can happen, but I'm not going to get into the first one. We'll see if we are on the right track. And if the also it's a 1,000-meter maiden race. None of these horses have ever raced, so whether they will actually run is the first question, which is a very big question. And so we're going to I'm going to stay away from this one, and we'll see how this thing works. And if we get the first, maybe I mean, I have not been able to do any of the races today. There were a lot of issues at my place, and we'll see if this thing is working. We'll try to reduce the number of variables, and we'll focus on the prime numbers, which are actually the direction forward. So that's what I think, and we'll see what happens.
I thought Descent's run at Cops Harbour the other day was very good, tried up really nicely. It's screaming out for 1400. Gets that today.
Tell you what, he run into there at Cops Harbour when I pulled sailors.
Yeah.
Boy, was she good.
Yeah.
So his run was good.
Yeah, so I just thought he made really good down in that 1200. In for second, I put Lady Alabama down the bottom. It was a very good run here at Grafton. Then in the heavy track, it didn't handle the heavy track. Gets back to a softer track today. Black Assassin, we just seen the replay then. I think it comes down to Matty McGarren's right today, where he has this horse in the race. If he gets the right run, definitely this horse can finish over the top of him.
What do you work at this village trials?
Calabac Sarah?
Mellicat
Sarah. So I got that name wrong there, Gary.
No, you're right. The 7 trials overall.
Yeah, 6 trials with Swallow in Sydney. Yeah. I thought one of the trials approach was okay, it was up on speed, it kind of finished about 4 or 5 lengths off it. They put the blinkers on it the other day at Wagga Desert, got back to near second and third last in the trial, come around the outside and we kept on making ground. That's why I think that that's putting in the 1400 first up. Otherwise, it'd have no hope if you put it in a 6 furlong race or 1,000. So 4, 12, 5, 9.
Right, 5, 4, 11 and 9 for now. Money one of the best today, Black Assassin. Hopefully he can get out of Maiden company. He's got McGarren aboard. He's got a big track to suit him. The track certainly won't play against him. I got a set there. Just love to get on a top like I think he just run into a really good one. I've got Cairo Queen in, right on the bottom. She gets scratched from the Sunny Coast when they sent it to the Poly. Only likely race. Michael Lakey's only runner here today from D, and I just like the way she chipped away to the line. And El Malik at Sarah, yeah, massive watch. Probably right, John. 14, 20, wouldn't want to start at any less than that either, would he?
Yeah, winning it at a short race would run well.
We're in a 5, 4, 11 and 9 race. Let's go to Road Slide, Brushgrove Cup, Payton's, Brushgrove Hotel, Payton's Brushgrove Cup. Agency running run over the 11.90 good field here. My mum's Toy Boy is our favourite. Great record here at the drafted track. $3.40, $3.30 back at $3.40. Major Elwood, one run under his belt, was $3.50. She's out that $3.60 mark. Lady Wardell's getting some push. Was $4 into $3.90, now $3.80. Swamp Nation $9.50 out the tens. Bow $11 stays at $11.25 Park Lane. 13 killed 15 with Sailor's Book. My mum's Toy Boy, favourite, mate.
Yeah, he's our replay horse too. My mum's Toy Boy, last start draft at 11.75, just in the 16th of March. Just jumps out, sits a little bit wide here, but he wants me here at the 200, Gary. He just kicks away from him pretty strong. It was a pretty strong win this day.
Well, I banked on the, he had 5 gate. He had to work 3 deep down the back. He put him away. He's drawn better. Lady Wardell, you'll see Lady Wardell sits in the same race the other day. She gets to the inside now. She drew 1 alley. Today she's got 11.
Yeah.
This is a really good horse. It's a good horse here. I don't know what's his fate. It's a 4 days in 1.5.
Yeah, he just like, I think he just likes the track where he can balance up a little bit. Yeah. Boy, because he's got a long stride. He gets his head up a little bit. So those big and tight tracks actually helps. Like making the best of the day.
Yeah, well, I've got him on top.
Yeah, I went 3, 1, 4, 5. My mum's Toy Boy on top. I thought Major Elk was run very well today. He's got a good second up record. This horse likes to lead or sit outside the limit. I think he gets a chance to do that later on today.
The second time in 4 of those wins have been on wet ground. And the 3 off his back, he's vital.
100% like brings him back in the 58 kilos. So if you go back and look at all his new records, he's always led or outside the leader. I think he gets a chance to either sit outside the might run for Toy Track. He might even lead it. Lady Waddell, we just seen Lady Waddell's replay again with 1 month's Toy base. I don't know whether it's going to get the same run that it did from Mario. Straight well.
Had improvement the other day.
Yeah, she likes to stop tracks. Goes up a little bit in the weight, up to 57 kilos, but and then gets 2 kilos off the shape looks to run well. I put combination and I thought they're going to run it much. It was very good. I mean, she set up at this week.
Yeah, she's a better mare, Richard Cole, but I'm not going to take that away from people. Because she's doing inside gate. She had to hold the gate, and once she did that, she bounced this front. She's a better mare with that little bit of cover, which looking at it on paper, she's going to get that cover.
She will, I don't think she'll cross my own Broadway Maiden. Probably just sitting behind them from that gate. So I thought she won 3-1 since like.
I have 3, 1, 4, and 5 for me. 3, 1, 4, 5, exactly the same numbers. My mum's boy. Perfect gate, just put him in there, just bang, let him have it. There's a minor swing and he does go on 2 kilos of what he carries. Major L went to a tougher race first up in town in Queensland. He's going to appreciate getting back to country grade with the flame. Lady Wardell's been storm that little bit tricky. We spoke all about Storm Nation. If they can just ride her that little bit more quieter here today, she's there that can really hit the line. 3, 1, 4, and 5 in race 5. Let's go to race 6. Clarence Valley Tyres, country boosted, 66. It's run over the 14.20 here. And our favourite on tap is Nickelback. He can be a little bit of a trick Nickelback to follow, but there's been very, very good money for him this morning. He was $5.50, $4.40. He's now $4 right at the moment. Monty Outlander is $5.50, stays at $5.50. Yellow Hammer $6.50, out to $7.50, back into $6.50. Changed the date any money, 7 just down to 8. Hartley Grey $8.50. Tura Vista at $9. Fancy with Fire at $12. Noble Missile $17.
Yeah, replay horse here is Yellow Hammer. This is last start at Ipswich on the 21st of March. Just sits in behind him here, looms up to win. I think this drag is too short of Ipswich for this horse. I think gets to Grafton today. Step up an extra 70 metres, 14.20. I think it's really going to suit this horse. Just looking even here at the 200 metre go. Down now, they get the beat now. She's made here. Yeah, so 6 7 1 for me. Yellow Hammer on top. I've got Monty Outlander in for second. I thought 6-week break between the last run. Just hold on in the last 50 metres the other day. Nickelback, his run at Durban last start, he was terribly unlucky. Probably should have won at Durban the other day, but I think he's another one that in those type of runs where things don't go right.
I've got him on top, but he didn't follow me.
But he's a lovely horse. And Cassia Lane, I thought she hit the line really good. She hit the line really good at Grafton. He last started 11.75, I think, up to the 1400. Get back, get to the outside, hit the line well. 6 7 1.
Right, I made 6 7 and 2. I'm just with him here. Nickelback, and he's third up record. He's never won first up, he's never won second up. He's third up here today. His third up record's really good. Yeah, Yellow Hammer, nice and fit. She'll be well placed here today. Monty Outlander. Just had to move and make a move on him at the 600 metre mark here. The Ellie was flushed out on him. That was at Polestar. Changed today. It's a wet track here. It's 1400 metres. I think suits him certainly a lot better. 8, 6, 7 and 2 in race 6, the last 2 best. Race 3, number 2, Jewel Statement. Race 4, number 5, Black Assassin. I'm 2 best.
Yeah, I'm going to win best bet today. Race 5, number 3, 1, number 12.
I'll have a look at this footy and see where we end up. 2, 8, 6 in the first league for me, 5, 4, then I'm 3, 1, 5, 4, and 8, 6, and 7 for me, $72, 100% treble races on 5, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, my buddy's numbers are I've just gone 2 and 6 in the first league, 4 and 12, 5 in the second, 3, 1 in the third, and 6, 7, 8, 1 in the last league. So one should be able to
now, Manny McGowan, Fabian, we've got the challenge at $2.90. We've got Ben Walker at $4.50, Ted Newman at $6. With any other jockey, David Thompson at $8.50, Tegan Millsnop at $9.50, Kenny Pixley at $6 and $11, DMPL at $15. Manny McGowan favourite in a very open jockey's challenge, now $2.90. So that's our preview coming out of Grafton. We've got fine conditions at the moment, so if it stays that way, we'll go to a break on the other side. The Mountain Yard race 1 there at Waga with Graham White and Johnny and Caitlin. Runners in the parade ring here for the opening race. Plenty of interest in this 2-year-old. We've got several on debuts, so it holds a lot of interest. We've had a good look at them. We'll just weigh it all up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I was just in the preview. I think as far as country 2-year-old races go, this looks to be a cracker. Of the horses that we've only seen at the trials, they've all trialled really well and to do everything right. So I'm quite looking forward to this.
Yeah, no, it promises to be a race full of interest as well. Cashbrook is the first horse here. One of 2 runners that Todd Smart has in the field. Ben McCullum, one of the partners, raced a lot of horses with Todd leading our favourite around. At the present time, it's always been sort of there. It's coming off the back of a very good trial performance. And the market suggests it'll run well. It's been $3.20 and pretty steady at that price, Carla.
Yeah, he looks to have a very casual attitude. He's been walking around with his head down next to Ben since he's walked into the enclosure. So that's a great start. I thought his trial was very good at Canberra. He showed good early speed just outside the leader, and he was able to quicken again off that to win by nearly 4 lengths, running a similar time to the open trial on the day. So certainly one to watch.
3 is DKGB, just behind the place getters on debut here. It's been 420 to 460, nice and light on its feet, and just the race experience is hard to beat, and pretty strong combination with Widdowson and Suke.
Yeah, and they're definitely a stable that you want to follow the market with. And the money that came for him when the prices came out, I think, is a good push. He's a lovely little type of horse. I remember him on debut. He looks to have a very cool attitude. That was a month ago at Waga, where he travelled behind the speed and he kept finding the line. My only query was he looked like maybe he'd be looking for the 1200, but as you said, he does bring race experience.
5 is Affirmative Light, one of our outsiders, but was $61 earlier, $34, second run in, and has had a race experience for Scott Spackman and Sean Geiger.
He's quite a light-framed gelding. He's been right up on his toes since he's walked in. He's second up. I thought his first up effort in a Super Maiden against the older horses was okay. He has a wide draw and finds a sharp race to contend.
7 is Flame Tree. It's also on debut for Danielle Saipi Edward Villain, won a trial at Kembla Grange. And Flame Trees, a very famous song for Cold Chisel back in 1980. You know that one?
Yeah, exactly. I won't sing it, but I do know it. Yeah, a bit to like about her. She's been walking around with a bit of purpose since she came out here. She was fast in the gear at that Kembla trial, and she seemed to respond well when she was slapped up late to be able to win. It was an average time as far as the 2-year-old trials went for that morning, but there was a bit to like about her.
8 is Just Watch Her, draws the inside. It's a big asset for these horses on debut. Another one for Todd Smart. This one with Claire Rat's boss on the board. The stablemate's more fancy, but you just never know.
No, I've got her ahead of the stablemate though. She's a solid little thing, isn't she? Walking around next to Todd, also very relaxed. I liked her to trial a lot at Canberra actually. She was a little bit slow away, but she must have well to sit behind a tearaway leader. And then I thought she found the line really well without being asked to do a whole lot. Now the winner of that trial has come out and won at Orange off the back of that. So I think that stands up. She probably gets very well.
What about the 9 here, Macclesfield, Kayla? Matt Kelly, Jeff Penzer, got that important race experience. Now, you've got $31, 13s now.
Yeah, she brings a lot of it too, race experience that is, doesn't she? She's had quite a long first preparation for it on side catch. Look, couldn't quite sprint with her there, but from barrier 2, I think she'll probably be able to be a bit closer in the run to him, and that might level them up late.
Levin is my inspiration. It's the horse you like. Michael Travers was leading that horse around. She's on the tail, 6 out to 9. She's now with the clear of the course horse, but you like it, nice draw.
I do, but I don't like her attitude so far. Especially for a 2-year-old, I like to see them doing everything right. She looks to be a bit cantankerous here, but I loved her trial at Wagga, back in March. She did everything right up the speed, and I love the way she let rip late to be able to win by 6 lengths.
Cherry Jubilee is the 13, big odds. This horse had a start or two. Some 8 people for Tom Wilson, $81.
She had the one start 5 weeks ago at Canberra. I didn't mind it behind Taylor. She got back and found line okay the last 150 metres. I think she'll be sharper from the experience, but perhaps maybe looking for a bit further.
And the 14 is Judith's Revenge. We saw this horse's debut. It wasn't too bad. Tim Donnelly and also Maddie Carl, a $10 hope.
Yeah, I really was impressed with how she was in the yard today. I remember her on debut, and she was a very racy filly that looked quite hot from the moment she came into the yard, but she's certainly a lot more relaxed at a second outing today, and she will be taking a lot of experience.
So these runners on their way around the barriers. Our favourite is the 2 Cash Book here, ahead of the 3 DKGB, who's trained by Craig Widders, and race experience is a crucial thing for these young horses, Craig.
I hope so. There's a few that have trialled pretty well. These sort of 2-year-old races at Wagga and the district have been holding up pretty strong. So, but I couldn't be any happier with my bloke. I thought his run first up was great. He was raw, led the winner out, but his last 150 was super. He's come on from that. He's drawn to get a great run. And just hopefully with race experience.
We are more of a 2-year-old type than the other one. But look, she'll hit the line. She trialled well, and she's doing well at home.
She's got 2 other good chances left in the next race. You have In the Nick of Time, who was great on debut and gets the addition of Winkers.
Yeah, Wiggers will help him. He just wanted to sort of hang out a little bit late. The barrier's going to be a big thing. You have the rail to help him out as well. I think 1200 is going to suit him as well. And his work on Tuesday suggested that he's improved. So I think it'd be hard to beat.
The last 2 runners is Love Shuck, who could win the second one.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's ready to go. Sort of see what he after this run, look at whether he hits to the town.
Extremely sorry, I'm there's a disconnection that is happening frequently. It is because of the power since yesterday. But you just have to refresh the page.
A few years ago, didn't he, Todd? I remember
Just
that.
have to refresh.
Love Shuck, he's a good chance later on.
It's because of the power. We are having a lot of issues because of the power.
She probably rated the worst of all of them, but she did seem to relax as she went off on the pony, which I wanted to see. But I was quite taken with her trial. From the 8, Just Watch Her. I like the way that she trialled as well against Barrier 1 and Plain. In for third, I put the 2 Cash Book. Certainly looks a forward type off his trial. You'll find a bit of pressure underneath him here, though. And in for fourth, I put the 7 Flame Tree. Did everything on right at the trials. Sorry, another one that has enough speed to roll forward here.
So a lot of these horses paraded well. Like Kayla May mentioned there that her selection, my inspiration was on the toe a little bit. It's 6s out to 12s. The horse that I really like was the one I picked, Miss Leeway. I thought she paraded particularly well, 15s into 11s. I firmly longer odds in the 34 from 61. DKGB, you heard from Craig Widders at $4.20 to $5, but our favourite, Cash Book with Brody Loy, our favourite in the Jockey Challenge is $3.20 into $2.40. I made it 10, 2, 3 and 7. So good value about my selection here in the first, about $10. Anthony Mann is our caller today. Anthony celebrated 10 years with Sky Racing last week. A great achievement. He's a Gundy Guy boy. He loves coming down into the carnival. And he'll call all the action today and also for those big days here on May 1 and 2. So we're on that good form, perfect conditions for the opening race of the Wagga Cup.
Handicap, the first one is number 2, Cash Book. Very well back this, 320 into 240 in about 5 minutes. Bodie Lloyd riding for Canberra trainer Todd Farr. And Todd's got 2 in this. Maplesfield is loaded. He's got 2, Just Watch Her. It's got the white cap on. Cash Book's got the black cap. And DKGB, that we've seen once, he ran a good race on the finished 4th. Takes up his spot. So there's 3 to load, Wagga, 3 to load. This is your favourite Cash Book. Heavily supported in betting. Takes up his spot. Put in a trial over at Canberra. Affirmative Light, one of the locals to come forward. That'll leave Judith's Revenge, another local to be the last one. The final horse to load, 240 about Cash Book, right at the death. They're very heavily backed here. As Judith's Revenge is about to come forward for the Sandbar at Coringle, 2-year-old. First favourite in the Gundy Tigers colours. The gold and black with the black cap. Loading lead for Todd Smart. They're ready. Start holding the 2-year-olds. Stand well. Having a good look at them here. No red light as yet. Waiting for the signal. Now we're right. And they're off. And just watch her miss the start. Cashbook, on the other hand, came away in about 4th position. Macclesfield was fast away with Flame Tree. And DKGB sliding through along the rails to join the first 3. Cashbook's in 4th, but he must be 4 wide. My Inspiration, Judith's Revenge, kicking up to keep him wide. And then came Miss Leeway back on the rails from Cherry Jubilee. Just watch her as second last, and Affirmative Light is the last one. DKGB, Flame Tree. They turn together. Cashbook's in 3rd. Macclesfield underneath it. And then Miss Leeway and Judith's Revenge down the outside. DKGB up to 250 from Flame Tree. And then came Cashbook. He hasn't picked up. Macclesfield's behind those. Judith's Revenge down the outside. But DKGB, 100 to goes in front. Here's one of the roughies, Cherry Jubilee, running to second. But DKGB beat Cherry Jubilee. 3rd, that'll go 2. Judith's Revenge, and then came Just Watch Her, and they're followed then by Macclesfield from Flame Tree, and then came My Inspiration, Cashbook. He had a tough run, he carved right up. Further back in the field to Miss Leeway, and Affirmative Light ran last.
Number 3 is our winner, DKGB, trained by Craig Widdowson, with one of the best in the business for many, many years. Nick K aboard this galloper by Russian Revolution, having its 2nd start after a very good effort on debut back on March 13. A big syndicate of owners, well done to them. A lot of, I like the names of these syndicates. I've got 5 kids. Look at them all. Murrumbee Dan's winning it. Good old, so we'll catch up with Craig. We'll go and catch up with Craig and have a bit of a chat to him. Good runs there by our runners-up. 560 our winner. 1180 for Cherry Jubilee. Good effort, Tommy Wilson's galloper on debut. And Judith's really well on debut. Followed that up with a really solid performance. So DKGB, Craig Widdowson won the town plate here last year, and he's won the opening race of the carnival. It's a great start, Craig. Well done.
Yeah, cheers. No, I thought he'd done a good job. We thought they might be a little bit quick early for us, but Nick bounced him out, and yeah, he's a good man to have on.
He certainly is. He certainly is. From here, there's another 2-year-old race coming up shortly.
Yeah, I don't see why not. We came through that Rockhampton sale, and he was very close to going up there, and just had a bit of snot in his nose a couple of weeks ago when he was sort of due to go. But some of the owners actually had the winner of that race yesterday, 150 to 1, and they've multied him into this one, so they've had a good on them.
Certainly have had a great day. You've had a great start with the carnival. Well done, Craig.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, terrific horseman down there at Wagga. He's got a good team that work with him, and he's off to a flyer in the first race of the carnival league, Alan.
Yeah, there'll be some very happy owners by the sound of that. That's a terrific result. So as I said, a couple of nice runs into the minors, a couple of disappointing runs, but you often get that in 2-year-old races, and perhaps a couple of slightly unlucky runs. But as you mentioned, we've got a good push from Craig, and that's been a good performance there by the horse at second start.
3, 13, 14 and 9.
Well done to them. We're going to head up to Grandstand for their big meeting today.
Yeah, in the yard here, race 166 rating run over the 2002-30. What a win is our first one they're looking at. Tegan Woolstock, Jotty Spraggs. She's nice and fit. She won 4 on him here last preparation. She hasn't been at the track back to this track this breath, but you would not get her any better. And I like the run the other day.
Yeah, she got back to a little bit of form the other day when she just got narrow, a little bit of half a while. When she got early, she went forward on the track and before in the soft going, she gets that today. I think she'll be hard to beat today.
You got like a builder too, Julie Busselton rides for her dad Patrick. Oh, lovely. He is rock solid, this horse. Beautiful skin about him too.
Yeah, he's another one that races well over the distances. He was a bit flat the other day. It was probably a fraction disappointing. He just got a bit too far out of his ground. I think from barrier 7 today, they'd probably try and put him a little bit closer in the run. And if he gets in that right spot with the claim, he'd be very hard to beat.
You got Treat the Claimer, Ben Walker rides for Adam Campton. He's run 16 and 18. He's been over 2,400 metres. That was 2 runs ago. He beat Park Lengths, and then they dropped him back to the 2,000 on the synthetic. He's fit, he looks good, and in a very good yard too.
Yeah, it was a nice run at the Gold Coast College track last time. I was happy. I just had a question mark on the 2200 with him, and it was after that 2,400 metre run. I just don't think anything that concerned me, but he's in good order.
Here is what happened. So we thought about this 16. The 16 was did not have any races. The next lower number, this was 21. After this doesn't have any races. This one had one race, and this one was anyway on the top. So if we look at that and then we try to understand what happened. So the 13 was with the other drift, which was here. Three, 13, 16, 9, 8, 13. This one we had no clue about. We'll go to the next, we'll see what's going on. We'll try to play this.
Neat little laws, obviously found a key to it, setting up a bit of a trip. Michael Morrison.
Yeah, I'm 1-4-2 and 8. I'm going to stick with one on win-win Gary. I thought last preparation that four she put together there over 2200 here at Grafton was all on soft tracks. She gets that today. She gets a good gate, gets the claim. Should be far off in the run. I just like her today. I threw in Plea Deal in for second. I think the chance with this horse is all depends on the speed. As long as they can go too quick for Plea Deal, if it can get to the right spot out of the gates, I thought she could run very well. Like a Bill probably sits in the same situation as Plea Deal, just doesn't want that too fast speed in the race where they're going to get too far back. If it could be a midfield somewhere, I thought he could run well. And Merlin's Melody down the bottom. This horse will be sitting back and will be hitting the line strong late. 1, 4, 2, 8.
Oh, it's got 2 runners here, Michael Morris. Merlin's Melody, the former Victorian, was 370 this morning, 360, now 350. Like a Beal has been kept safe right through. It was $5.50 and as much as $4.80 back out to $5. Here's the move comes right now. Plea Deal. $5 out to $6.50. You're looking $5.50 tab now. So she's starting to get to the burn. The claimant is $5 out to $7. And Castro Tracino. He's $5, $6, $6.50 now, $7. Nature Boy, he gets a ticket up here, $23 this morning. Okay, well, it's really over. $7, you're looking tab about it now. But Merlin's Melody is our favourite. Let's find out a little bit more about 5 Castro Tracino with his jockey in Chris White. Right out, Chris, he probably gets to the right trip today.
Yes, he does. Yes, 20 to 1 is going to be ideal for him. It's probably the fitness thing is probably just the biggest query, I think.
Nature Boy rolls. That's probably just going to take him off that little bit of a bridle, a little bit, which I think he wants.
Yeah, that'll suit him. It rolls along, and that'll suit him. He'll just get a nice spot behind him. It'll roll, like I said, yeah, it goes quick, Nature Boy, for a 2200 metre race. So, yeah, I think I'll be just on the bridle nice. Won't be pulling, just relaxed, and it's just going to give him a perfect opportunity.
I just like him. I think the speed helps him to come off that bridle.
Totally agree. Yeah, sometimes you can over race a little, but yeah, by map, he's just going to get a nice, comfortable run.
Right, well, the 2 runners from the Michael Morrison yard are getting support. Merlin's Melody is now in as much as $3.40 on tap. Like a Beal just edged out that $5.50 to 2, and Plea Deal, the other runner from Michael Morrison, was $5 out to $6.50, now $5.50. And Nature Boy, like I said, they bet $23 this morning, $7. You know what Nature Boy does when it comes to Grant? He just loves it, he eats it. But yeah, the 2 Michael Morrison runners are the best back runners. Merlin's Melody and Plea Deal.
Yeah, well, they both turned out in terrific order, were they? And I think it's just the speed of the race here. You know, they have to keep an eye on Nature because he loves grafting, he loves his distance. He can get through the sting out of the ground. And if he leads by 5 or 6 lengths like he normally does, they don't want to be 15, 20 lengths off Nature Boy at the half mile. They'll probably struggle to pick him up. And it all depends if Nature Boy gets tackled at the 600. If he gets tackled at the 600, that's when he collapses Nature Boy. So you've just got to kind of watch the speed of this race, and I think the jockeys will be keeping an eye on Nature Boy here.
I'll tell you what, I'm sitting out of form with W to Grafton and Wigan.
Yeah, he does that.
I love it, John. Merlin's Melody is a solid favourite, 340. Like I said, they bet as much as 370 this morning. And Like a Beal just edges out of that 550. And Plea Deal is 550 on tab. So they're loading up very quick. 4, 1, 5, and 8.
Yeah, I'm 1, 4, 2, and 8.
Right, let's go to Terry Spargo. This is the first at draft on a 6-race card. Run over to 2,230.
Again in the early hours of this morning, saw the track go down to 8-6. Good 3 yesterday morning. Nature Boys walked in. So Nature Boys gone in. Merlin's Melody at 3:30 with tab. Like a Beal and Plea Deal, $5.50 each of 2 on the second line of betting. Stratham Chiefs coming up to the outside gate. Merlin's Melody the favourite. Jumping from barrier 2. Racing Merlin's Melody, and what a win-win from the inside began quickly. The claimant came out fast and Nature Boy deeper out, keeping a straight course through the first 100 metres, and he'd gone up looking for the lead on the outside of Cheap Wine, the claimant, the light colours down on the fence. Then what a win-win on the inside of Merlin's Melody, followed by Castel Tracino on the outside of Plea Deal. Like a Beal is second last. Stratum Chief from the widest gate went straight back to the rear as Nature Boy led 1,600 metres out. Nature Boy out by 2.5, almost 3 lengths. The Claimant is second. Cheap Wine 2 lengths away, running third. Then 2 to 1 a win-win, followed by Merlin's Melody. The favourite 1 deep on the outside of the stablemate Plea Deal. Like a Beal's on the fence on the inside of Grandstand Gazette. And Stratum Chief a further 3 lengths away. Nature Boy has a break now of 4 going past the 1,200 metres mark. Nature Boy 4 lengths in front and extending. The Claimant in second spot. What a win-win. Third, travelling 1 wide on the outside of Cheap Wine. Then 2.5 lengths to Plea Deal. Inside of Merlin's Melody, followed by Like a Beal, Castel Tracino, and 3 lengths away is Stratum Chief. Nature Boy is stringing them out. They're at the half-mile marker, and Nature Boy's now 6 in front of the Claimant. What a win-win on the outside, being heeled along to give chase. Cheap Wine is on the fence, followed by Plea Deal. Merlin's Melody being rode hard, going nowhere. Castel Tracino's 3 deep. Then Like a Beal and Stratum Chief is still at the back. Can they catch the old boy? Nature Boy comes around the turn with 320 metres to run. Still 3 lengths in front of What a Win-Win. Plea Deal on the outside is running on. The Claimant boxing on closer to the rail. Nature Boy's in front with 150 to go. The Claimant is second. Like a Beal is running on at the end, but Nature Boy's run them off their legs. Nature Boy wins
7.
from a bunker. Like a Beal, the Claimant, toss of the coin, second and third. Clear of What a Win-Win, Plea Deal.
Right, this is the second one here at Waga today. If we look through the odds, it's 5, 8, 12 and 10, right? We'll try to play exactly how we tried playing here, and we'll see what happens. So when we go through this, so let's first understand what are we dealing with. It's a 1,200 meter maiden races. There are horses that has no races and 1-2 races, and all that is happening. And there is 1 neutral, 2 outer drifts, but there is 1 inner drift which is more than any of these numbers. This is 966, 908, this is 993. Now the 5 is the favorite. It's the linear. Generally 1,200 meters linears are the winners. Linears will win. But here this horse has just 1 race. Okay, this one has just 1. If we look at the pressure, that is the highest pressure. It's got a good jockey, there is no doubt about it. It's got a good jockey, but at the end of the day, it's got just 1 race. If we look through the numbers, that's this one, and then this one. This one is and this one. These are the 2 which are there. If we look through the rails, that's how it looks like. So 12 and 10, these 2 have tremendous amount of advantage going on. 5 is a linear. It is expected that the linear is going to push through. It's with beautiful management. There is no doubt about that it has beautiful management. But it's just got 1 race. Wherein these are way more matured horses, especially the 12. It's score-wise, it's much better. This 12 and 10. And 10 is the largest inner drift. I would have gone with the outer drift, but the outer drift numbers are lesser than the inner drift. I'm going to play 10 and 12. I'll be playing a queen. I would have played a forecast if this one is would have been a handicap race, but this is not a handicap race. This is, I mean, it's a handicapped race, but it is all maiden horses, and we need to get a clarity on how things might work. It's neck to neck. These two numbers are neck to neck. It's the 993 and 990. So we'll see how it works. We'll play 10 and 12 Queen. If these two horses do not get tailed.
Strong and great training performance. 7 speed, 2, 3, and 1 across the line. That's race 1 done and dusted here at Grafton. Let's go to the Mountain Yard race 1 at the Sunshine Coast with Paul Joyce.
Welcome to racing from the Poly Track on this Sunday afternoon. The first race is a cutest 2-year-old Maiden. We're over the 1,000 metres. We've got a real short price favourite we're about to have a look at. But let's start with number 1, Fill Up, for Stuart Kendrick and Jake Bayliss, the son of Spirit of Boom. Kicked off his career a couple of weeks ago here on the Poly Track. He was in the market there, but he ran third, beaten 7 lengths behind Milestone. Milestone has since gone to town and been placed, so the form looks okay. The horse has certainly come on from that debut performance. He's definitely benefited from that, and it's just a matter of how much he will improve out of that first start into today's assignment. But there's definitely some improvement coming if you're a fill-up fan. Number 2, Trail Boss, the roughie of the field for Gordon Hay and Dale Smith. Finished last in all 3 barrier trials, and he's never got closer than 10 lengths to the winner. So we're happy to take him on today, although I've got to say he looks fine in the yard. Number 3, Turbo Talk, Stuart Kendrick's second run. Cody Collis takes the ride. Cody won't claim. Now, this son of Spirit of Boom has been gelded since we saw him at Doomben back on the 26th of October behind Better Luck. Next time he was beaten just on 4 lengths there. He was doing his best through the line. His barrier trial this time in, he ran 6th at Eagle Farm on the dirt track, beaten about 4 lengths. Didn't do enough there to suggest he could topple these favourites, I wouldn't expect. But keep an eye on the market moves. At this stage, there's a bit of a push for him, and he is looking really well in the yard. So first up as a gelding, Turbo Talk. Let's check out the 4, Bell Love, for Taylor McKinnon, the local trainer. Tiffany Brooker does the steering. The daughter of Love Conquers All has come up with barrier 1. She kicked off her career on the turf here back on the 25th of January, and she ran third behind Shaggy. Shaggy went on to win a Piero plate and also ran 5th in a Skyline Stakes. So she did bump into a really smart one on that occasion. As usual, Taylor turns her horses out looking an absolute treat. And without a trial from an 11-week break, I think Bell Love can definitely run top 2 or 3. Let's have a look now at the short price favourite, number 6, Darn Hot, a lady, for the Edmonds McLean team down on the Gold Coast. This daughter of 2, Darn Hot, kicked off her career in a $500,000 race at the Gold Coast, the Magic Millions debut, and ran second behind a Mosu, was only beaten right on the line. She's had a spell. She's trialled at the Gold Coast on 25th of March. Kyle Wilson-Taylor went down to trial her there, and she showed blistering speed out of the gates, and she won the trial by 3 lengths. She's obviously speedy. Kyle's taking the ride today. She is kicking off on the Poly Track. We're not exactly sure how she's going to handle it. But speaking to Kyle earlier, he's written her work on the Poly Track, and he sees no cause for concern. So there's the short price favourite, Dark Hot Lady. Okay, so you've had a good look at these 2-year-olds going around behind the barriers for race number 1. Only a field of 5 after the scratchings, and it really is a question of how much of a risk is this Poly Track, because Darn Hot Lady, from what we've seen at her only start and at her barrier trials, should be winning this race, should be the first out, straight to the front, and set them a merry dance over the 1,000 metres. But she's never raced on a Poly Track. We haven't seen her trial on a Poly Track, so the market just taking her on a touch. $1.35 now, out to $1.50 with tabs. And the money horse is definitely number 3, Turbo Talk, for Stuart Kendrick and Cody Collis, has trimmed up to $4.60 after opening at $7. So that's the one the punters are identified as the horse that can maybe topple the favourite, and that is number 3, Turbo Talk. But my numbers are 6, 4, 3 and 1. You can see them on screen now. Darn Hot Lady, from what I've seen, will just be too fast for this field. She oozes class. We saw her at the races in a $500,000 race get caught in the last hop, and here she is in a very winnable 2-year-old mate to kick things off this campaign on the back of a blistering trial win. And she looks great behind the yard. Look at her taking everything in a stride, this filly. for the Edmonds and McLean stable. So let's hope she can get punters off to a flyer. Number 4, Bell Love, has been a bit of a drifter, but looked well in the yard, as Taylor's horses usually do. The 3, Turbo Talk, the money horse, also looked really well. $7 into 460, so a decent push there. He is first up as the gelding today. Sometimes that ultimate gear change can make all the difference, but I didn't see enough in his trial at Eagle Farm on the dirt to justify him knocking off the favourite today. And number 1, Fill Up, stablemate the Turbo Talk. We did see him kick off his career here a couple of weeks ago behind Milestone. It was on the poly track, but he did get beaten 7 lengths in the 3rd position. He's been solid in the market today, 7 into 650. Trail Boss number 2 has been right out of the gate, 16s to 100s. Turbo Talk, as we mentioned, 7 into 5. Bell Love has been a touch easy, 750 out to 10. And now they're coming late for the favourite, and really late. Darn Hot Lady hit a high of $1.55, is now into $1.40 on the QOP, and Tapper following suit also into $1.40 fix. So Darn Hot Lady, if you've got the $1.55, you've shot well on the favourite in the first. Josh Fleming is calling all of the action here today. As I said in the preview, unfortunately, Keanu Dickens was a very, very late scratching today, but the tips were through. We put them up on the screen during the preview, so hopefully you jotted them down. They weren't too dissimilar to mine. They're only small fields throughout the day, and we do see things fairly similarly anyway. But there are a few minor differences. We might touch on those during the day. But certainly we both thought Darn Hot Lady could get punters off to a flyer here this afternoon. Righto, they are starting to load up, so we will head up to Josh to call them home. Race 1 of 7 here on the poly track.
Hot Lady, 140 with tab for her. Turbo Talk and Fill Up at 7. Here's Trail Boss about to move in. Tony Sears trained a real good galloper by the same name. 111 races, the old Trail Boss. This one trained by Gordon Hay, and here's our favourite Darn Hot Lady about to go in, and the field to be right to go. Bell Love dancing about a little bit in gate number 1. Red light turned on, first of the day on the poly. Opening favourite Darn Hot Lady. Racing, and they've jumped as 1, going back Filler. Darn Hot Lady's going forward, she's up to 2nd. Bell Love just with a narrow lead though. 3rd, Trail Boss, and 4th, the inside Turbo Talk and Filler about 3 lengths away. So Darn Hot Lady's in front now, burnt clear by 1.5 lengths. 2nd, Bell Love, and 2 lengths away, 3rd, Trail Boss. 4th, the inside Turbo Talk, and Fill Up can't go a yard at the moment, 5 lengths away. As they sprint down to the 500 metres marker. Darn Hot Lady by 2. 2nd, Bell Love. 3rd, the outside Trail Boss, and further back to Turbo Talk, and Fill Up is trying to tack on at the 400. And Darn Hot Lady at the moment going pretty well, led the way. 2nd, Bell Love the inside. Further back to Turbo Talk, Fill Up down the outside. Trail Boss the next one. But Darn Hot Lady's in front. KWT. He had a peek round the left shoulder, peek round the right, around the left again. He's confident. 3 lengths in front. Darn Hot Lady's well clear. And Darn Hot Lady's all too good. Darn Hot Lady by 3. 2nd to Turbo Talk. Bell Love 3rd. Fill Up further back. And Trail Boss, the last one to greet the judge. I reckon he had probably 3 looks around the shoulder. He went left, right, left when he tried to cross the road.
Well, if you took the $1.55 there, very good shopping, because the market just took this filly on a touch and then they trimmed her right back in late. You can see across your totes there, she's gone off at $1.40 on the QOP and a very similar price fixed with the tap, but very few causes for concern. A very confident ride by Kyle Wilson-Taylor there on Darn Hot Lady for the Edmonds McLean stable. Happy to sit 1 horse off the fence in front. Looked over both shoulders down the straight to make sure nothing was getting near him, and they weren't. Number 3, Turbo Talk, the best of the chasers. The 4, Bell Love, certainly made the favourite do a bit of work early and has boxed on strongly for 3rd. And those numbers across the line, 6, 3, 4 and 1. They've run 59.55 overall time for the 1,000 metres. So a very sleek first up win from Darn Hot Lady. And no doubt you'll be seeing her heading to town on the back of that. And I would suggest to one of the better 2-year-old races coming up here in Queensland. 6, 3, 4 and 1. That takes us away from the first race here at the Sunshine Coast Poly Track on this Sunday afternoon. They're racing at Wagga today, the first day of the Wagga Cup Carnival. And we've got Graham and Kayla doing the business down there today.
Well, what a great start to the carnival we had here with DKGB winning our opening race. Our 2nd looks pretty hard to line up, as well as Submergent Navy and Kringle Maiden over 1,200 metres. The favourite at the present time at 2:25 is in the nick of time. Draws nicely. Our first one here is Chenalino. It's the one I like, a $13 chance, barrier 1.
He parades very fit alongside the pony here. He's second up. He worked to get outside the leader first up, and I thought kept trying to be beaten just under 2 lengths at Canberra. In his past preparations, he's always improved second up, and as you mentioned in the preview, gets the advantage of barrier 1 here.
2 is Defying Girls.
Yeah, he's had no luck with barrier draws this poor horse, and it keeps setting him a task. Despite that, he seems to be getting back and running on okay, but I think he needs to find himself easier in the run, and once again, he's got a task ahead from that white draw.
The 3 is Doc March. Parades really well. The Gary Colvin run, second up from a spell Chad Lever, $16.
Yeah, I think he's a good each way bet at that price. I liked the first up run. He got back and he found the line quite well at Wagga over the 1200 metres. That was in a race that was really dominated by the on-speed runners, so I thought that added more merit to his effort. I like him.
For his conjoint, he's been consistent. He's due to win one, $13 for Jason Jones. Nick Suke, who won our first.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to win one, though. By the way, he pricks his ears down the straight. They put the blinkers on him last start at the Sapphire race, and I thought that would really sharpen him up, but he was beaten 4.5 lengths as favourite there. He just doesn't seem to want to find the line.
5 is in the nick of time. It is our favourite at 225. Todd's Martin Brody Lloyd. They have the favourite in the first.
Yeah, I think he looks hard to beat here. I liked what he did on debut. He was very raw, sat on the speed there, and he was running around down the straight, but kept finding the line well. Obviously well beaten, but beat the rest of the field comfortably. And in that race, they were in a faster time than 1,000 metre benchmark 66 on the same day.
6 is Majestic Rock. I like the look of this horse today, Kayla. Danny Beasley, the train Louise Day rides. Only lightly raced, $10 hope.
Yeah, he's really right.
Looks well.
His toes jogging about. He jumped well on debut. He just couldn't cross the field or slot in, which saw him have a bit of a tough run. He just battled away off the back of that. He brings a bit of experience and will be fitter though.
7 is the Sweeney, trained by Ross Purcell, Jason Lyon, big odds.
Yeah, he's only had the one start too, where he travelled in a nice spot. I thought had every chance and couldn't find much, beaten 12 lengths in the same race as our favourite, so he needs to improve, but he looks really well.
8 is Group Chat, second career star for this well-bred mare. As we said, had the one star, was in the market early, drifted, just finished behind the place getters. More to come today, you would suggest?
Yeah, I think so. I think she's definitely an interesting runner. She is quite warm in the yard here, more so than the other runners, and she's obviously a few issues, I'm assuming, because she was 12 months between her trial and her debut, but as you said, she will have stripped fitter from that.
The 9 is out. The 10 is the first of the Mick Travers runners in Roulotte, $8.50, John Kissick.
Doesn't know how to run a bad race, but is struggling to get over the top of them, but she has good early tactical speed and she'll be decided she always does.
Big odds, triple figures, in fact, for the 11 Disruption.
Yeah, Prade's very fit. Has had the 4 starts. It's been back and well beaten in all of them, so I'm happy to wait for her to show more.
The 12 D Devon is nearing a win. Michael Travers, second runner here. Amy O'Driscoll just trimmed up a little bit, Carly, into 550 from 6s.
Yeah, she's a filly that seems to be getting better each time she steps out. She's got good early speed. She's trying hard, and as you mentioned, she's really knocking on the door with the claim. She carries no weight, and if she can get across comfortably enough, I think she's one of the main chances.
Big odds about Iconic Rose. This gallop is only lightly raced for Doug Gorrell and the owners, Simon Rosengreen, and he's a stable apprentice at the present top violet South with tax 3 kilos.
I don't think she's as hopeless as what informed look. She was 100 to 1 on debut. She got back, and I thought she actually went on okay despite beating 11 lengths. So I do think getting out to 1200 and possibly further in time looks suited.
I'm with the 1 Chenalino, big odds the apprentice time, $12. So I put it on top from the 10, the 5 and the 12, 1, 10, 5 and 12.
I'm with the 5, our favourite here. As I said, I think the time really stood up from his debut effort, and I think the winkers will really help sharpen him up late. From the 12, D Devon knocking on the door. If she can get across comfortably enough, she'll give a big sight. In for third, I'd put the 3, Doc March. As I said, I think he's probably good each way bet here. I think he can improve significantly. And in for fourth, I put the 8, Group Chat.
That's the way they paraded for race number 2.
So these two are not getting tailed. This one is a check. It's one of the larger drifts. We have no clue what about this horse. This thing is a check. Number 13. I'm going to go with 12 and 10.
Well, the present time, the nick of time is our favourite. 3 and a bit minutes off the start. I'll move Channelino, the top one. I thought this horse played particularly well when resuming from a spell. It's a $12 chance. March, created really well. It's an $18 chance. Conjoined 15s and the 14s in the nick of time. It's been well supported, 225 to 220, so not much of a trim up, but still solid in the betting. We saw Todd Smart have the favourite in the first with cash book went under at $2.30. So you're looking for a better result here. The second race on the program where he has in the nick of time on top, but I'm going to go over and have something on Channelino each way colour, and you're about to join joined by Sarah Murray List.
Yeah, you haven't had him the whole way through, and he looks a gelding that can be a bit of hard work, but you just mentioned he was quite relaxed for himself today. Yeah, we made sure today that I'm it's quite cantankerous. We were trying to bite the puppy, but it was excellent because you saw him at camera. That was terrifying. But it's good as well. John's keen. He's ridden actually a horse for me many years ago. It's a similar sort of action. Yeah, it's ready. Yeah, well, in his first up run, I thought it was really good. I had a lot of merit to it. I think so. The horse that was inside of him, which was the second favourite, actually finished around 10 lengths off. So, when you first watched the race, I was a little disappointed that after his, that was a very good trial. I thought he was going to kick on that. And he didn't just sort of make it over, did not last very long. But I see that, if we put the stick on him a bit and really ride him through the line, I'd like to see him do like he did. So take the lead. Well, he's going to let him jump out where he wants. With that, as you know, with that sort of action, we can't set him aside. He comes out well. So just to give him that soft run in the last few accelerators. That's right, Sarah. Thank you.
And he's about to load up into the gate. Channelino for Jean Van Overmeer. Draws the inside on with it. I'll put him on top. I think it's a really good each way bet here. Implemented with the favourite. And Carol's with the favourite as well. 1:26 off the start. So the market moves here in the nick of time. It has just got out a little bit. 225 to 250. Majestic Rocker, $11.10, so not much change there. Group Chat, who I mentioned, was about $2.50 to $4 at its debut. This well-related filly with front page is $5, $4.80 to $5, so not much to report there. Rudolph Lottie, 7s to 10s. Stablemate Dude on 6s to $5.50, just heard from Michael. Probably preferred his chances over the other one. See how it lines up. Iconic Rose, second good start.
Lewis, welcome back. 10 should be there. 10 should be there. It's either 10 or 12. I mean, I'm hoping that. I put my money on 10 and 12, both Queen.
Conjoin. Got itself very warm here, Conjoin. Comes up. Defying, and that'll leave Doc March. So only 2 to load. Wagga 2 to load. Defying, and Doc March will be the last. 260 at the death, about in the nick of time. Stable trying to bounce back after getting burnt with the first favourite cash book. This will run 260 favourite in the nick of time. Todd Smart, Brodie Loy. Okay. The Merchant Navy at Carrigal, Country Boosted Maiden. They're all loaded. Close to a start, Wagga race 2. Red light, they're off. In the nick of time, the favourite came away at about second position. Rule Lottie was fast away. Group Chat into second. In the nick of time's in third. Dieter Von going forward, and then Conjoint from Disruption, Centolino, Majestic Rocker, Doc March. The Sweeney's got a long way back. Defying looks like it's second last, and Iconic Rose is the last one. So Rule Lottie, 800 to go. Then Dieter Von in the black cap running second. Conjoin strode to third, but it's 3 wide. And in the nick of time, the favourite fourth, right on the back of the leaders from Group Chat. And then came Majestic Rocker on the 3 wide line from Centolino. Doc March Defying's way off the track. They were being followed by Disruption in the red cap. The Sweeney is second last. And Iconic Rose the last one.
Run, baby.
In front in the nick of time. pushing off the leaders back to get clear running and set out after Rule Lottie. Rule Lottie, 250 to go. Joined by In the Nick of Time. He's still not going straight. He's got his head on the side. Dita Bond won't go away. Centolino can't get a crack at them. And Group Chat. Group Chat might be the one. Group Chat's hit the front here. Group Chat, too good for them. Doc March flooded home to run second. Dita Bond third. In the Nick of Time. He won't run straight. He's run fourth. They were followed then by Rule Lottie. And further back to Disruption, Iconic Rose. Then came Conjoin, Centolino, Majestic Rocker, Defying, and the Sweetie was one of the last.
Well, that's terrific for the connections there, the Durays and the other owners. This well-bred mare by Ruby Stacey Lee, who was a really well-performed horse herself. She's damn a front page. She's won quite soft there with Nick Hayward aboard from Matthew Dale. Well done to the team. She was in the market on debut. She was 245. She did get out a little bit. That was behind One Hard Lady. And it must be said, she was beaten 6.5 lengths. But today she was really, really good. And the fact that Matt and the team pushed on with her said that everything was right. So an excellent win. For the minors, not much between a few there. The three, Doc March was okay, wasn't it? Getting home quite well. The other one was 12 as well, which is Demon Fine, pretty consistent. 8, 3, 12 and 5.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
8, 3, 12 and 5.
It's like as we mentioned in the pre-parade, it's 12 months from the, just about from the trial to her debut effort. So whether it's
Sonny, welcome back.
with hindsight, she might have just needed that first up run too, and I think that'll end up being quite a handy race.
One Hard Ladies race.
Yeah, smartest race. I think ran second that day, and she looks to be quite promising as well. Obviously, Group Chat, I don't think that was an ordinary maiden by any means, and she's putting away quite comfortably there, aided by a good ride there by Nick. I thought Doc March was excellent. He's a returning good one in this formation. He's got back and found the line really well there. The 12, as you said, Dita Bond, very honest, and she's really getting close to a win. I thought was well ridden there by Driscoll. Took her time getting across outside the leader, and she's stuck on well. And the 5, our favourite, had every chance, still quite raw. Couldn't finish off that well under pressure, has stuck on for 5th, but she's won Group Chat by a length and a half by a short neck. They've ran a minute 10.86 and their last 600 in 34.22.
And the main thing for her, from a breeding point of view, she's got a win on the board now. She's a winner, and it's front page. What is what a town played in front, across the Oscars and terrific horse went awesome the other day. So well done to the connections.
News girl, the other half, she was very handy earlier. She broke down in the end, I think. But as you said, they've been very good performed. Well, Stacey Lee, she's been a great broodmare so far. Nice to see them get a result and start to with her.
The funny story behind Stacey Lee, Andy Bloomfield, the starter here, the former top jockey, good mates of Andy, was telling me one day he had to ride Stacey Lee, and I think it might have been a Berrigan or something like that. He said, this horse feels when you got around the back. He said she was late scratching at the barriers, never sat on her again. So she might end up winning a few races. She's a pretty handy horse as well. So okay, we're having a bit of a debrief there with the connections. We'll catch up with Nick shortly. He's got some good ones throughout the program. We're on the third line of betting in our jockey challenge today. He's got a couple of rides to go as well, including one of our feature races as well. So we'll catch up with Nick, of course.
So what happened here is that 8-1. That's actually one of the best hands. 8. 4 was there, but that was neutral. 8 was one of the best hands. And what happened doesn't make sense, but it's a maiden race. Things can happen. So with 3, 2, 6, 34. But that's what horse racing is. We'll go to the next. We'll get it. 5 and 11 has been scratched. 10, 4, 7, and 3. 10, 4, 7, and 3.
Today, and he looks well.
Homeland is sweet, Danny Pete's went right 3 hours. Good job with him, Greg, and that horse looks enormous. He's only at the 2 runs for Greg, been placed all at 2, run 30th, second here. Beautiful game, nice and fit now.
Yeah, he gets his chance today. I think, like you said, he's had the 2 runs back, placed with both of them. He draws that gate where Danny Peace can just ride this horse right on top of the speed. He's very fit and he'll be in the numbers.
For no regrets, I don't think rides Caroline Halliday just knocked up, flew out. First up, obviously, you missed a bit of work through wet weather, but I don't think the country it's made from the yard. You want to have we can see that here.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy.
There's a $5 a share, being provides no body. He's got a body now. I love his trial. I like the way he presents.
Yeah, he's put on a lot of weight since we last seen him here, Gary, and his trial was quite good at the Gold Coast. He's a horse that'll bounce out, put himself right up on the speed, and I'm happy with how he operates.
6 big times, Stephen Cunning tried 7 months from the Bellamy average here, 7 months no trials. She looks a little bit soft for my liking.
Yeah, she does, and the forecast preparation was placed twice at Casino in Tari. This might be a fraction tougher a Maiden today, but I'll be able to watch her.
It's sitting here from Ruff's Jeff and Jenny, the 7 Jack Bacon Boys, Johnny Shelton. She said she runs back, she's really fit now, she's great in the cage. You can make an excuse, she should have finished a lot closer. She didn't have a lot of luck in the game, but I like the improvement she's made.
Yeah, she's doing well. She's raced at Casino, and I think Lismore over 11:20 and Barrow will have the 13:70. She's one of those horses sitting behind the speed, and if they're a little bit weak late, she could run in all place.
She's got a 4-year-old here on debut, Noah Dyer. The 8-10 unit rides for 20 Fletcher. She's coming at the one trial to buy a divine property. And she did a very good job in that trial the other day. Obviously, there's a little story that she's 4-year-old being left alone, but she's there, she's tidy, she looks good. She's behaving in the yard.
Yeah, she's not overly big, is she? But I thought that trial was excellent. Really good after the other day. She just about 4 or 5 lengths off the leader and made up good ground in the straight without being tested. She draws a very good gate. It's a 3 kilo claim to get. If she puts herself into the race from that barrier, she could be
Right, I'm back.
The 2 trials before she went to the Gold Coast Poly got quite good. The other day she got beat 15 lengths in that trial. She just find the line was like the synthetic the other day. You go back to her 2 trials prior to that, she might be half a chance.
See, I would see the 10, 20 rides go right. She had the Jackie. She's done a great deal at her only 2 starts.
Yeah, she is, and she just weak about it the other day. She's 3 wide the trip from her gate, and probably get in, and she just tired late, so she's definitely going to improve off that run.
Hey, this is a lovely filly. Come on, Glamour, the 11 ticket Warstock ride. Scotty Henley tried up the other day. She looks more a 3-year-old than a 2-year-old. Big, strong, and really good in the yard.
Yeah, she goes really good. Matty Gagarin rode her in the trial. He can't ride today because of the weight, but I heard the reports are that when he got off in the trial, he said she goes very, very good. She's got to go overcome a wide barrier today, so they can get across without doing too much. I think she'll be hard to beat.
Okay, let's look at him in the yard. 5, 3, 11, 1. I just with Oliver Sherry. I just love the improvement the 5's made from last preparation. He's coming off a very good trial. winning the Gold Coast. 3 Homeland looked a treat. You could not get that horse any better in a mounting yard. Right out on the bottom, lovely filly. Come on, Glam. It's a 2-year-old filly taking on older company here, but she was more a 3-year-old when she paraded around. And plus, the general, he's tough and rock solid in condition. 5-3, 1 on 11, John.
Yeah, they're up. I'm going to come on. So on top, I went 11.583. I know she's going to come over that wide barrier. The 2-year-old this time of year is always hard on it. I just couldn't take the eyes off that trial. I think she won that trial. She won it very easy. She's very strong late. She puts it quite easy. She'll be hard to beat. The 5, Golden she tried out really good in the Gold Coast. Excellent in the yard. You'll run well. The 18, no day. She can finish behind. Come on, better in their trial, so she'll be working in the late. And the 3 in Homeland is also just give it a good run for your money up on speed. It's been racing well. 11.583.
Oliver Share favourite on tap, second favourite Homeland. 6-3-10. Let's find out a little bit more about Homeland with his jockey Air, Danny Pleasman.
Danny, your biggest one his last 2 runs. It's a nice horse that just puts himself into the race, isn't it?
Yeah, look, he's a really nice horse. You know, just to look at, he's the first 2 runs I've had, we both through a wide barrier. And I did just go back from the barrier over 1,000 or 1,200. I just rode him fine.
Race 3, you're right. AA Skipper might be a fraction short for him today.
Yeah, just a little bit short, but the track where it had me 10, might suit him.
Race 4, you're right. Jed, what can you tell me there?
Jed, look, it's one of Jason's. I think just go back a bit on it from the wide go, and so what I do.
Race 7, the 6, sorry, you're right. Hartley Gray, you won on the spot last start. He was pretty dominant here at Grafton.
Yeah, like it was a good win last start by him. He just got back, tracked into it 3 deep, but found the best way to go and won well.
Good awkward draw when he had you right in today, mate.
Look, he just puts himself wherever he's happy, whether I go forward a length or back a length, and I'll just be trying to slot in somewhere from the wide gate.
Are you happy with him?
Yeah, I'm really happy with him.
Oliver Share, our favourite, the 5 on tab, 2:30.
Yeah, that's it from trainer David McCollum.
Happy with his trial and golf stuff?
Yeah, very happy. As he trialled really well. Come back a better horse this time in. We gave a bit of time to mature. And I think you'll see a different horse today.
Senator John Beller, what have a look at the yard, because not that there was any wrong with him when we saw him here when he debuted, but he just had that furnishing to do.
He still had a little bit of furnishing to do, and he's just about done. He's not quite there yet, but gee, he's a nice horse now. You'll notice the difference when he walks in. Trial was good. His work at home's good. Can't fold him. He'll be right there.
6 Tour Vista, how's he resumes?
Yeah, he resumes. My horse is probably
It's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, he's been a bit tricky. He does a good job. He's never really adapted to this way of going since he came to Melbourne. He gets on one rein a bit. And it has led to some runs that have been a little bit disappointing. The horse himself's in good order. He'll run a good race. Track, he'll suit him down the ground today with a soft bit of give in the ground. Ideal for him. And if Benny can just get him to relax and get him into a flow early, he'll run a good race.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Start talking about the Oscar. About 2 weeks ago, he's in the running chip.
He's in Waga. Come back here, trial last week at the Gold Coast. Went really happy with him. He'll trial again in a couple of weeks' time and go to the Victory Stakes in Brisbane.
Just got that clean and get him with the Aussie Oscar.
Yeah, we've got that plan. He'll only have 3 starts in the winter, and then he'll have a short break and come back to the process.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, well, he is favoured here, Oliver Share, 2:30 tab. They bet as much as 250 this morning. A good move for this horse, Homeland. We heard from Danny Cleasley. 420 this morning. He went $3, $2.90, $2.80. Just a little move now. He's popular, the 2 resuming. He's into $10. Come on, Glamour, the 2-year-old taking on the older company. Not an ounce for her. She was $3.40 this morning. We look at $10 on tab with her. Oliver Share will jump favourite. She said just that 240 mark where more money comes for the 3 Homeland. 5-3, 11-1.
Yeah, I'm 11.583. Here's Terry for race 2, Grafton.
You should know a little bit about it. But no rider did the trick. first today, nature. Let's try. Got up to his old tricks. Got out, led, set up a break. It's not the catch. Well, the van. Emily far. Come on, Glamour. She's 2 years old, filly. She tried that well. She's up against all ages. She's drawn an awkward alley. No real support for her. She balked the first trying to put her in. Line her up again. Oliver Shares at gate 6. Market rival Homeland a little closer to the rail. Coming for old Zara as the gift son. Still working with Come On Glamour. Success by the looks because a starter appears around front. 1150 around outside. All in.
Here's 3.
Red light.
But the boom is not going to work today. Bucephalus is fallen sick. Bucephalus is sick today.
Oliver Share to off the pace third. A length to Homeland and 3/4
I'll fix him today.
City. Then 2 to Heath Poplar, followed by Cluster General Noah Dyer. Bolts are in third last. Jim and Jenny second last. Bedtime whipped them in. They've strung out. Come On Glamour from the widest gate, claimed the rail before the corner. Oliver Share's gone to second. No Regrets third. Homeland's on the fence. Being ridden along, the Arnwood City comes wide. Clusters General and Heath Poplar at the head of the others. Oliver Share moved up, hit the lead 300 metres out from Come On Glamour. No Regrets. Homeland, it's only one pace. Oliver Share, it's under the whip. Come On Glamour on the inside, fighting back. Oliver Share, Come On Glamour. Oliver Share just in front. Oliver Share out muscles the filly. Oliver Share beat Come On Glamour. Homeland a one pace third and a photo from No Regrets. Then Heath Poplar. They broke well clear of Noah Dyer. Seatwood City Clusters General, Jeff and Jenny, Bold, Zara and Bettor.
Yeah, he had a fight on his hands, but Glenda White, she's run really, really good. That 2-year-old filly by Come On Glamour by Sue Stein, just tough. Wouldn't sit down, and he just had to fight, but he had to get everything out of him. You'll find 5 beats 11 and the 3 Homeland.
5.
Back to the
Lewis.
All on the winner. It'll be run by that second filly.
Yeah, I think the fourth good stuff. It's
Right, so this is what we've got for the third one. Okay, 10 is the favorite, 3, 4, and 7 are the other odds. 10, 4, 7, and 3. So if we look at the 10 is the linear. It's not a strong linear. If we look at the rails, then we've got that 12 going up, and it's also probably got one of the best jockeys. The best jockey is here with 14. The best jockey is with 14, but again, it's a 1,000 meter. There are horses that has been into this distance. There are horses that have never been into this distance. So we've got a very strong thing on this 10, and then 9 is obviously the EW that comes in, which is there, but it's got 7 races, it's done nothing. 15 is the other one. But that's management issues. The best hand is probably 8. I mean, these are the best hands, 8, 6, 12, and 14. Out of which anything is possible. Anything is possible in that range. 10, we've got a very strong number, and this is the EW. Generally, if this was a track like for a maiden race, we needed a better horse here. It's got 7 races. The next one is 1 race, so 15 probably is a possibility to get in. But they've got management issues. This one is in good hands. This one is in good hands. And they kind of are like that. So 10 is the favorite, 10 is the linear, 10 has management, 10 has everything. So 10 should win. And if these are not the cases, then if we look at the outer drift, which are here, then 14 and 1, which are the outer drift. But then we also have these 2 neutral horses which are there. So there's nothing much in here. I'm not going to get into this. The 10 looks good. We've got that number here. The other thing that might work is the 1 because of the outer drift. But if we look at the pressure line, then the 4 is there with the next pressure, all right? And then there are relaxations going on. And 4 is the next one with the pressure. It's a neutral. So definitely the outer drifts will get into trouble because these things, neutrals generally do not win, but they do get into places. And that 4 is there within the odds. So the pressure line is like that. So it's probably right. That is what it is. But that also is a tricky thing. So 1 is the highest outer drift, which is if we look at the weight of these horses, so this one and this one, the 1 and 4 are probably the same size of horse. The 1 and the 4 probably are the same size. This is that. It is also 17. So in that case, if that's the thing, then the pressure is less on 1. So probably, maybe, but I'm not going to get into it. So 1 definitely has a brilliant chance to get into it. But if we look at the horses, then probably this is 244, 245, 17. It's almost the same size, both the horses. The pressure is less on 1, so this is the highest pressure, should win. We've got that thing. The next, generally it is if it plays right, then generally it's the outer drift, the largest outer drift or the largest inner drift. So the 1 stays a check. I am out. I will not get into this. We'll see. We've got some good races coming up from the 4th onward, benchmark 66. We'll just watch what happens here. 10 is the linear. We've got some strong numbers. These numbers are not available. They're neutral horses. That's why 1 is there. If we look at the size, then that is how it is. And that's the largest drift. Having said that, the possibility of 9 is not less. The possibility of 9 is not less because it is a maiden horse. But then it is like 7 races did nothing. So that goes out. In that case, 5, 15. 4-1. 1-4. This is better, definitely better. 10-1, maybe.
Terrific in the yard. He's been a bit easy late. Punters just steering clear of him without that polytrack form. Number 5, Princeton Award, does have the polytrack form. That's one of the horses the punters are coming for. And the real horse they've come for is number 7, Papal Miss. Has more than halved her opening quote, 9 into $4.40. So a big go for number 7, Papal Miss. As I said, it's as good as I've seen her parade for a long time. So maybe she's going to come out and show what she can do, particularly on one of her favourite surfaces, these synthetic trucks. 3, 2, 5 and 7 for me in the second race as we head up to Josh.
And that will leave Justice Serve in the pink to come forward in the field to be right to run. Started Mr. Dunbreed. And looking like Sacred Ball might just jump the favourite, but Papal Miss has been well backed here. The light blinking away. Gates open and they're racing. And out wide, Justice served away well. Likewise, Cave Diver. Handy going for their Princeton Award with Winston Blue. Papal Miss is back third last over on the outside of Sacred Ball, but didn't jump well. He's second last on the inside at 4-1, a length and a half away. So Cave Diver's in front by 2. Second, Princeton Award at 3 lengths away. Third, Winston Blue on the inside. Just been shaded now by Justice Third. Further back to Papal Miss. Second last is the inside, the race favourite Sacred Ball. And 4-1 at the rear at the 15.50. And Cave Diver clear by 2 lengths here. Second still Princeton Award. Winston Blue third. And fourth, the outsiders. Further back, Justice third. A length and a half, Sacred Bull. Next, the outside, Papal Miss, and 4-1, a length and a half away. So Cave Dive, a little bit fired up, led by a length and a quarter. Likewise, second, Princeton Award. Winston Blue third. Fourth, the outside, Justice third. And these are favourite runners in the market at the moment, a long way back. Sacred Ball third last. The well-supported Papal Miss second last over on the inside at 4-1. It's still 2 lengths away. So Cave Diver clear at the moment at about the 9.50 by length and a half. Second still Princeton Award, Winston Blue. Justice served the outside. 1.5 further back to Sacred Ball. Next the outside. Into Papal Miss until last of all at 4-1. And Fox has been about 6 or 7 as they swing down the Pierce Avenue side. So Cave Diver here by 3 parts. Getting closer, Princeton Award. Scrubbed along third, Justice third. Papal Miss is making ground. Likewise, 4-1. Has to get right towards the outside, though, as Cave Diver has done just that. It's Cave right in. And that's led Princeton Award well clear at the moment. Papal Miss second, about 3 or 4 lengths away. Justice serve, 4-1. Sacred Ball the inside, but it's all Princeton Award. It's 5 lengths in front here. Papal Miss is trying hard. 4-1 plucks away. Justice serve the inside, but at the moment, Princeton Award's in front. Chipping away, Papal Miss is making good ground now. Princeton Award is just in front. The outside lunging. Papal Miss has got up. Papal Miss right on the line, 1 for Princeton Award. Third to 4-1. Followed further back then by Justice Serve, Sacred Ball. And they break right away from Winston Blue. And the last one was Cave Diver. Wow, what a finish. Number 7, Papal Miss has got up to knock off Princeton Award, which was home for all money at about the 200-metre mark. Boris Thornton had gone for home on his father's horse, Princeton Award, and it was all over bar the shouting. And Papal Miss under Sean Cormack for Mission Benkaya has just stuck to her task. She hasn't given up, and all of a sudden Boris looks over his left shoulder and thinks there's nothing left. And Papal Miss, she paraded well. It's as good as she's paraded in a long time. And she has got there, I think, in the final bound. She certainly had the momentum up. And yes, she's got there. 7 has beaten the 5 from 3 and 6. The numbers are in the frame. 7, 5, 3 and 6. They're the 2 horses punters came for. Papal Miss was 9 into 440. Princeton Award was 750 into 550. They've split the line together, and our original favourite, Sacred Ball, just didn't fire on the poly track for the first time. So there you have it, poly track racing at its best here at the sunny coast. 7, 5, 3 and 6. Let's head down to the team at Waga.
Super Maiden, $50,000 prize money on the line here for this third race at Wagga, over 1,000 metres. Fair few chances, but our favourite is horse number 10, Showtime Christina, and into 225 from 280. Top one, Bonneville, pretty good first up from a spell.
It's great. It's actually been quite consistent, particularly the back end of last prep, and then, as I said, backed it up with a good first up run there at Goulburn, beaten under a length to Zoo Tempest. My only query was wide draw with a bit of pressure underneath.
Two is Anabar Spirit, big odds for this horse, Straw Barrier 13.
Yeah, he's on a back up after struggling at Gundagai last start. His first preparation form is certainly good enough if he can find it, but he does need to.
Three is Desert Boots, $9, first up from a break.
Had the two runs last prep both over 1,200, which I thought he found the line well at both of them. He's had two jump outs this time around, which look a little bit sharper for 1,000 metres. He looks ready to go.
Four is Luna Mojo, 2 starts this time in for 2 placings, $8.50, $5.56. Sue Kane Widdowson won the first.
I never quite realised how big he is. We've seen him a couple of times now. He's a monster walking past us now, and he's really knocking on the door, as you said. Last start, he rolled around a little bit down the straight, so probably should have finished a touch closer had he have gone straighter. That was over the 1,200. He's very fit coming back to the 1,000 metres. He looks the main chance.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of him. He looks the part. There's a fair bit of the 6-2 here. True, Michael Travis run.
Yeah, there is, isn't he? And he's quite
But one is getting tailed, so one's out.
He's
Probably.
First up from a breakdown in Nick Hagan.
He is, and he looks lovely and relaxed.
In that case, 14 probably.
Quite good. It's a $7 chance on a heavy track at Gold.
One's getting tailed. In that case, 14.
He's had two very quiet trials this time around, which I think will see him ready to go. His barrier is my only concern.
8 is Maha, $23 hope.
She's third up, and she's a horse that has a little bit of early speed, but just struggling to find the line. She'll be fitter here, and if she gets across, she'll give it a bit of a side.
9 is Miss Peppy Hart, draws the inside, Michael Travis, third run in.
First run with Mick was previously with Tony Noonan. Her best runs have
got 7 races that 9 has done nothing. There's a very strong chance it's a EW plus a color. It's a beautiful horse, but has done nothing in last 7 races.
And Waga, her soft draw, could give her every chance to break through.
12 is Santalini, bit of support in $18 from 34, draws wide.
Yeah, 10-week, fresh 10-week let-ups, sorry. Her form overall is quite mixed, but she does seem to race well off these let-ups. She'll just need a bit of luck in the run, but I think she can run on.
Michael Travers with 5 runners here. He's got the 13 squeaking, $41 hope.
Another one that's backing up off that Gundagai meeting. I thought the run was not too bad. It was out wide and beaten only 5 lengths to Sheridan Street, who looks a handy horse, so not out of this.
14 is Stars at Bourne, Michelle Till's runner with Blake McDougall in the saddle.
She comes out of the same race behind Sheridan Street. She's a filly in her first preparation that's had the 5 runs now, but she's shown enough. She has good early speed and keeps finishing thereabouts.
15 is Like a Bell, your selection. First up from a spell trial was terrific at the 1 start. Ran 6, $9.50 to $11. Becky Hearn and David Butler.
Oh, she won a trial, but she beat Sun and Sam. We've seen what she's gone on to do. And the second horse, the horse on 30 in the trial, Snowy won its first 2 starts. So she was the winner. By the time she got to the races, I think she maybe had enough. She showed good speed and then tired late. She's very warm in the yard, but I think she's worth the punt at a big price.
You like it too?
I am. As I said, I'm happy to take the chances here. I'm banking on the fact that she will have returned a bit stronger. This preparation, I think she's got enough speed to roll forward, and she's obviously got a bit of natural talent, can give a sight. From the 7 Willing Emotions, had he drawn soft, he would have been my own top selection. I just don't know where he's going to get to in the run. In for third, I put the 10, our favourite, Showtime Christina. Heart's not doing anything wrong, just needs to find a touch more to break through. And in for fourth, I put the 4, Luke Mojo, another one knocking on the door.
Yeah, and I'm with the 10, Showtime Christina. I think it's its race to lose. I put it on top. I did change my numbers around. I put in Layla Bell for second. I don't do that often, but I just thought when she was emerging, she might go to start, but she's going to start. I think she'll be right there. The 4, Luna Mojo, goes in, and the 1, Bodyville. So 10 and 15, 4 and 1 for race 3.
They all paraded quite well, my top selection.
They are also now talking about the 1, but the 1 is getting tailed. If the 1 doesn't deliver, then it is 14 probably. One also has major management problems.
Trial, sorry, to have her debut run, and as I mentioned, she won that trial.
So here is how things look like. So that one was with the highest outer drift. This is the second highest outer drift. This one has management issues and it is getting tailed. They have management issues as well. And the next one that opens up is this one. It's a heavier horse and the pressure is less. That 12 has 13 races, it did nothing almost. It's got a lot of stuff going on today, but it doesn't look like. But if 14 gets through, then here this is out, then 3, probably 10, 14, 3 for a trifecta is good, but it's a maiden race. I am out. I'm not going to play this. This 14 has the best jockey. This is tremendous in this is tremendous. This jockey is.
I've got this opportunity 2.5 minutes off the start. I just want to make mention of the fact some people might be aware that because the champion bloke in the racing industry,
410.
Alan Fitzgerald, last week.
Lewis.
Terrific person, first and foremost, a real character, a terrific jockey.
4 is a neutral, so we'll see how it works. 10 should be in.
Stable jockey there, Alan. Had good health in recent times. And he trained horse at Wagga, but his health deteriorated. And Al was just a great person, and he was ably assisted by his wife, Jen, and his children, of course, Michael and John. I know Emily, there might be another one, but I'm not sure, but they're the ones that I know. And he passed away last week, Carla. Your dad would have known him quite well. I couldn't tell you how many premierships he won, but it'd be at least 3 or 4. He won all the big races, and he rode so many good horses around here. In the field, and the house in days of the free stable, we just
PC, welcome back. One Waga. One PC is getting tailed.
Good character, a great man.
I had high hopes on that one. I had very high hopes on that one. It is getting tailed, PC.
Connection to my putting the bets on it. It's the man in the hot seat many times.
Welcome back, PC. What are you doing on a Sunday racing?
Good man got too soon. He's only got 61 now. Maybe you've got a terrific person, and the family will make sure that his memory lives on. They'll still got that place down there, no matter when you have so many horses as well. So we're thinking of the family for sure. Back here at Waga, Showtime Christina is our favourite. I do have it on top from Layla Bell, the 4 Luna Mojo, and the 1 Bodyville, right on start time for this third race of the program. Showtime Christina has been really well supported. Deserving of it, but wouldn't surprise me if something just jumps out and knocks it.
Yeah, later on, there are better races later on. This one, I had very high hope on the 1, but it is getting tailed. So the chances are, I mean, it's better not to take a chance on that. Getting tailed is a.
Just make mention to
if that was a 4-year-old mare, we could have still gotten through. But
good to see going there and all on Thursday. So that'll be our next port of call after Waga. Here's race 3.
White with the black. She's the favourite. We're playing Jason Lyons. They're ready. Set at 1,000. Signal from behind the gate red line wide. Right now, they're off. Showtime Christina came away a little worse than midfield. She's typically reliable at the start. Far off the inside, and Layla Bell.
That 9 has not done anything in last 7 races. What is it doing today?
Luna Mojo leads in 4th position. Tubes in 5th. Mahi. It's in 6th position, but it's 3 wide. Then Desert Boots, Bonnieville. They're followed by Squeaking, Winning Emotions. Santolini, Anabar Spirit in the pink cup is second last. And Stars are Born's the last one. Miss Prepare Hard turns in front from Showtime Christina, who's alongside and travels better. And Showtime Christina hit the front. Layla Bell's a length away in third. 250 to go. Showtime Christina in front, but hasn't fully put the second horse away. Miss Prepare Hard. Luna Mojo coming from the back. It's Showtime Christina in front, but she's on empty. And Luna Mojo with Winning Emotions out wide. Winning Emotions.
7.
Emotions has run over the top of them. Luna Mojo, Showtime Christina, and Mahi from Desert Boots closer. And they were followed then by 2.
7.
Miss Prepare further back in the field to Stars are Born. And then came Edabar's Spirit Santolini. They finished alongside each other from Bonnieville. All that was Speaking. There's one more. Layla Bell.
Winning Emotions at $11.50 gives Nick Haywood an early double. He's 2 from 3 so far today. Danny Williams, the trainer. This was the first one was still raced by Danny Williams and Bill Kelly. And a big collie as well, so well done to them. Had a few trials, then had a start. And had a couple of trials back, and a really good performance. Charged to the line. I thought Nick's 2K's mount was home there. And he battled on okay, so our minors are pretty close.
Yeah.
7, 4, 10, 8.
But that was an excellent ride and an excellent return by Winning Emotions. As mentioned in the pre-party, he had one start last preparation, which it's been a good form race. Mahogany Girl and Triple Tempo, that was on a heavy track where he didn't disgrace himself despite being beaten fairly. But I'll tell you what, they've really hidden him away in his 2 trials this time around. He's been given a very quiet time, just relaxing, being kept on the bridle, and it reads well beaten, but he's looked like he's had a bit up his sleeve. He needed the right.
So what happened is that is not a strong linear. That's one of the things. It's a 4-figure linear. 7 was with the highest advantage today. 7 was with one of the highest advantage today. Just went through. Nothing else worked. 7 was with the highest advantage. 7 and this one, but this one has 5 races. It did nothing in the last 5 races. And this one is first up, second up. It just did the thing. That's what it is. Six and 7 has been scratched. 4, 2, 3, 1.
Tempo, and she's actually stuck on quite well there. I thought a 2-1 third, but we'll grab Nick for a bit of a chat. A little bit reluctantly, I think. It's a bit tough when they're sweating and racing. He'll come over and have a chat to you guys.
Yeah, well, that's his 74th winner this season. So he leads the country premiership. Ash Morgan on 80, but this might have been prior to yesterday. JVO on 80, Zach Lloyd 77, Molly Fitzgerald 74.5, James McDonald 74, and Nick on at 74 as well. Good effort. Good day, and that horse is pretty good first up.
Yeah, look, obviously he's already had the run last preparation. But he tipped him out, which probably is the keeper today. He's come back in good order since that break, and he's had 2 trials and he's climbed today.
Rose in the next. Looking at it, you would have thought, oh, this is probably my best chance. You've already got 2 on the board, but you're still got to go out and get the job done.
Yeah, look, no races to give me these days, so we'll just hopefully find a bunny with her. Doesn't look a lot of speed, so we might lead by default, but it's better when she's following one.
Why don't you go and get ready, Nick?
Cool.
Good day so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Really good day.
Been freshened up off a week off, and he's certainly riding really well.
So that's 3 down. We've still got 5 to go. And we've got a few feature races coming up here at Waga. We've got the preview for the Wagga Cup, the Murrumbidgee Cup. We've got the Town Play preview coming up as well, the Queen of the South. And plenty more action to come here on Sky Thoroughbred Central. So we'll head up to Grafton.
Welcome back to Grafton Race 3. It's a Class 2 run over the 1100 metres. Our top lady is scratched. We're going to start with the 2 dual statement side in the yard. We'll go to the 3 high skipper Danny Peasley rides Johnny's Frags. Oh, a nice skills. Look, bottom line, Johnny just didn't run out 1400 metres. Wasn't running for 7 wet. Boxing back in trip, but nice and fit.
Yeah, he is, and probably 1,000's not his go either. But I remember speaking to Aaron Bullock about this horse and really had to ride him along. So Danny Pease will have to do a lot of work on this horse. He could run okay.
And he got shot the deep at the 5 Liberals rides Blue Blanche, a little freshen up, 6 weeks. Probably not a cup of tea at 11, 15, but fit and good and breaks done of the world. Good. Wouldn't sell her short and she's in close enough to one at the 200.
Yeah, no, she braked really well done. I think she's got no other option to go back. That's her normal racing padding anyway. She'll be hitting the line late.
Speedy target, the 6 Jet Newman rides, Drysdale, Regimes, lovely trial. I've seen a lot of this little fellow before. When you look at him first time, John, you think he needs to run, but that's his make-up. He's got a heap of speed, he looks good, and he trialled up really good.
Yeah, he's a stocky little horse. I'm really happy with how he breaks as well, Gary. I think his coat looks outstanding too, and his recent trial of form Macquarie was very good. He's won first up before too, so he fits the mould to run very well.
Acceleration, the 7-8 Thompson rides Mary and Brosnan, former Victorian. Oh, big lanky horse. Look at his best forms over a trip. They'll be later. He gets up to a little bit further, but a nice horse with plenty of upside.
Yeah, he resumes their trials. They're taking the blinkers off and so this is probably just a starting point for him today. They'll just ride him quiet. Probably get him the outside. You'll see him finishing off late.
Hey, which Sunday session in the 8th? When on Lorena rides Sally Taylor, a little freshen up 3.5 months. Lovely the air, and looks so sweet, this little mare in the yard.
Yeah, she's had that 14-week break, and I actually think she looks very forward in her condition. Actually, she doesn't look too bad. Her coat's good, and she doesn't mind this distance. So I think the big track will suit her.
This mare's come back strong. The Soft Stella, the 9, and the Ellen rides Noel Mayfield's Miss for James no trial. Smart little mare, just weathered the 11. Oh, well, the 1,000's too short for her.
Well, it probably is, but she draws that barrier 1, and Anthony Allen will probably ride her back midfield. That's probably her pattern over 1,000 metres. If he sticks to the fence, she might be able to run into the top 4.
You got Power Rain, the 10, then look, it picks up the right out of Campton stretch from Kilcoy yesterday and kept the head. Only gives her home on the synthetic. He's a nice horse. He's a typical Adam Campton in the yard, very fit and good.
Yeah, parades really well. He's good running 4 runs back at Ballina, where he was just finished behind Boommaster there. That was 1,000 metres against that today. He's just got an awkward draw. He's another one that probably sent us back when we work at home.
And the 11 pick up 6 Johnny Bright, Wayne horse, lovely horse. He's just been a little bit hot and cold, this horse, but he looks intriguing. He's done that all the way through this preparation.
Yeah, we got a great go led on him the other day in that 11.75 here at Grafton, and he almost stuck away with it. So coming back to that 1,000, he probably pressed forward from that gate and had himself in the first 4. He could run a credible race.
12 runs in the last, or you can see the right Smith and the Garden. He just struggling to find some form, but big, solid, lovely, big, strong horse too. He looks confident.
Yeah, he does.
He can pick up a little
Yeah, he does. I agree with you there. It's just the last couple of runs have just been Terry's first up run at Coffs Harbour, where he set up outside the lead. He's only beaten about a length and a half there, and he's just tapered off. So hopefully he bounces back.
Right out, she's in the yard now. The 2 dual statement. Manny McGill, his wife Smith, the 1 run back, but she's an outstanding first day. She's one of those normally never going to be big and strong. That's her knockout. I've seen her in the yard dripping wet. She's just getting a bit cantankerous now, but that pony's helping her out. But it's not an ounce of sweat on her.
No, she always prays nothing. She always shows that she's the boss, and Maddie's on the now, and she's still having a bit of a play around here, but he'll get her out the track. He knows it well. Happy with that first run up the Gold Coast barriers. It's pretty good there. She's got to get a beautiful run. She'll either lead or sit outside the leader. Yeah, I think she'll be very hard to beat.
I don't that's a look at it in the yard 2869 for me. That was a good rate for the dual statement. Like I said, I saw her last preparation. She'll be dripping wet. She's not an over big body there. That's as good as what you'll get. They're supposed to 3 weeks between runs. I come down for a Sunday session. Former Queensland mare sells only had it for the 2 months, produced the winner tops with bought and run respectable, nice, freshen up, but she looked like she'd done a heap of work. Speedy Target for 6 yarders to get a line on at the best of times. Always carries a bit of condition through the midsection, but I like his trial the other day. He ran hard, he's got no weight on his back with 53, and a really, really good gait. Then 9 Selfless Bella, short of its best here at 2015, but if they make a mistake, might be the run on horse late 2869, John.
Yeah, I'm 2685 on with Jill Statement. I think the barrier draw today and the first up run on the Gold Coast was excellent. I think Matty will either lead this race, box super, sit outside the leader, whatever happens. He'll give her the run of the race. The only concern is that she's got to jump up a lot in the weight from the 56.5 to the 60.5, so you've got to carry that. The 6-inch Speedy Target, this is a horse that can give her a run for the money. He's a really good 1,000-metre horse. He gets in with no weight today. He's only got 53 kilos. And I think Jet Newman will put this horse up outside Jill Statement, and he could be very hard to run down. This Sunday session will very forward in its condition for a horse that's had kind of 3-month break with no trial, so she'll be getting back and be work at home. And the 4-inch Shooter David probably go back from the wide gate. They'll be finishing off strong. 2685.
Jill Statement favourite over Speedy Target. Sticks in with Sunday session. Let's find out a little bit more about the 8 with Sunday session with her trainer Sally Taylor.
Sally had a bit of a 14-week break and no trial.
Yeah, she's going good at home. I guess fluid to preparation. She actually hasn't had a grass spell. We've done plenty of work for the beach, and what work we have done, I'm very happy with.
I'd say 1,000 metres with, I know you said you missed out a bit of work, but it's a distance and you can get away with it without having too much.
Yeah, for sure. And she's quite an athletic mare, and every time she steps out, I understand she does try quite hard. So I think toughness will get her through today. Fitness will be definitely improving into next start.
Race up on the speed in the previous runs, getting the Grafton today, drawn that big gate. If she's just sitting off in the Grafton track will probably suit her a little bit.
I think so. I'd rather ride her a little bit more conservatively, just knowing that we will need this run. And I think if she can tuck in behind them and get cover and just see what she's got left at the furlong, well, that'll be the best of the ride.
So I'm going to check 260 now, 280, 270, now 260. Our favourite Jill Statement.
Yeah, that's it from her jockey in Matty McGarren.
Right, what do they got to run at the Gold Coast?
Oh, that's just super, Gary. The track was just really deteriorating. She had the run of the race and every chance to beat him, but she was up in grade and, first up for 6 months with the state improvement to come out of it, so she comes here today second up. A few weeks to get it right in between that and here, but now she comes here and quite better than she'll be very competitive.
A bit of nice riding those 4 Black Assassin. I think you might prefer sit on him, but you would have watched his spree plays. I know he's had a few goes to win one, but I didn't really have a great deal of luck the other day.
No, he does, as you say, he's definitely had the chances. He did have the gun draw the other day, but appears to be fell out of the machines. But to be honest, I think big track here today is going to suit, and up to the 1400 is another tick for me. I just really like him up to the 1400 with a big track and enough time to let him wind up. And he did like sitting through the line the other day. He was super. And we've got to get him to do that before the line today.
Right, I got a nice ride in the last Yellow Hammer. She's first up. She was good. She's been here in one before.
Yeah, I think she was super the other day. In a good yard, off a good draw, and I think there's a lot of ticks there. And hopefully that'll be the third winner for the day.
Fuel load up. That's this market 250 now. This girl. Jill Statement, she was 260, 270, back into 260, now 250. Speedy Target's getting late support. We'll hum along. $6.50, $6 looking $5.50 tab now. I'm specking in for pick-up sticks, 8s into 6s. And with Sunday's session, we just heard from Sally a while ago, no money. $4.80 this morning, look at $7.50 tab right now. Just a little move, John. Odds whether it's too short for this horse. With vacillation. The 7 former Victorian horse. I mean, he's been over 10,000 metres, but just a bit of specking for him, 16s into 10s.
Yeah, well, he's performed well down in Melbourne, didn't he? And this is probably a fraction short for him.
Right, 2869.
2685.
Let's go to Terry. This is race 3, first leg of the quaddie, Grafton.
Starting on the course proper, starters up. The selection was up in the air on all fours again now. Red light. Gates fly, Rain of Power, slow to move and shoot the lever, went straight back shortly after the break. Speedy Target, Jewel Statement left quickly with pickup sticks third. I Skipper's Yellow Colours fourth on the outside of Selfless Valor. Then Vacillation on the inside of Whit Sunday Session. 2 lengths of Brazen Laugh followed by Shoot the Diva and Rain of Power on the outside with them in. Speedy Target leading, Jewel Statement holding the inside. Pickup sticks third, 2 lengths off the pace. I Skipper fourth and that quartet. A broken 5 in front of Selfless Valor. Vacillation and Whit Sunday Session comes to the outside. Speedy Target away from the fence. Jewel Statement closer to the rail past the furlong. Jewel Statement ran to the lead. Got away from Speedy Target. Pickup sticks. Jewel Statement in front. Drawing away and too good. Jewel Statement with pickup sticks third top. Vacillation the rail. Speedy Target the centre of the track. Then a Brazen Laugh, I Skipper with Sunday Session, Shoot the Diva, Rain of Power and Selfless Valor.
Yeah, nicely used. He's used sliding ability there. He was never going to let Speedy Target cross. He just held him out and held him out. How's that? It's all over. You're not nervous now, are you? Stand for, mate.
Yes, she is a handball. Yes, that's a nice bit.
Just how does it look in the yard? That's third makeup. She's not a big body man.
No, she's not. She only married as much as she has to.
What's the worst? Right, I know from day one you better begin it.
Oh, absolutely. She's very nice lady. She actually way on Paddock. It's a straight third, so that's why she's so well.
You've got the right man aboard your husband. He's a great horse. He might just get it settled that because I was watching her at the back of the gate and she was on edge again.
Yeah, she's always on edge. She was very well today. I was actually hoping that she wasn't underdone. We had to back off a fair bit after the Gold Coast run, but yeah, Maddie knows her well and he just keeps as calm as possible.
You double a ton code the other day, the stable's going. You've got a lot in with too, haven't you?
Yeah, there's 70 in there at the moment. That's enough. But yeah, no, the stable's all well.
Like me.
Only
Well done. Let the husband do the rest of it. They're a great team. Samantha Ryan, she was Samantha Munro. She outrated Maiden.
Okay, yeah.
Very good rider. And she married Buddy McGarren. She got away to riding. Buddy didn't want to ride. Get away last night. We're trained, doing a good job. Yeah. Sticks was good again. Yeah. Look at these sorts. That's what I said. It was second four in. The 7, Vacillation, former Victorian horse, got over a bit of ground, followed him. Speedy Target knocked up, but the horse to follow out the race is the 7.
Yeah, definitely. He's the horse that could probably step up to 1200.
The George Statement carried up the 60.
Pretty early and was able to get through it. It's too strong.
Run out 276 race from the take break on the side, we'll have county yard race 3. I think Sunshine Coast will more choice.
This is the fourth one. It's a 1400 meter benchmark 66. The odds are 4, 2, 3, and 1. 4 is the favorite. It's a 435. It's a 435. The problem is the jockey. They are probably the best hands here. Hands down, they're probably the best hands. So, this. The thing is, you know, the moment it is like 435 and all that, I kind of, I go a little shaky. I don't know what to believe because a safe zone is from, you know, up till 260, 270 at the tops. At the top. A safe zone is about 250, 260, 270 at the top. This is 435. It's the favorite. I have nothing to say. It's in the best hands. There's a lot of thing going on, and I like what this, the way things are. I don't doubt the favorite, but I also don't like the favorite. This is okay. It's like that. It is through the rails. It's the favorite. It is all that. But the problem is, look. Firstly, the presence of this horse, number 10, is very weird. I don't know why we don't have any data on this. I don't know. The jock also is neutral. The horse is neutral. The jock is neutral. So probably they do not have a chance. But still, we do not have anything on that horse. The 4 is the favorite. Now the chances are, if we look through the BBs, all right, that 11 is a check. That 11 is a check. Why? Because it's also in good hands. It is also in good hands. And this one is under a lot of pressure. This one, the 11 has 10 races. It probably has not done much, but here ideally the it looks a little weird. I'm not, I mean, this is the larger drift. Why is it here is I don't understand. This is never here. It has to be down here. It's here within the rails. The 3 is the second horse pool, but the second horse pool is never within the rails. It has to be out of the rails. This is a tricky position. That also went with the odds. That also went with the odds. The second horse pool is never within the odds. So That 11 is a check. I don't want to get into it. I'll be out. I don't understand this. The 4 is the favorite. I mean, I do understand, but I don't like it. I don't like the way things are. It looks like when it looks too good, that's probably not. I mean, everything looks too good. The outer drift is also within the rails. And I do not like both these horses. The number 10 I don't understand, and number 11. PC 5, Sunshine Coast.
She's still marks going on the outside, about 5 lengths off them. So Zane down the side in front of 3 laps in. Second, Desert Legend. Third, Crusher, third on the inside, who show up Norm. A length and a half to Roxanne passing now. Then they can head back the inside. So Zane's just in front. Desert Legend, the outside second. A length and a half away first. Crusher. Roxanne's making ground out wide on the track and further back to show up Norm. But Desert Legend's grabbed the lead. Zaira's trying to go with Desert Legend, but Desert Legend broken clear. Crusher running home fairly. Roxanne down the outside, but Desert
Come
Legend's
on.
in front. Roxanne's finishing
Oh, yeah.
outside. But still in front, Desert Legend. Length in front. Roxanne trying hard, but Desert Legend. Desert Legend. And the last one was shown.
Desert Legend has defied a significant betting drift from red odds to Wellington black odds to get the cash for Louise White and Boris Thornton. Boris would have been having flashbacks there at about the 100-metre mark, but he could hear the footprints of Roxette starting to warm up down the outside. But as opposed to the previous race, Boris's horses found enough to hold on and break that Maiden at start number 9. Desert Legend 250 across to 280 on the coast. Has gone off 250 on the QAP. Similar fixed odds we've had. And 5 Roxette, the money horse, 11 into 420, settled last, had nothing take her into the race. She had to do all the work herself, and she has certainly lost no admirers in running second. Boom Prussia had to run the race under CJ Graham, will wind up in third, and the 4 Living Rebet has run fourth for Vishan Mankaya and Sean Paul back front. That win had been coming for Desert Legend. Some steady improvement rewarded today on the poly track. Those numbers across the line in race 3, 2, 5, 1 and 4. As we head down to Graham and Taylor, covering the big meeting at Wagga Australia.
Race 4 here is the Sandbar Guineas Prelude over 1400 metres. Short price favourite is 4 Rose. Nick Hayward shoots for 3. The top one, Cosmic Coco, for Suko with us.
He looks excellent. He really got my eyes into the yard. This horse, this is his first run with Craig. He was formerly with the Moody Colony stable. So he's been fresh in the month with that stable change. I thought his last start effort packing him over in a benchmark 64, so over the mile was quite good. He got himself up on the speed and he loomed and looked to win halfway down the straight and just ran down just the last 100. So I think back to 1400 is a good chance.
He was duplicated our last start winner and the second favourite in the market here of $4. Both with Dougal and Monica Hutton.
Lovely on the smash. She's on a week's back up. That's why it's like
Bad ride from Goodbye.
She gets back on quick speed.
2 is getting tail.
second up from a spell down inside with JVO was $7.50.
Another horse that looks excellent. He's a very good looking horse. So he was a big favourite first up in Melbourne over the 1300, but I did think he warranted being favourite there with a bit against him. He was off the bridle a long way from home, but he was very strong through the line, but just under a length and a half. I probably still prefer him over a touch further, but you know he'll be strong late.
The favourite looked particularly well, Caleb. Small Rose, $1.95, $70, $65 inside the door. Form's been franked.
That's exactly right. Spicy Lou. They beat the rest. She's obviously beaten by Spicy Lou, but they beat the rest by about 6 lengths. She's very consistent. She gets barrier one. For a pretty lightly framed filly, she's really holding her position well the whole way through. She is.
5 War Paint. I think this horse can run a race at big odds. Coleman and Lever.
Yeah, lovely gelding, isn't he? You've got a lot of time for him. The second up off 9-week letter. First up, he found the 1200 a touch short. He did find him fine line well. The 1400 definitely.
That's a beautiful horse, that 5 color. 1400 meter 5.
Lengths in the Southern District to qualify here at Wagga, and then next start went to a benchmark 65 over the mile at Canberra, and I thought was only fair there. Look, I'm of the opinion he probably hasn't quite come back at its best.
The 9 is Pussyfoot here. Amy O'Driscoll and Michael Travers last start winner.
Yeah, I've got a bit of time for her as well. I actually really wanted to find a spot for her. I thought first out, which was 6 weeks ago, she was excellent. It was a terrific ride by Amy O'Driscoll, who retained some ride again today. She got back, had to weave a run down the straight. She only just got there on the line. Her only other winners come at the 1400, so getting out to the 1400, if she can ride her the same, I think she's a good chance.
Then his turn left. Last start winner, Claire Red's boss, Joseph Jones.
That was at start 2. That was a perfect run. He transited Cowra there. She was good enough to break her Maiden. I think that race didn't have much depth, so she definitely has to improve again.
The 11 is King Zara, another last start winner. This one for Martin Stein and Jason Myers.
So that was at start 10. He was able to break his
PC, that thing is getting tailed. It has the best jockey, but it is getting tailed. It's a 3-year-old filly. I don't doubt that, but it's...
So this one is pretty short rows, $1.60 from $1.95, duplicate $3.90.
Overall, it doesn't look good, PC. This one, it is not looking good. Overall, it is not looking good. It doesn't... It's not giving me that right vibe. And the 2 is good. It's got a league race. It's with one of the best jockeys. The best jockey, actually. It's with one of the best jockeys. But somehow, this entire thing looks a little sketchy.
This horse is in the market's better. Good luck, Danielle.
I mean, that's just my personal thought. I'm just sharing my. I'm out. I'm not going to get into it.
$1.55 now. I've got it on Tom Rose. The form's been franked from yesterday. We'll see how.
So about that 5, okay. Let's. I'll just about that 5. That 5. So this 3, I'm already feeling a little dicey. I don't know what the 3 is going to do. That 5 is the color, and it is the second highest drift, which is rightly placed. It is the color, and it is the second highest drift. And that's a beautiful horse. That 5 is a beautiful horse. I mean, the drifts are never within the odds. That's something that I have learned in a very hard way. I went with a couple of drifts that were within the odds, within the rails, and it backfired so badly.
just a matter of trying to mould it up maybe on Holland later on, or just have a trifecta or a first four or something like that. But it's definitely the one there is on the screen. Is Cambridge shoots for 3 straight, taking up to about 75 inches this season if he is successful.
And you're right, PC. The 2 is way better than the 4. The 2 is way better than the 4. But the 2 is getting tamed. It's got the physics, it's got everything, it's in good hands as well.
So try and not see something cross. If something was to cross, it could be Cosmic Coco, who's been right up to speed in all these Victorian rounds. So that the muscles are really good and sort of natural speed. Turn left might not be too far away. Kings are. Say that, and he's going to be really speed too. They might try and be a bit of some wings and come with 2 slightly plain runners this time around. And he might just be at his best from the soft draw if he can hold the closest one.
I mentioned about
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, it's not a strong linear. It's a linear, but it's not a strong linear. A linear has to be strong. But that also differs, I mean, from track to track. They do not have the right quality of horses. Like at Randwick, we get most of the linears within 280. Those are the linears within 280. Here it is. I doubt. I think this total thing looks very sketchy. Firstly, the presence of that 11 and the 10. The 11.
Successful, but like every year, I just thought I would make it look good. They were last year, that's actually so plenty of good racing across the country for the next week. So on Thursday, Friday, Grandstand forward. Now for the racing program, just in mind, lecture races coming up. Race 5 is
and that 5 has a place. That's definite. That 5 is going to get a place. It's a dangerous one.
The top one, $9.15. Wings of Carmen, big odds out of $41. Pussy Foot came and gave it a bit of a push. The draws wide, 26s. 23 is out of 41s for turn left, the last start winner, and another last start winner was there at $41. So plenty of value in these horses. Outside of our favourite Rose, as the line's almost complete for race 4. With Rose, silly course, 145 to go. So we've seen a few starts here. Very short price favourite here. They're off. She came away well. Rose edged in the first few. Turned left with the first one to begin. Rose, Kings are and Wings of Carmen going between runners to take up the run. So Wings of Carmen's going to lead. Turn left, Rose second and third. And then Kings are in fourth. Project Coco fifth from Maiden.
Then Duke from Coursey Foot gets it over along the inside. Duplicate is now second last. 900 to go. Vincent Carmen's in front. Rose popped off the leader's back. It's in second. So turn left is now flushed out there. Third and 3 wide. Then Kins are the 750 from Cosmic Coco. Painted Duke Kelsey. Coursey Foot. Duplicate. Then Desert Opal's the last one. 600 to go. Vincent Carmen from Rose, the short prize favourite outside the leader and turn left. Eventually got onto the back of the leader in third from King's War Painted. Then came Cosmic Coco from Duke Calzini. Duplicate behind the wall, one stake turn. Pussyfoot just in front of it. Desert Opal's the widest. So Rose, 300 to go. Strode up to Vincent Carmen. Hit the front. Now running on was Pussyfoot and Duplicate coming down the outside. Rose's in front, but she hasn't quite put them away. Pussyfoot, Duplicate, King's War, Cosmic Coco on the far side. Rose's in front, 100 metres left to go. She's hanging on. Duplicate.
Two. BC.
Couldn't get it done.
Two.
Got her on the line. Third across the line. That'll be Vincent Carmen or Cosmic Coco. Then followed.
Boom. BC.
Turn left from Pussyfoot, Desert Opal and War Painted.
Boom. PC today, Bucephalus is sick. So
Head up on the line, but it looks like it has got there for the went that big and this other one that went second Rose.
boom is not going to work. I'm going to fix Bucephalus tonight.
A bit costly. One minute, 5 seconds.
Bucephalus went sick. Called in sick today.
Fit a big run there while this was down the outside.
If she gets, well, even if she doesn't get there, she's absolutely fine. Duplicate. They've got pretty quick up on the speed. Isn't it when she's in the way? Donations $1.55. Deserved favourite. That's Andy horses chasing when they were going the 2 gets the Duplicate.
2-4.
Well, I think so.
The plan came 2-4.
Down there, and they went on the speed. I thought she was running away quite well, but Duplicate most she has a terrific turn off the back of quick speed. And weeks back up was the only slight room. Haven't seen her do that before, but it held no concern to the weekend.
No, she's really in the zone. Good to see, no?
Fifth I thought, I'm surprised she was so far back. Like every turn earlier, I was like, getting like
It's surprised every time she's far back. She's like that.
I'm natural coming again. That's the first time we backed her up. I think we're going really well.
That's from 11 starts. Doing the ownership. The wife, of course, when she's going to get I'll be pretty happy.
Very happy, yeah. Tom was over there, he's very happy. No, it's great. We're great night, my bloke. He ran hard, he won at the right time. And no, it's great acceleration last night.
Backup was no problem. And the Guineas, here we come. And it's one of our first races there in about 2 weeks' time. But just what we're coming off from records for you, not.
Well, I've come, I think he's in a good month in about 20 minutes.
You have a few in there, Duplicate. What else we can bring you?
In the country major, this is not.
Well done. Can't forget there. You're about to be joined by Blake too.
Yeah, excellent. I think he's had a little bit to do with it, so Blake will come closer. Even a bit to do with her. Now she's a nice man.
That's not Philly. Yeah, I thought she was okay the other day against Loganfield, and she surprised me today. Yeah, with a tough assignment today, and obviously with the fall coming out of the second horse stakes winner yesterday, I thought it was going to be a beautiful.
We have probably seen her at her best at the moment off the back of a quick speed that she obviously got there. I know we spoke last Sunday at Gundagai about the fact that she might get out over a bit further, and that's in Norm's plans. Do you think she'll be just as effective a bit closer off the slower speed?
Yeah, I tried to be closer the other day, but I thought it was a long way further back than what I would have thought today, and she was too good. So I think, yeah, she seemed to race well, really right. as long as it's speed on it, we should finish up.
Yeah, good performance there. She's made it 2 wins in the space. The Wagga pays $4.60 to $1.45. Rose, every possible chance at $1.08. Wings of Karma running third at decent odds at $6, and Cosmic Coca running fourth. So the next race due to go in about 34 minutes' time is the Ascot Queen of the South, one of the lead-up races as well. One will return. Number 9, Von Holler is our favourite. For that man again, Blake McDougall and Donna Scott at $2.80. Welcome back to Grafton Race 4 here to Super Maiden run over the 1420. The big field here. We'll start with Jenny at top weight. Jenny Beasley rides Jason Riley, and you've got a Jay Stable. Go back 3 months ago, he was placed the golf, but that's good enough form for a race like this, and he did a good nick.
Yeah, he's got a 4-week freshen up too. Just he's actually just over now for the first run, Jason O'Reilly. Can't find him in the yard, his coat looks good, and see how he goes today.
Star Congo's not in the yard at the moment. The 2 will go to the 3 circles tournament. The 3, you can walk off Robert tonight, he got held up here, he seems to run into trouble, but he's a good in the yard. Not just punching along the like win one.
Yeah, well, he's pleased that day. About 9 placings out of 34 starts to get to win a race. Probably been a couple of times a bit unlucky where he could have won a race. He's a stumpy type of horse, and he's got a bit of a stomach on him, but he goes well.
You can asset the 4, 8 Thompson rides Marianne Brosnan. Marianne's only heading for the 1 run. He run outstanding at cost. And I'll tell you now, John, I think it's about 2 weeks better horse in the yard today.
Yeah, he is. I put him on top this bloke today. I think he looks good in the yard. His coat's good. And I think stepping up to 1400's perfect for this bloke today. I think he'll be in the finish. 5 Black Assassin ready with Young rides. Paul Campbell, lovely people. Lovely quiet horse. He's got a great skin about him. Didn't have a lot of luck the other day. He has had a few chances to win, but just perfect in the yard today. Good gate, good job. Yeah, good job. Yeah, that's the key with this bloke today. He draws barrier 1. He's a horse that gets back. Steps up to the 1400 today. Might be too far away from him. And Matty McGarra from barrier 1 on the back market. That's drop year 1 on. You're riding well.
6-8 or you consider watch having man Rory former Victorian horse. He's had 2 runs back this time. He's got a lot of the condition wise, so we must get improvement with you today.
Yeah, he's running really well. He Grafton his time 2 runs before he went out for his spell. Both runs now, I think, have just been fitness runs. He steps back into the 1400 again today, 3rd up today. Expect a big improvement from him.
Starlight, she's the 7 Emily Far rides and Adelaide. She's got a chance to win one. She's got a quick back up from Tuncurry 6 days ago.
Yeah, she got back in the line. That was probably the best run for quite some time. If she could back that up again, she might be able to fill in the minors.
And you've got strong latte, the $8 young Rod Shannon and Williams. It's another little there that was yet to shot. The former Victorian, 3 months with the new yard. I'd like to see a little bit improvement with her, but certainly she's okay in the yard.
Yeah, she's fit enough in the yard. She's had those 3 runs back there. Yet to do much at all those 3 runs. Maybe come back to the 1400, I don't know, but I'll be happy to watch her today.
Nice for the Alley Cat Sarah, the 9, Jim Newman rides Matty Guns. On debut, she's at 1410. She's had 7 trials, 6 in Sydney. One of the trials were okay. I didn't mind a Bogus at trial the other day. And obviously he says, well, most of the time running in 1,012 bucks, but it's not a good thing.
Yeah, she is, and I thought the last trial was showed a little bit of oomph there where she got back and she won't come around and she was working for the line. So I think today up to the 1400, I think that's why Matty's runner. He just wants to run a good race. I reckon she's got a half a chance.
And you've got Lily to fly at the 10, Brendan Arena rides Michael Morris. Philip's got Lucas going on. We beat 3, beat 8 at the 10, so we could see an improvement with her.
Yeah, at the both runs, just hope those wickets can switch it back on again. I can't find her in the yard. She rides quite well, and she might improve stepping up to the 1400.
I've got the single filly again. Cairo Queen in the 11. Julia Bussetton rides for Michael Lakey. Harry, such a post-stage scratch. Not over big girl, but I just like the way she kicked away the other day. There's no excess on her. She was boxed up.
Yeah, she's small and light, and she doesn't carry any condition at all. Both runs, she was, caught wide with excuses there. She draws that 3 gate today. She should get a perfect run from that, and she might run a credible race.
And you've got Lady Alabama, the 12, Stephen Cummings rides for probably Clapping. Probably didn't handle the heavy today. She gets a wet track. Nice and thick though.
Yeah, I thought the first up run of Grafton was very good there behind Platinum Gift. I think like you said, Gary, the heavy track was no good for her the other day. So back on a soft track today, she should have gone well.
I know, he's in the yard now, he's a monster. Star at Congo for 2, Casey Adams rides. So Ray Hartley been in, he's been out, he's been scratched. boys at big horse too. He's a monster. He's been a bit of a handful, but he's lovely, big strong one.
Yeah, he is. There's a horse, I watched him in that Beaumont trial, and it looks like he's a big, lanky horse that wants 2,000 metres, and he got back and worked home in that trial. He was under pressure from the top of the straight, but I just think he might want to fraction further.
5-4-9-2, like I said, he's big. Really, he's got a lovely go. Jockey. I know he's had a few chances to win, but I love him. I love the way he rated the so before at Centre, he's having it the one on the very front, going in the yard. I saw him 5 weeks ago when he ran second up, so a smart one. He's improved probably 1 or 2 legs. He saw a lot better. Coach-wise condition. I had to move this really up here. Sarah at 9, right? Breaks Billy on the gets 3 on 6 balls, Sydney at 1 for that Anthony. Started on the hugs in the vehicle when he came in the yard. I hope he settles down, but he's got 14, or even a mile or 2,000 late ring. He's only had 2 starts to a new stable. He's had a long break, like I said, he had him in and had him out. That many times it hadn't been funny. 5-4-9-2, John.
Yeah, I'm 4, 12, 5 and 9. I'm going to stick with the 7. I'm really happy with this horse, how it graded in the yard. I think the Crofts Harbour run over 1,200 was excellent. Had a good 6-week freshen up. I think the 1,400 today is drafted. Is what this horse is screaming out to. So just needs a little bit of luck from that barrier 80 for Thompson. This nice run. I think he'll be very good. The 12 in Lady Alabama, I thought the first time running Grafton was excellent. Hit a heavy track the other day here. Didn't suit back to a softer track today. It should run much better. The 3 in black, the 5 in black assassin, sorry, he'll need a very, very good ride for Matty McGarren from that one day today. He's also set back in the field. If Matty McGarren can ride well, which he will do, he could be a big danger in the field. And I put the Alamatic Sarah in for 4th. I thought the last trial focus presented showed me good signs that 1,400 might be her go first up. 4, 12, 5.
I want to black assassin a bit more support. He was $2.30 this morning, Chad. Got a $2.15 now. It said was $2.40 this morning, $2.90 now, so it's on the trip. Our second favourite. Let's find out a little bit more. It said the 4, our second favourite with his jockey and Aiden Thompson.
Aiden, you jump on this 114. It's probably the right distance for this horse today.
Yeah, definitely. To 14 now. It'll be a tricky barrier, but if you can overcome that, it's going to be really strong late. Just like to be a little bit handier than last time round, which obviously this track might just play a little bit leaderish today. So if we can be handy from the alley and get a bit of luck, it's going to be very, very competitive.
Mate, you've got a beautiful ride in race 6 with Nickelback. It can be a bit tricky this bloke, but his run last start in town probably should have only won. Just was a bit unlucky about the 300 metre run.
Yeah, this horse is super well placed here today. I think this is the race for him to win. And look at last start, absolute lovely run. Hit the line well. If you can do that here today, well, I think it should be very close to winning.
From that barrier 3, was back to the last start. Well, you're trying to have a fraction closer from that barrier.
Yeah, look, I don't want to put him on his comfort zone, but if we can just be a little bit handier, then I think he bounce, put himself there, maybe have a bit closer. He's got to strike the line very, very well.
Yeah, let's hear from Jeff Newman. She rides Alan Sarah.
Right out, check this finish. Well tried up. She had 6 in the Sydney trial. And that was going to do one. She wanted to trial up really good at Low Desert.
Yeah, no, her trial at Low Desert was impressive. She handled it very well. I think she's had a few trials now that I think stepping up to the 1,400 today, she should run.
See what Maddie's probably looked at. She's went for speed at the trials at 1,000 and 900. It's a waste of time if you go around in those battle 14.
Yeah, I think she handled it well. She's been working well at home. She's feeling good, so I think 1,400 will go on today.
Right, much fight right the top 8 major rally, but first up in town.
Yeah, it was a tough race there, and I'm not sure he liked the track too much. I think the soft ground will help him today a lot, and I think he should run a good race.
Beautiful setting up record, you know, Jen.
Yeah, so he's impressed me at home as well. I do love running.
Push forward on here, mate.
I think we want to be at speed, maybe just behind it. I think we have okay gates, so I think it should be.
You might feel like you were in class. Just thought this man's been a little bit disappointing this break. Would I be right or wrong?
Yeah, this is a bit disappointing. I think expected a bit more from her, but hopefully today she will switch on.
She races good.
Yeah, she does. So hopefully today she'll better handle the track.
Yes, been a good third here. Black Assassin's into $2 now. $2.30 this morning. $2. That's it. Heard from Maiden Thompson a while ago. $2.30, $3.40. Just Jet's little Ellie Cat Sarah has just got that slight third, the 9. $8.750, $7.650 now, but $1.15 you're looking. Black Assassin. 5, 4, 9, 2.
Yeah, I'm 4, 12, 5, 9 here, steering for race 4 after.
Down to a 7. We started on the 6. The sun's been shining. 7 was up there as the starter. And Peters around in front of the stalls. Favourite, Black Assassin. Red colours, 1420 with the rail up, with lights on. It's by Black Assassin for the inside, a set Cairo Queen came out quickly. Boom Flyer fast away and hustled along, goes looking for the lead. At the end of a couple of 100 metres, Boom Flyer is blinking for the first time today and is fired up to charge to the front by 3 lengths over a set, with Jed going to third. Lady Alabama fourth on the inside of Cairo Queen. Star of Congo travelling 3 deep, coming out of the back. A length and a half to Black Assassin, settling a touch worse than midfield on the inside of Amalike Cat Sarah. 2 lengths to Strong Late, 1 to Par. Torp and Storm in second last, and Star Lacey whipped them in 700 metres from the judge. Boom Flyer rolling along, 3 lengths clear of the set on the inside of Jed. 2.5 lengths Lady Alabama, the red colours. Then Cairo Queen. Amalike Cat Sarah coming to the outside. Black Assassin sticking to the rail and looking to get through on the inside as they turn. A set went to Boom Flyer, hit the lead, 300 metres out. Jed runs to second. Black Assassin clear now. Amalike Cat Sarah on the outside, a set in front of the 150. Jed and now Black Assassin coming after a set in front. There's gas in the tank. Black Assassin will be too late. A set beat Black Assassin. Lady Alabama from the back. Cairo Queen and Like Sarah finished deep out. Jed got towed. And then Star Lacey Strong Latte, followed by Par, Star of Congo, Turpin Stormit, and Boom Flyer. Well, the blinkers fired that filling up.
Rightio, well, he drifted into the betting. He run really good. Close over. Right to Mary Gosden. We haven't seen Mary down here for a long time. She got down going for Close over not long ago. She gets another going there last week. But yeah, nice win. Well, get his chance back to Sussex. Just get one home, can he?
He'll eventually get one. He's just got to get this right.
Right, this is what is going on. The 5th one here at Waga. So that 9 is the favorite. 9 has the best jockey that's there, but best jockey here actually won. And 9 is the favorite. It has the best jockey, but it is in neutral. Here, this one was not a neutral. This was an advantage. Here, it's an assumption. I don't know this. The second favorite is 7, which is the linear, which has got 1 race. And the pressure is sky high. That pressure is sky high for a filly that's got only 1 race. That's a lot of pressure. It's in good hands, but that's how the thing looks like. 9, this, I don't know whether it'll win. It doesn't look like. I mean, when we have that kind of a situation, like here, it was 146 on this, the 4. And it was not a great linear at the same time. Here, it is 271 for this. And this is a slightly better linear than this one. but it's got just one race. So these two, I don't know. I seriously have no clue what might happen. Either the 9 wins because of the jockey. Generally, neutrals do not win. All 3 horses are neutral. These 3 horses are neutral. The outer drift, which we have, is a 5-year-old mare, has got 26 races, did almost nothing. The other one has 29 races, almost did nothing. This one has 21 races, almost did nothing. That brings us to 8, which is an EW. But it has one of the worst jockeys. But this is a good horse. Out of all that circus is going on, this one is with no pressure, 5-year-old mare. It's still got some numbers, 12, 11. The gate speed is not at par with the rest, but it's a 1300 meter. This one has no pressure, but it's got a bad jockey. So 9 is the favorite. I don't know if PC has something on that 9, but it definitely doesn't have the physics. It's totally dependent on the jockey, and if the jockey wins, the jockey wins. This is looking very bad. This is not looking good. All 3 of them are not looking good. This is not looking. This is anybody's race, basically, and I don't know how this will play.
In the yard, his first time off a break without a trial. His first time figures are very strong. And look, you've got to just handle it. He handles the poly track. And still Henry wouldn't be running here, but if he would. So he's a big player. Number 4, 1 for Wazzy. No sign of him yet, so we'll grab him later on. Number 5, the low shade media on the next horse to have a look at. Paddock, Campbell, and Corey Sutherland. Corey taking 3 kilos off. The tongue tie goes on. He's come off. He just has to find 3 months back from a spell. His most recent effort was on the Gold Coast Poly. He had some excuses from a wide draw. He was wide note and over down the back, never got into the race. He's a big, strong horse. He probably takes a bit of racing to come to this time. But I can't back him on the way he's going. But he's certainly got a Brisbane show. Number 6 is an interesting runner, Chaparral Chase. We're keeping an eye on the market. There is a bit of a market move there for Tim Mason and Jimmy Byrne. First up from a spell, an easy time into Sunshine Coast trial. The Winkers go on for the first time. He's only lightly raced. He did tackle $125,000 before the spell and tried it out. Win in a couple of places up there on the turf. So another one that if he handles this ground on the track, he could certainly win the race. He looks really forward in the yard, and he's a nice looking horse. He's just going to go out there alongside the pony. So big watch on the 6 at this stage. There is a bit of a market push. We'll follow that right up until jump time. 7 Lone Force has also been a firmer today. Was the outsider this morning. Billy Healy teaming up with CJ Graham, and Lone Force is a high pace galloper. 2 runs back from the spell. Most recently tackled a Saturday race behind Vincent Starr that led them up. He's never raced on a track of any kind, so that is the query with him. He's a big, strong son of Sabu, and yet again, if he comes down on the surface, he can certainly run competition. While we've got them there, we might as well do the 4-1 for Wazza. He's just come into the yard. He's there with the park, and of course, he led the last start on the polytron a couple of weeks ago. It was only caught late by Surreal at $31. So if he can repeat that performance, no doubt he'll do this for a long time. Okay, we're just under 2 minutes out from jump time. Race number 4, the first leg of this afternoon's quaddy. So if you want to play the quaddy, now would be the time to get on. You can see the bills flashing up on your screen right now.
This rate's an interesting one because Bacamo, the 2, has been a drifter. They backed the 6 Chaparral Chase and they backed the 6 quite heavily. They've also backed the 7 Lone Force. So if you are looking for a well-backed runner to chuck into that first leg, the 6 and the 7, I can tell you, have been well-backed. It's been an interesting day so far. A couple of those decent punters have come off, a couple have only just missed. But betting on horses that haven't raced on this surface before, as the 6 and the 7 are, sometimes a bit of inside knowledge as far as galloping well on the track before, winning a jump out on this track before, whatever that may be, to give you enough of a steer in that direction. But mine with the 2 Bacamo, 2, 6, 4 and 3, because I know I've seen him on this track twice and he really likes this surface. He's got a lovely barrier, tipped for an aggressive jockey. I think she'll send this horse forward, Bacamo. He's deep into his prep, he's fit, and the others are going to be good enough to beat him. Number 6, Chaparral Chase, was the one I was looking for the market move, and boy, oh boy, we had a market move. 550 into 340 and continuing to tumble in. The winkers are on for the first time. First up off a quiet trial, looked outstanding in the 6. Number 4, One for Was, been a big drifter. Was that last start second year behind Cirillo and a fluke? We're about to find out. And number 3, Loose Unit, has been a marginal drifter, 380 out of 420 for Stewie Kendrick. First up, no trial, but Paul and Taylor look for the ride. Is a positive booking. I left out the 7 Lone Force, a little bit concerned about that with the market move, but he's never raced on a poly track before, but he is coming back to a much stronger Saturday Class 1 at Eagle Farm behind Winston Star. So no surprise if Lone Force justifies that market support. All right, hopefully you've got those quantings on, or at least got your bets on for this race, race number 4, because we're about to get started. Josh, let me call the action. I'll hand it over to Josh.
Lone Force as well. Chaparral Chase to go forward at the last one to do the 1400. So here's the one horse going in, and the light turned on. Loche Meteor, the roughing drawn in. Chaparral Chase who's drawn out. Racing, and away well was Loche Meteor, but Carmo likewise, and 3 wide Loose Unit, 4 wide Lone Forces going on. Chaparral Chase will balance up second last outside, 1 for Was It. So Lone Force out, 3 wides in front, second Loose Unit. Third the inside Bacamo, a little bit fired up there, Chaparral Chase, but going forward up into 4th. Veloce Meteor shuffle right back at 1 for Was It. Goes forward quickly out 3 wide. So Lone Force in front, 1 for Was on the outside, looming up to grab the lead away from it now. They boot away by 3, third of Loose Unit. Back to 4th is further back for Carmo. A length and a half to Chaparral Chase, 5th and second last, and spots at speed about 6. And Veloce Meteor is last of all. So 1 for Was is away from the fence in front, second Lone Force. A length and a half to Loose Unit. Bacamo the inside. Further back to Chaparral Chase, easing up 3 and 4 wide to try and make some ground. And right towards the outside, Veloce Meteor inside the 350. Lone Force in front. Loose Unit. Veloce Meteor down the outside. Bacamo trying to wade through. Chaparral Chase is surely too far back. Loose Unit driving through. Inside Lone Force. Bacamo trying to come home late. The outside Veloce Meteor. The inside Lone Force. Bacamo, Loose Unit, Lone Force just in front. Lone Force has won from Bacamo, Loose Unit, and Veloce Meteor. Chaparral Chase runs second last, and the last one was 1 for Waga.
Number 7, Lone Force, has landed some good bets, 8 into $4.40 under CJ Graham for Billy Healy, and has definitely won first across the line. Number 2, Bacamo, was squeezing through a narrow split the entire straight and has gone down by about a head into second. And then we had the 3 Loose Unit and the 5 Veloce Meteor. A line of 4, as you can see, driving to the line. But CJ in those yellow sleeves, yellow cap, has held on to win. We'll try and get a look at the head-on. Obviously, they're racing tight, those 4 horses. There might have been a bit of jostling. Here we go now. You can see CJ's on the inside turning for home. Bacamo in the black colours gets across the heels of Lone Force, and then meanwhile, Loose Unit in the Stuart Henry colours and Veloce Meteor and Adam Campbell's colours join in. So we'll have a look at the head-on down the straight. Lone Force in front but shifting out. You've got Bacamo challenging, and then you've got Loose Unit. They get tight there, and they get quite tight. There's a bit of a bump. Loose Unit pops some there, and then the late dive by Bacamo. So, look, I'm on the runner-up. I'll be holding the ticket just in case.
but maybe it's a little bit ambitious. 7, 2, 3, and 5. The numbers across the line. It's a close finish. 7, 2, 3, and 5. If we hear any more, I'll send it straight down the line. Time to move on to Wagga.
Here we go for the first leg of the quarter at Wagga. Race number 5 on the program. It's the Ascot Queen of the South Prelude, benchmark 58, 1300 metres. Now we lost the top one as a late stretch of Dream Inherit, and we lost the 2. That leaves us with the last start winner. Breakaway week to lead us out for Gary Kirk up from Tegan Mark.
She's a lovely little mare. She always parades very well, and she returned in really good order where she sat on the speed at Golden, and she tried really hard to knock her down and be able to win there in benchmark 58. And this is slightly harder, but she gets a chance to go on with it from the draw.
And that young Olivia Kirk up there doing the scrubbing duties. Get changed up from the inside. Norm Garner already the winner in the previous, and Claire ran lots of rides. So 59.5, that's enough weight for it even after the climb.
It is, and there's not a lot of her. She's got a terrible racing style. She gets about 200 metres up the second last horse over a mile, so I don't know how far she'll be back here over the 1300 off a 7-week ladder. But she does always find the line very strongly. She's certainly at her best over a mile, 2000 metres.
7 is Jado, it's our second favourite, $3 is $3.20. Danny Beasley doing the scrubbing duties there. Pierre Buckle Rise, 1 start for a win, and resumes today.
And resumes very fit, which we want to see. She's obviously tucking 1300 from a wide draw first up here. She's hard to knock, only had the 1 start last preparation when she led and sprinted well to be able to just win there. She did fall in over the 1200, so I have a few concerns with her 60
Looks very fit. One of the best about 8 Sweet Paris, $11 chance. Keep it over 7 home out. It's got not about some chance there, though.
I agree. Another very hard try there. I thought her 2 runs back this time around had been good. Last start, she ended up about 3 pairs back, and she just could have run past 3 of the horses that settled in front of her in the run. With the right run here, which she needed to luck from the draw, you know she'll find that.
9 is Bon Hollow. It is our favourite. And beat back 360, 270, 280, 270 again for Blake McDougall. Wrote our previous winner. 2 starts, a win and a fifth.
Yeah, she's nice there, isn't she? She was excellent in her debut at Albury. And then last start comes out of the Spicy Good Rose race where she was supposed to ride on that deteriorating track. She just couldn't sprint with them, but still held her ground well for 4th. I reckon they might try and ride a little bit closer to the run today, and with not a lot of speed underneath her, she can really do the first 4. She doesn't very hard to beat.
10 is Lucy Lulu. Don't discount the horses. Chances $12 chance for Gary Cole. Should leave it with a few rides at the start.
Yeah, she's a nice man. She certainly showed more than enough. I thought she was a little bit plain last start, being 4 lengths, 1,200 metres behind an Adventure Seeker. I just worry she may be coming to the back end of her first race of that discipline one.
Last start winner is Remedosi, horse number 11, Brody Lawyer for Joseph James, $6 home.
Yeah, I thought on top, look, she definitely doesn't bring strong form lines, but I like the way she's going about racing. She's a very raw filly. Her first start was did a lot wrong, but finally well in 4th. Then she took great improvement from first to second start to be able to still do a lot wrong and let down really well to win what was a pretty ordinary maiden. But I like the way she keeps improving and the natural ability she's showing. I think she can make the step up.
13 is Mayfair Hotel, just books it, and also Peter claims $41, second running.
So first preparation did Pete, too. It's got the train to Lane Carroll. She's beaten 6 lengths first up at Waga at the 1200. I thought it wasn't too bad of an effort for a middle distance horse resuming. She'll probably still be looking for a touch further on.
And the 14 is Box of Crackers at $18 for John Ben over there and Kelly.
That's quite well. I thought she's been playing back in the run over the 1,000 metres in the last 2 starts. She may need a quiet ride from an awkward draw here, but if she finds the line the way she has been over 1,000 metres, I think the 13 will help her.
The 14, as we said, is the last one in the parade. So our favourite here is Bon Holler, horse number 9, 360 to 270. Ahead of Jado, $3 to $3.10. I've gone that way. I've made it 9 on top. Bon Holler from the 7, which is Jado. The 10 Lucy Lulu, a bit big odds. Today she is a $12 chance, probably overs from the 11 Remedosi. So I've made it 9, 7, 10 and 11.
The 11 Remedosi, the 7.
Liam out. I don't know if PC is playing this, but Tricky, tricky one.
So Jado was first up from the spell. It's our second favourite at 3-10. Caleb with 11, a good thing at 9, 7 and 8. Danny Boosley always trying to catch up with Danny. You've got this horse, Jado, going around. First up from the spell, we chatted the other day. Dan, what are you expecting?
Just like she knows that she's trained most of the physically a lot stronger, really now. Like from first progression, she really grown.
Okay.
Quite strong. Yeah, so
Play. It's wild, but here is how it looks like. That 7 is already getting tailed. It's got a huge pressure on it. So, see, 9 has the best jockey. Lee. You either go with a horse or a jockey. Here it is like this. They all are neutral horses. 9 is the favorite because of the jockey. 7 has just one race. It's a deadly pressure on that horse. A reasonable place could be 8. A reasonable place could be 8. That's an EW probably.
Ready for overseas, basically, don't you?
yeah, very good friend from Paddock.
It's got no pressure. One of the best BBs. It's an EW anyway. Seven Waga. These tracks, they they make it so impossible to work with. They'll bring in everything: cows, donkeys, morons, butterflies.
You're looking very fit still, Danny. Since you're retired, obviously training now, and time comes for everyone, but you're obviously enjoying the training, missing parts of the riding.
Sometimes you do, but I still like to do work. To train know where it comes from. Is staff is a huge issue. So you find yourself, like people said, I haven't joined timing. I never worked so hard in my life. So it's but luckily you love success all over the moment.
Let's get Jado out here. Get that protest at Sunshine Coast, of course, second verse first. All the best, Danny.
Thanks, mate.
He's got our favourite now, Carl, second favourite, so it's going to be hard to beat Bonhoeffer and Jado pretty close to the market here.
Yeah, and I was just keeping my eye on her. She did pull away from the pony about halfway around, and it looked like she was a bit reluctant to get on the group again. So she has taken sweet time getting around there, but alongside the pony, she seems to be trotting quite well there. Certainly positive comments from you, from Danny there about her. I didn't actually think she's to defend the win from a wide draw. Yeah. 60 kilos, but with a few scratchings here, it's taken a lot of pressure out of the race, and I think that might see her find the front quite comfortably. We saw her show pretty good early speed on debut here, so if she jumps and runs, well, first of all loads up, and then jumps and runs, I think she can find the front. And it sounds like she'll take a bit of running down. Lucy Lulu probably won't be too far away. Breakaway week always holds a bit of a spot. Sweet green, perhaps
So this race kicks off our quaddy numbers here for this first leg at 9, 7, 10, 11. Then I've made it 1, 7 and 8. I've gone 2, 7, 4 and then 7, 4. That's right.
Yeah, the first leg up on 11 at 9, 7, 8. So my first four numbers. The second leg I shortened up 8, 9, third leg, I thought was by far the toughest. I've got 3, 12, 2, 9, and I threw in 7, our favourite after the great. That's the town plate preview race, obviously. And then the last leg, I shortened it up with just the 4 and 7, our first and second favourite there. So as well as
So we've still got a few out the back there for this first leg of the quad. Another one of our feature races, the Queen of the South, to be followed by the Murrumbidgee Cup. Winning you're in the Wagga Cup. The following race, the Town Plate Prelude. Winning you're in the Town Plate, of course. The Queen of the South, winner this goes straight in as well. So we've got a couple of horses that have won their last start. We've got Breakaway Week, one that's start one resuming. We've got Jado, who's 1 from 1. Ron Holler won a stake, then ran 4th, and Remidosi, who's had 2 starts for a 4th. And I win. This horse is still circling around there at 1,300 metres. So our first leg of the quaddy, good luck with 7. Changed around now. Here they go again. $3 into $2.50. So the late money has come from Jado, and Bon Holler is $3.60, $3.30. Other than these, the 11 and Remidosi, who was $6 out to 7. This horse is circling around for this 5th race in the program. Swing Peru, the Kim Davis runner for Homeo Driscoll, $12 out to 14. Of course, you can see on screen there, this Remidosi for Brody Lloyd. Nick Haywood off to a flyer in the Jockey Challenge. He's already on 8 points, so he's well up.
but it's on its way home as well. So the rest
Will it be enough?
chance. It certainly could be. But they do with a couple of good rides left. Our favourite here, as Danny very well alluded to, just proved a bit difficult to load on, or she just she seems to best behave herself in there.
Well, we'll soon know. We'll head up to Anthony for one of our features, the Queen of the South Prelude.
In the meantime, Gotcha. Broke around Gotcha with another one that's slow. They might have got that filly up, Jado. I can see a red cap in the gate, so they might have got her in. Remidosi about to come forward. This one, Joseph Paul and Matt Jones. They went within about a head of a neck. They have a major upset yesterday, running second in the Oaks. Amazing training effort to get that filly to run a career pick, and she shook the life out of the Oaks. Seen any of the team on track today, they're giving themselves the day off. It's just done what looks good. I could be wrong though. Now, Bon Holler coming forward. Sweet Paris, box of crappers. So 2 to load. So they've loaded pretty quick after they got that Jado in, which was holding us up. But she's loaded and she's very well backed here. Late Jado into 2:30 now. Denny Beasley prepares for the Frenchman, Pierre Boudvilla. They're just about all set. The Ascot, what a ripping mare she's been. The Queen of the South Prelude. Jado, heavily backed favourite, Black Jacket, Red Cap. What about the middle? They're off. Box of crappers flew out of the gates. Jado, on the other hand, came out in 4th position. Bon Holler in 2nd. Lucy Lulu was passed now by Jato, who gets up to 3rd and now 2nd. Remidosi back in 5th position. Breakaway Weeks in 6th. Gatchin 7th. Sweet Paris back 8th. And the last one is Mayfair Hotel. 900 metres left to go. So Jato, she worked her way to the front here. Box of crackers in 2nd. Bon Holler's in 3rd and Lucy Lulu 4th on the back of the leader. Then Remidosi from Gatchin. Breakaway Weeks. Sweet Paris. And it's passed by Mayfair Hotel. So Jato's had a pretty soft one. She found the lead. They really left her alone. And 600 to go. Box and Crackers a length away 2nd. Now Bon Holler comes up 3 wide for her run on the point of the home turn. Lucy Lulu from Gatchin, Remidosi, Breakaway Week, Mayfair Hotel and Sweet Paris. So Jado should have a good kick. She hadn't cheeked through the middle stages. Bon Holler's run to her. Box of Crackers and Lucy Lulu on the far side. Jado in front. Bon Holler though throwing down a big challenge. Past the 200. Bon Holler went to Jado, hit the lead. It's Bon Holler in front. 100 metres left to go. She's opening up the shoulders now. And this is a soft win for Bon Holler. Gatchin ran 2nd. Jado ran 3rd. Sweet Paris from the back from Remidosi. And then Mayfair Hotel, Breakaway Week, Bon
9-9.
and Lucy Lulu.
Number 9 is our winner, Bon Holler. 3 starts now for 2 wins, and the owners absolutely love this horse. I'm pretty sure they've read her as well. Trained by Donna Scott Blake Nadeau gets 2 wins on the board. And a good performance by this 3-year-old filly by Holler, well named, out of our body. I'm sure the owner's bred this horse as well, Maryborough Lodge. I think he raised there. We caught up with down at Aubrey when she won on debut. A race she tried to throw away, but she still won. And then last start, she came out and ran 4 behind Spice and Blue. The horse ran second. Rose was beaten earlier, but that form's pretty good now. She better go and have a look at third.
Yeah, I saw it. Saw lunch lots, I think.
There we
And
go.
it already ran those sets around at Suffolk Coast, I think, but actually ran a good race again. But
9, 4, 7, and 10.
Was on that deteriorating soft track, and she just was wide and never on the track.
Jason.
Just not really got her feet up the hill and ground well enough. But I thought that was a good ride today. She jumped well enough, not as well as Box of Crackers, who appeared to get a head start there. She flew out, but she was able to get herself in the closest spot with not a lot of early speed underneath her. And she's been too good there. I thought there was certainly, that was a great run from the 4 Gatchet. For a mare that gets a long way back, she was great on fresh legs off the let up today. It's a bit closer to run and it's run on well, but I'll let you quickly catch up with Tom.
Yeah, this is a nice horse. We talked to the owners there at Aubrey, and they were pretty happy with her because I think she's a homebred. Is she their bredder or something they were telling me?
Yeah, they have. And yeah, look, they just rang me out of the blue and said, do you want to take this horse? And I said, yeah, for sure. And yeah, she's been something special about her right from the get-go. I really liked her. And, you know, that win first up, and then, yeah, she just didn't like the wet track. So it was good to see her put that form back on the board today.
From 3, you'll head back here in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, look, she's a 3-year-old though, and I always like when that's it. We were going to kind of play about running in the guineas, but obviously Blake had already been booked, and if he was booked on something, it must have been a chance to come out one. So yeah, we might have to throw a stump at the guineas race here over the carnival.
After the great mate Ron, he's our favourite in the play program.
Yeah, look, he seems to have pulled up well. And, just wish it wasn't a handful of out, yeah. That is the lad, but yeah, he's dropping back in distance, but he's won over it before. I don't think it should be too big a problem, so hopefully he can put another one on the board.
Back down to Aubrey, the Aubrey Cup on a Thursday this week.
Yeah, that's it. We might have a couple of runners there. We'll wait and see, but nothing in the big races. But we'll have a couple of runners there for sure.
I was winning one of our featured Queen of the South, taken out by Bon Holler there at 3:40. You got that favourite over the Grand Pound Play Premium. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Back to Grafton, this is race 5. Yeah, 82 ready. We're going over the 1190, the Brushgrove Hotel, Patriots Brushgrove Cup. So we get to this time, we know we're getting closer to the July Carnival. Let me tell you, Major Elliott's our top weight. Jim Human rides for Matty Gunn. He's at 1 run back. He got the Saturday Cup there, Eagle Far beat 6.2. He's been here twice for a win in the place. He got a brilliant second up record. He is one of the horses. I just watched him walk past me a minute ago. He got down all over him. He's a big, strong horse too, John.
Yeah, it's typical about his own horse, turned out very well. I think this horse got a great chance today. I went that horse for his run, so it always seems to run very well when he either leads or sits outside the leader. I think he gets that opportunity today in 3 kilos. With Jets playing through the 58, I reckon should be pushing him on the top of the court. The straight, he could win this race.
It's an interesting run, cool here. The two Billy Young Green rides with a lot of luck with a line, just perseveres. These horses with ability, with a problem or two. He's been off the scene 14 months, 2 trials. I thought he was sharper. In his last trial, he looks wound up, ready to go. I mean, look at him. He's won 379, that's 76,000 prize, but he's a 6 times winner. Obviously, he can go.
Yeah, he's a nice old horse in there, and he looked very forward in his condition for it. Was up to, like you said, Gary's had those 2 trials back now, and the 1100's a perfect distance for him, and he draws a nice gate and gets the claim, so he'll run well.
How much Toy Boy, the 3-step cuttings for Brett Dobson, last winner here. What's he had? 5 both here, 1-4. Lovely, big, always proud to walk around the mounting yard. He looks no different to what he did here 28 days ago when he won.
I agree, he's lost no condition from his win here. Like you said, he's had a little 4 weeks freshen up. He's just on his tail, a bit prancing around. He's a little bit windy now, so he's happy to be here. He draws a good gate. He'll go forward and just set himself just off the speed. He'll be hard to beat.
Yeah, Lucky Wardell, the 4 shape looks right speed and we cleaned up, made improvement from first up. Sticky game, she had a good game here when she runs second behind my mum's Toy Boy. Just a little bit alley, but she's improved.
Yeah, definitely. I just don't know what type of run she's going to get from that gate. She's a horse that does race up on the speed, so I couldn't imagine they're going back riding it quiet today, especially with this rail out. So I think they'll press forward on her. She'll need luck to get in. If she does, she'll be in the finish.
This is one little top meet Swamp Nation by 5. Tegan Woolstock rides Glen Milligan. Hey, no fault of Tegan saying, oh, she had to push forward the lead. She had to go and do that. But she's a better mare when you can ride her a bit quiet. She's fit. She's really healthy at the club.
Yeah, she's another one that fits in the same category as Lady, but they'll just draw on that awkward gate. The horse that races up on the speed. She needs to get into the box seat, one out, one back. If something else she gets into that spot, she'll run very well.
You can see on the picture of the 6-week-old rides Karen. Look, it's probably not a 1100 metres. He's got a 2,000 metres. He's in good order and in for a good preparation.
Very much further going on, and his trial time the other day was quite good. He just sat back and worked home, so I watch him today.
And you get 11 Bojo and Bryce Star, Ross Street White, Donna, one run, but he's here for mine. First up, got a great second up record. She's had 7 weeks between runs. He's probably missed a bit of work, but he's a nice horse.
Yeah, the second one's probably, looking at his condition going, I'm quite happy with him. It's quite forward, so the 7 weeks, I'm not really worried about that much. I think he'll just get back a little bit this bloke, and you'll probably try and ride him for a little bit of luck, Johnny, and go and stay close to the fence. He'll run okay.
45 Park Lane is the Ben Looker rides for Samantha McGowan. Good duty. Walks around there and got too many worries. Well, Sporting's a little bit better horse on top of the ground.
Yeah, well, his record says that he's a 4 times winner on the good, and he's 1-2 on the soft. I think it was soft 5s when he won there, so it's almost like a good 4. He's going to run a nice race. He draws that good gate. He's going to get a nice run in behind him, and he could finish in the top 4.
Sailors booked the 9. Stephen Tracy for his ride. Donna trialled enormous here before going first up. Former Victorian. He had condition on him first up. He's a little bit better than they are today.
Yeah, I didn't mind his first up run there at Grafton. He watched it about a furlong after the start. They just had to grab hold of him and got in a little bit of trouble. And then he made up good ground late. So second up, he hasn't really performed second up before, but he's a horse that might hit the line strong late.
Okay, let's look at him. 3, 1, 4, and 5. Just like my mum's toy boy, big, strong. I think he looked equally as good in the yard. It's what he did when he paraded in one here 28 days ago. His beauty mates around. Lovely big horse. Big, powerful horse. He always carries that bit of condition, but that's his make-up. Lady Wardell has improved off the first up run. It's where she gets from a bad gate. In Swamp Nation, you wouldn't get her any fitter or any better in the mounting yard. Probably better with a little bit of a sit today. 3, 1, 4, 5. John.
Yeah, Gary, some numbers 3, 1, 4, 5. I'm happy to stick with my mum's toy. Really. I think it's just a nice run from the gate. And I think Stephen Cummins won on him the other day. He knows the horse well, and yeah, he'll give him a gun ride. The Montreal, I just hope a Jet Newman goes forward on this horse and probably puts him up outside the lead or lead. If he gets into that position, this horse can easily win this race. Lady will need a lot of luck from the gate. I think they'll go forward on her, just try and slot in somewhere. The same with Swamp Nation. This is a horse that'll come back and sit in behind them. But my number's 3, 1, 4, 5.
Great money coming from my mum's toy boy.
Yeah, let's hear from Stephen Cummins. He rides my mum's toy boy.
Well, mate, you do a little bit of work down the back on this fella last start.
They did. I cut wide. We were going at next 10 point. We said to extend off and the line bigger goal, so got me out of trouble really.
He's lovely big horses.
Oh, he is, yeah. And he looked racing too, went shorter distances. He does everything right. He wins the gates. When he stepped up and tried to just got a bit keen, but when he was back to 1100, he does well.
He's drawn better today. He's the type of horse that maybe a little bit better just one off the fence outside one. Would you might not see one?
No, to be honest, he's pretty easy, but having the leaders is handy. I want him. Maybe today we might have to make him.
He's got that inclination to get the head up, doesn't he? And that's his galloping style.
It is, yeah. Puts his head right up, but once you get after him, he keeps going. He keeps extending to the line.
Where would you like to be? In Muff.
Oh, I would like to lead, to be honest. I'd like to be one off, but we'll see how it goes today and see how times it gets. But we might have to make the run today. You know?
If nothing wanted to leave, would you be happy to roll there?
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of money for a 5 Swamp Nation, $10 tab. Let's find out a little bit about Swamp Nation with Tegan Warstock.
Tegan, you rode her the other day. She got a very good race when she led, but that's not the way to ride it.
No, the other day she just had a really good gait. She jumped forward and I went, I'm going to use it. And it just saves us the trip travelling forward. And then today we've drawn an outside barrier
and plan to be just behind the speed. There's quite a fair bit of speed in the race, and we should get a nice card into the race.
You just need that little bit of luck from that 8 gate because there is a couple of fast horses in, and if you can get across and slot in behind them, she'd be a definite chance coming back at this, wouldn't she?
Yeah, if I can get cover, I reckon we're in for a really good chance today. This is probably her best prep since she won the qualifier. She's on fire.
Race 6, you're right, Mammoth Mountain, first up. He's a horse that probably wants a little bit further.
Yeah, his last start, he just needed a bit further, and I was actually quite happy with his run, just treated as a trial, whereas today he's 1 over 14. He might be looking for a bit further, but today it'll be interesting, and plus the soft track's positive.
Where would you have him to get in his drawn barrier 7? Where would you like him in the run?
He likes to get back. Hopefully I can end up midfield, get a nice card into the race, and he's a really big horse, so hopefully can get a bit of clean air for him and see how he hits the line.
Perfect.
Bright sunshine and a soft 7, they're set. Red light. Gates Fly racing in the Brushgrove Cup, and Cool the Grey came out very awkwardly with the head in the air and lost 5 lengths at the start. Lady Wardell, Major L sizzled out of the machine, and they vie for the lead. Clear of Sailor's Book, My Mum's Toy Boy, 45 Park Lane. A break of 3 lengths to Swamp Nation, then Bow going forward on the rail. Cooled in second, last now, Sound and Vision had dropped to the back. Lady Wardell led by 3 parts of a length over Major L. Sailor's Book third, 45 Park Lane fourth, and My Mum's Toy Boy is out 3 deep before the bend. Bow on the fence from Swamp Nation Cooled. Sound and Vision whipped them in as Lady Wardell led for home, 400 metres out. Major L on the outside, they head towards the centre of the track. Sailor's Book back towards the rail. My Mum's Toy Boy under heavy pressure. Major L on the outside of Lady Wardell, 150 metres left to run. Major L's gone to the front and is drawing away. The Brushgrove Cup is over. Major L beat Lady Wardell. Sailor's Book might be third from Bow out wide. My Mum's Toy Boy endured a wide run. Then Swamp Nation, Cool, Sound and Vision, and 45 Park Lane was at the back.
Yeah, she gave him a little peach. Just let that leader do the work, Lady Wardell. She had to work from the gate, and she had to set him alight. He's got a brilliant second up record, and he was miles too good. He boots. Lady Wardell, find the 9 in there. Sailor's Book much better. And 45 Park Lane. No, go. Okay, both on the set, so you'll find those numbers 1, 4, 9, 7, give him a beach outside the lead, let him stride over 200.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Dave, when we go back through his record, every time he's won, he's either that or set outside the leader. And when My Mum's Toy Boy was caught 3 deep, when he kicked up on 45 Park Lane and just kept him 3 wide, it was always going to be tough for My Mum's Toy Boy.
Right, 1, 4, 9, 7 across the line, race 5. Let's go to the Vineyard, race 5.
Right, this is the 6th one. This is an open race, 1800 meter at Waga. If we look through the odds, it's 1, 10, 8 and 7. 1 is the favorite, then 10, 8 and 7. If we look through the rails, the 8 is on the top with beautiful management, has got the best jockey. That 8 has the best jockey, but it's a 6-year-old mare, plus they're like 40% downdrift. I don't know what to do with them. The 1 is a linear, but it is not a strong linear. It's 612, 1800 meter. We have no idea about this horse, what this horse is all about. The certain things that I tried and look for is this thing is being ridden by an apprentice jockey. So N. Daniels is an apprentice jockey, and that's what that horse is. It's not a and none of them are in good hands. The actual good hand is 3, 11, 13. These are the ones which are in good hand. Even 2 is in moderately good hands. 3, 11, 13, and 2, they are moderately in good hands. 1, we've got no clue. Plus, it is carrying huge weight. That's 64 kilograms. For that linear is weird. The horse pressure we know, and the rest of the things are just not available. We can't calculate them for some reason. Some data is missing. So that's what it is. That one is the favorite. It's got 2 league races, and it's got a Group 1 race that's there. It's got 2 league races, out of which 1 it actually got. Then there's a Group 1 race that it actually got. The 2 is the same thing. It has got 3 league races, 1 Group 1 races, but it is an 8-year-old gelding. That's got the highest relaxation and the advantage. This is the linear, but I won't play this. This is not... I don't like anything about this. I don't like anything about this. If we actually look through the rails, that 8 is the only one. 8 and 4 we have a clarity. This one we don't. It's got 38 races. 8 has 38 races. Has a good jockey. Management sucks. That I don't want to go with. 8 is a drift number I don't want to go with, though it has the best jockey, but I will not play that. And these 2, especially the 2, is $29, $13, $29, $54. This one can be attacked by anyone. This one can be attacked by, especially it is written by a apprentice jockey, so they kind of weird. I'm out. We haven't found a single good opening. I tried the second race, but it backfired. Not going to do this.
Jungle Fever down the outside. Latest Roaring Success, but Jungle Fever grabbing the later. Jungle Fever's won. Second to photo between Divine Gem and Roaring Success. And Archimedes run 4th. Further back on Shuttle and See You Later. And Maybe Smart, the last one to greet the judge.
A big market drift, but no worries for the Sutherland team. Corey booting home a winner for his dad. And out the back last, down the outside, Jungle Fever. Ella.
Please.
Yeah, Dino from a couple of weeks
Lee,
ago.
the thing is...
Picked them up.
Lee, the thing is, you know... so... I don't know how to explain this, but this is what the scene is. So what I am trying to do is I'm, you know, this This is the back end you're looking at. All right. So this is my plan is to build it up as an application, web-based application that will work. And if I don't play because I want to win. That's not my idea of playing. I'm not playing because I want to win. If I had that idea, I would have played with a lot more money than what I actually do. I don't play with huge bets. So the thing is, putting a place is not what I want to do. I want to this is what I try to do is, you know, get generally in any given day, a track should give you 40% of ROI. They will keep 60%. So my entire effort is to bring it down to, 50 plus, maybe something on those lines. But for that, I need to be at the right place. Like yesterday, we were at Randwick and we were doing good. Today, we are at Waga. And what's happening is, I do not find an opening. I can't find an opening. And what will happen is, if I put a place bet, that will get into my data. And that will not help. Like, I like the 8 here. All right. I like the 8. It's well within the rails, beautiful management, but it is like that. It's impure data. This one is impure data. We've got some impure data here. We've got some impure data here, but this is a clarity here that this is something that I do not want to get into my data. I do not want the system to work on conditions where an investment is at risk because of the management. See, honestly, this is what I feel. Horse racing itself is not gambling. Horse racing itself is not gambling. The part of the gambling is the people. Part of the gambling is the people. And right now, if you look at this horse, the horse is good. All right. I definitely, it's 1800 meter. That's the lowest BB, the heaviest one, with a fabulous, jockey on this. Ideally, I should go with this. But I don't want to. I don't want to. This is not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is, it's very hard to explain, but this is not it. This is not it. We need to be at better tracks. We need to be at better places where we can take those chances, and we can work with it. This is pure taking chances. This is pure taking chances. This one, the 9 won. It's a neutral horse. So if if and when I am able to build this is not going to return results. This is not going to accept the chances of the bets. Here, if I go with this, with a 40% drift on this, it's a possibility. For fun, it's possibility. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I mean, it works. It works. So far, it works moderately when we are at Rosehill, we are at Randwick, we are at Flemington. These tracks, we are moderately all right. I'm not saying that, you know, we have 100% strike rate. No, we don't. We are probably not even there, but still there is a clarity. There is a clarity when you're racing at Randwick, when you're racing at Rosehill, you're racing at Flemington. And it all depends on the prize money. If the prize money is less than the pool money, then it's a problem. I mean, PC was spot on that. I think PC and I spoke about this. PC suggested that we get the prize money on the horses, and on a specific condition he asked for that, but we are not able to get that data. That's not, it's not letting me extract that data. It is, I know where exactly it is lying. I know how, you know, what it looks like, but I can't extract that data. They kind of have some restrictions there. And going with this becomes And on the other hand, I also do not want to lead people to a kind of a situation which is uncertain. I mean, everything is uncertain here, but when I know and I do not feel good myself, that's why I keep warning. Like, you know, PC was with the two, but I knew it was getting tailed. The first one was also getting tailed. I assume that, you know, you all are my friends, Lee. You, PC, Lewis, Tuna, Frank, John, and I do not want to lead anyone to a kind of a position which is dicey. I mean, when I look through the data, I know that this is dicey. It's a dicey game. There's no clarity. In here, that one is favorite. It is being ridden by an apprentice jockey who has never raced here at Waga. Waga is a 420 straight, but it is a triangle-shaped track. I don't know where this guy has raced, but a triangle-shaped track is a difficult place itself. On top of that, it is not a strong linear. The strongest linear that we had was in the previous race, which was the 7. It's a 376, but the pressure on that horse is deadly. I mean, I know that it's a 376 and the pressure is 271. So there is no chance that it is going to win. Place, that's a separate ball game. Seven Waga.
Likewise, Hell of a Soiree, fifth the rails in the white jacket green cap, being followed by Quamby, who's got in midfield now. They're followed then by Matthew Flinders from Cliff House, the right reins. The two favourites racing together. They're fourth and third last, respectively. Burgundy Girl is second last, and Unique Prince is now last. So 7:50 left to go. Testing the Cougat from Knight's Armour. Dynamic One, this is the moment. Hell of a Soiree pushed along there. Then came Quamby from Matthew Flinders. Cliff House is wide. And then came the right rein being saved for one run. Burgundy Girl and Unique Prince, the last couple. On the turn, 400 to go. And Knight's Armour strode up to testing the Cougat, hit the front. Matthew Flinders behind those. Dynamic One and Hell of a Soiree chimed in quickly. Hell of a Soiree strode to the lead. Got away from Dynamic One, then came Knight's Armour. There's no the right rein, and Cliff House, he'll run closer to last. But it's Hell of a Soiree in front, 100 to go. Matthew Flinders is running a big race. He's coming at Hell of a Soiree, but Hell of a Soiree. Into the cup she goes. Matthew Flinders, geez, run a big race for second. And the right reins run third. They were followed then by Dynamic One from Knight's Armour, and further back to Unique Prince, and then Burgundy Girl doing her best work late.
See, that's PC. That's PC's grey hair. Whatever is left.
Well, she just keeps winning.
That is PC's grey hair.
4 wins from its last 5 starts, $11.70 and $2.70. Matthew Flinders much better at $12.40. The right rein there at $1.50. Now, other favourite runner, Cliff out wide for the young apprentice, back in the field and never really got into the race at all. But this horse, there's a bit of story behind this, and we'll let Lee tell us a little bit more about it, because it's a great story to tell just about Luke and the connections. Bought it down here. I think he said from the Gold Coast. I think I'm right in saying that. They bought it down
7-2.
We'll try and win a few races, on the synthetic track. We'll see how it goes. And then she won it. Won it somewhere. And then she won
what a win, PC.
Canberra Cup preview. Then she's won at Waga. They made it 3 from 4. And then she's won again today. And she's in the Wagga Cup.
Yeah, a bit different going from a synthetic season in the winter to in the Wagga Cup. And look, to be fair, I never thought we'd be in the Wagga Cup with her. But
so what happened? What happened? That one had no chance. The 7 was within the odds. I had nothing on that 7, but it came through because of the footwork. Because of the footwork. PC has an eye. PC has an eye because of the footwork. It's a very high footwork on this horse. There's a very high footwork on this horse. This was a drift. This was a linear number. This was a lower number. So that actually worked, and rest everything, I had nothing on this horse. Looking at the footwork was the last thing that I wanted to do. There was nothing on this horse. Brilliant job, PC. Brilliant job. Now you need to have at least 20 years of racing experience to do that, what PC does. Seven, 2, 11, and 10. Two is that 8-year-old gilding, huh? 2 is this one. Had group races, league races. It was an EW. Seven, 2, 11 and 10. 11 was this one. 11 was this one. 4, 20. 7, 2. 10. 10 was again there. 10 was the largest competition in a drift. But PZ, man, you are genius. Amazing footwork on that horse. Amazing footwork on that horse. Amazing footwork on that horse. Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that. It's a beautiful form, and it did.
Right, welcome back to Grafton. The last race, 666 rating 14.20. And there's our top weight Cassie Lane. Jack Baker rides Johnny Shot, not out of it. Fit man, the only little thing she'll probably want a little bit of luck from the dad.
Yeah, she will. She's a back marker anyway, Gary. And I just thought her run last half here at 11.75 was excellent, up to 1400. She's got a very good chance in this race.
Yeah, 2 changes the day. John Drysdale rides. Brett Melanie wasn't suited by the 11.75 the other day, and it didn't go right. He's fit. Probably the most relaxed I've seen him in the yard. He's beautifully placed today.
Yeah, he's come on a little bit, hasn't he? And I think this is the right distance for him. He gets the right track conditions. He just has to press forward from his gate. Johnny Drysdale puts him into the race. He'll run well.
The source is a bit stronger this preparation. Tour of this to the 4 Ben Looker rides Dave McCain. He hasn't trialled him. He's kept him nice and fresh. I will say he's done plenty of work. And I tell you what, like I said, he's stronger and he looks better.
He does. He's a horse that gets up over a bit of ground. His best form's on the poly track and on wet track, so he gets that wet track here today. And he looks forward enough to run a decent race.
Reaching with 5, the 5 Blue Rolls rides Fleur Bleeds, 1 run back, improved a little bit. Little man that's got a fair share of ability, but She's pretty good in the cut, that girl.
Yeah, she rates quite well. I thought the run Atari was very good. She's a little bit even in the straight. Was only beat 2.4. That was the 1260, 1400 today. She could be a player.
This mare looks really good. We've seen it before. Yellow Hammer, the 6 Matty McGowan rides, big Sinclair, 1 run back. Just missed it. That is with big, strong girl and a lovely mare.
Yeah, she's going to get herself into the right spot, isn't she, from that barrier 2 today. I thought her run at Ipswich was excellent, 1350. I think 1400 Grafton's her track and distance today. Matty won't be far off her in the run, and she'll run in the money.
Right, here's Nickel back the 8. Aiden Thompson's rides. Jordan Leeds been to Eagle Farm first up. He's been to Doomman second up. He's hit prominently in the stewards report. He's never won first up, second up, and he's the 3rd up winner. Good gate, fit horse. I like him, but I think there's a bit of a trick to ride him too.
Well, yeah, he is, Gary, and he's turned out very, very good order. I think he just needs the right run in the race. I think Aiden can give him that from barrier 3 today. He'll just ride the speed in this race. It's a horse that does like to settle back a little bit, but I think from that gate, 1400, he probably won't be having far off the lead. He'll run well.
Partly in the grade that night, Daddy Peachley rides Owen Blue. Big coming off that win the other day. Would he give him confidence?
He's a lovely old horse, isn't he, Hardly Grace? He's got that really terrible gate today. He's a horse I'll probably have to go back from that gate. He was a winner here, 1400. This is his right distance. He'll be getting home.
Have a look at this big strong horse. Remember now the Tegan Woolstock rides Paddy coming in. You probably need another one that just tighten him up a little bit more.
Yeah, he's a lovely big horse, isn't he? A big grey horse there, and like you said, I agree with you. 1400 first up the other day. It was caught wide all the way. It was just even in the straight. He'll go better next time.
Wilderness Star's just about to go out the 11. Casey Adams, Netley, always can be fidget in the yard, that girl. And she's again here today doing the same thing.
Yeah, good thing they've taken her out with a pony. Her last couple of runs have just been fair. She was a winner at Port Quarry 4 runs ago. I'll be happy to watch her.
I don't know what's wrong with this horse, John. Well, mare, who'd been very fast at 12, kept even right, Matty done. I bled the other day, she weakened the yard. Look, she looks good. She's much better.
Yeah, she runs up to an old form. She'd be right in this. Like last preparation, she's doing real well. And these 3 runs have been only okay. They'll have to press her out, put her up on speed today, and hopefully she finds her old form.
Naval Missile, the 13, Shane Wilkes rides got him, but she got a real springy step here today. He was huge first up. Thought he was a little bit ordinary the other day, but he's got big weights on. That's the best he's been in the yard, honestly. Coat-wise and condition-wise, he looks perfect today.
Yeah, he's coming along quite nicely, and I can forgive him for his last run at Grafton. He came out of the gates a bit slow and got a fraction further back. He just needs to jump a little bit better and put himself 3 or 4 pans back, and would be surprised if he runs a big race.
Okay, that's look at him in the yard, 8, 6, 2 and 4. 8, 6, 2, 5, just with this horse here, Nickelback. He's never really been a good horse. First up, second up, he's been to Doomman, Eagle Farm. He's fit, he's got a strong rider, he's got a good gate. And he looked really good in the yard. I like him here today. They give you hard to beat. Yellow Hammer's just a beauty, the 6. You don't find mares like her. Big, strong girl. She just missed an Ipswich there. It was about 23 days ago. At the best I've seen change the date parade the 2. Coat-wise and really cool in the yard, which is a good sign. Then full tour of district, different horses prepping. He's a big, lanky, lean fella with not a lot of condition on him last preparation, but as he's got a bit older, he's got a lot more stronger, and I like the way he presents here. I can understand why he hasn't taken him to the races or trialled him this time in David McComb. 8, 6, 2, 4, John.
Yeah, I'm 6, 8, 1 for. I'm going to stick with Yellow Hammer. I just think Grafton 1400, a good draw with Matty McGowan on board. It's the way to go here. He won't be far off the speed from that gate, and I thought she could get another win on the board here. I put Nickel back in for second. Look, he was terribly unlucky last start at Doomie. You could make a case that he probably should have nearly won. No fault of Jake Bayless. Just got held up in the straight. He's going to get another lovely ride from Maiden Thompson from barrier 3. So there are your 2 horses there. I put Cassia Lane in for third. I thought she ran very well at Grafton last start at 11.75. I think stepping up to 1400's a better distance for her. She'll be back. She'll be the one that's finished off wide in the straight. And I put Tora Vista in there. He's another one that's drawn an awkward gate. He's a horse that races on speed. He did look fairly forward in his condition in the enclosure off a 3-month break with no trials. So he could run a decent race. 6, 8, 1 and 4.
Right now we've got Nickelback there, our favourite, the 8. $5.50 this morning, into 3.50, 3.40, back out to 3.50. Good money coming right now for Yellow Hammer. Was $6.50 this morning, went into $4.20, into $4 now, $3.80. Late move there, changed the date, has been kept safe. He's been $7.750. Back into 7s, back out to $7.50. I'll just have a quick look at Tora Vista for you, John. $8.50 hasn't budged around that mark, but Money, Nickelback, good money, Yellow Hammer, and change today because it's there all across that bet at $7.50.
Yeah, let's hear from Brett Bellamy. He's the trainer of Change the Day.
I'll be correct in saying he probably gets the right trip today.
Right trip, and I think you were out doing a rain dance for me, and I think you've just ordered just the perfect amount of rain for me.
You don't want it too heavy, you don't want it, and I mean, we've got an upgrade to a soft track now.
You know, perfect for him. Look, he just hasn't had much joy in sort of strong races and different distances and everything else. But today, he's always raced well here. He's won over the distance here. The track conditions aren't a problem for him. So, it's a very, very open race. But Johnny knows him well, and he's done everything that I wanted to do. So he's hoping we'll get a little bit of luck go our way.
Give him a squeeze today. Try to put him there.
Oh, definitely. I think that's the case. Johnny always wants to go forward on him. It just depends on how much pressure we're going to get from elsewhere. Like I think there's a few drawn out wide that'll want to go forward as well. So hopefully, if we can't get to the sort of lead, we'll be just in behind. So he should get a nice run and he's drawn in the middle of the track. So he should get a perfect run from there.
No, Yellow Hammer in the favourite now. The big girl. She was $6.50 this morning, $4.380, $3.60. She takes up, well, she's equal favourite now with Nickelback at $3.60 mark, but I think she'll firm again. Lovely big mare. Tora Vista, $8.59 back into 80s. An interesting runner, this big girl. Dave McCain has only had, it's 2 runners here today. His first one's got the money. See a little bit more about the third favourite for Tora Vista with his jockey in Ben Looker.
Preparation before spelling. This year's 15 weeks no trial. Can you tell me anything about him, mate?
Yeah, he's obviously, I reckon his last start before he went out for a spell, he jarred up quite bad. And just done a few things wrong, whether he was feeling that hard track, he wanted to overdo things and hang. But going back to his form, he's obviously a horse with immense ability when he puts it all together. And he's pretty lethal and fresh. So, look, he's trying awkward. I haven't quite spoken today. Ideally, it'd be good to try and teach him to settle, but the way the track's playing today, you probably want to be up on the speed. So, obviously, being the last race and with the way the track's playing, there's going to be good tempo. So, hopefully, he can just flow forward into a nice sport and try and settle. And if he does things right, he'll be very outbeat.
This is played very, very good this track today. Nickelback now into favourite. They've been swapping and changing Nickelback, Yellow Hammer. Nickelback, $3.50. Yellow Hammer, $3.60. Changed the date. Yeah, a little move for him, mate. $58. You got Tora Vista, just heard from Benny there, $9. Out into 8s, back out to 9s. Expecting a hit here at odds, John.
Nothing left to be back at all, Gary. Any of those top kind of 3.
Beautiful weather.
It's been amazing for the whole day today. A bit dodgy earlier. I saw you were going to look for Channel 7 when we were doing that weather report earlier today.
I told you, John, if you didn't listen, I said it will not come in here, it was out at sea.
You got it right. You got it right.
Yes. Yeah, for once. Oh, you.
No, but the track's played well and nice to race here. Soft 6 went to a soft 7. I thought we had 20 mil of rain overnight and this morning, and the track played pretty well. But
we're going to be meeting in Coffs Harbour on Wednesday. Mark Holloway's going to go and have a look at that track maybe tomorrow and work out if there's somewhere other venue we can take it, let's say. Because I can tell you now, we've copped the hammer on the Northern Rivers, as everyone has done too with this rain. Just seems to be Queensland's copped it bad.
But Ballina hasn't copped it though, doesn't rain much there.
They're loading up. I won't comment any more about that. Yellow Hammer is favoured, $3.40. Tad has taken over favourite at Nickelback. You're getting a bit of cheap about you, John. All the best. 8-6-2-4.
Yeah, 6-8-1-4. Here's Terry for the last of Grafton.
Yellow Hammer is now the third favourite. $3.60 Nickelback. Relegated to be second elect. Late in betting. Hardly Gray, the winner here at his most recent start. With the last to come along, Yellow Hammer's been supported and is the favourite, and will jump from the inside game. Nickelback's right next door in 2. The favoured pair in gates 1 and 2 as the red light goes on. The gates are back. Noble Missile, Casiolina, a little slow to go. Yellow Hammer, Nickelback, and Change the Date came out very quickly. Prancing with Fire, Wilderness Star fast away, and Wilderness Star went through in the middle and runs to the lead going to the first turn. James the Date second, Nickelback third, and Guru Class wide set forward. Then Prancing with Fire, pulling for rain, going past the 1,000 metres mark. A break of 2 lengths to Yellowhammer, who drifts back on the inside of Mammoth Mountain. 1.5 Hardly Grey on the outside of Tora Vista. A break to Noble Missile and Cassia Lane. Whip them in, they've strung out. Wilderness Star is the pilot, 700 metres left to travel by a neck. Guru Class second, 1.5 James the Date in the middle, and Nickelback on the rail and Prancing with Fire 3 deep. 1.5 Yellowhammer, the favourites blue colours on the fence. Then Mammoth Mountain, Hardly Grey, Cassia Lane. Toro Vista and Noble Missile at the back when they turn. Guru Class is out of the centre of the track, loomed up, took the lead from James the Date, Prancing with Fire, Hardly Grey. Nickelback is back towards the inside. Nickelback near the inside. Guru Class, James the Date deeper out. James the Date, Guru Class, Nickelback. 3 of them come to the line. James the Date, Nickelback. Guru Class 1, 2 and 3. Yellowhammer not far away with Wilderness Star on the rail. Then Mammoth Mountain, Toro Vista, Cassia Lane, Prancing with Fire, Hardly Grey finished out wide. Noble Missile was one of the last.
Yeah, good on you, Brett Bella. Good change too. He's been going through a rotten patch at the moment. He beat Nickelback. I like Nickelback, but Nickelback's gone under. But good on you too, Brett. Okay, and Guru Class was certainly a lot better today. I'll pick that 4th number up, John. I think it may be the 6 in there. Yellowhammer, which will be the 6, getting home. Probably got too far out of the ground. But that's about his cover to the winner. I changed today, 1,400 metres wet track. Side to give him a pitch over Thompson Nickelback. And Guru Class was a lot better.
Yeah, it was good. Nice to see Guru Class come back to form, but it's all about the winner, and the winner done a very good job. He's a 3 times winner on wet track at 1,400. He loves that distance, and Johnny Drysdale gave him a good ride from that gate.
And John's had a lot of luck with him.
Yeah, he has. He rides a lot for Brett Bellamy. He doesn't even court. He doesn't ride him, and he does a very, very good job.
Funny thing, those trainers go through getting seconds and thirds. They can't get the winner up. Said to Bretto earlier on, how are you, mate? Mate just can't get one home. Well, he's got one home today. That gives him a bit of a boot along, doesn't it?
Well, you just got to keep going, and luck always changes.
Sure does. I hope you realise that, John. 2-8, 12-6 across the line. That's it from John and I here at Grafton. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and bring back the winner or two. We'll go straight to the Mounting Yard. Race 6, the Sunshine Coast for Paul Joyce.
Welcome back to the Sunshine Coast, racing on the poly track this afternoon. We're up to race 6 of 7. We have a benchmark 70 here. We're over the 1,000 metres. Track specialist number 1, I Am Voodoo, or at least synthetic track specialist, trained by Roy Dart, ridden by, we've got a jockey change here. We have Rob Thorburn taking over, and he'll take 2 kilos off. I Am Voodoo has had 2 starts here on the Sunshine Coast poly track, for a first and a second. Overall, from his 31 previous starts, 21 of them have been on synthetic poly tracks, and he's had 7 wins and 10 placings. So he's hard to leave out. I've left him out. He'll probably come back and bite me, but I'm just not sure where he'll get to on the map over the 1,000 metres with a lot of speed drawn underneath him. But he looks terrific. We saw a horse overcome a wide back in the previous, and he might do the same thing. Number 2, Demon Award, also looks good. Carol Hansen, Boris Thornton teaming up here. The blinkers come off, the crossover goes back on. He looked good, winning a recent trial at the Sunshine Coast on the turf. He just sat back off them, finished over top of them. And they'll be trying something similar here. I'll expect him a good draw, probably get the run of the race and pounce late. He's never raced on any sort of synthetic track before. But he's trained locally on the sunny coast, so I think Darryl knows what he's doing there. Number 3, Bull Sarah, now with Michael Marsh. They are jockey again. We've got a jockey change. Montana Philpott taking over. She'll take the 2 kilos off. Bull Sarah's won 2 from 4 here on the poly track at the sunny coast. But he's resuming without a trial. He's resuming off a decent break as well. He's never really fired first up in the past. He's got a bit of condition on him, but it's only 1,000 metres and on a track that he loves. He's certainly capable of running a cheeky race. Okay, let's look at the 2 favoured runners, starting with number 5, Mio Sorrento, trained by local trainer James Healy, to be ridden by Corey Sutherland, who's trained the last winner. Corey will take the 3 kilos off. Corey was aboard Mio last start when he charged her over the 1,000 to win a benchmark 62. Today he jumps up to a benchmark 70. He'll carry 2.5 kilos less than he did the day he scored, and he sticks at the 1,000 metres. I suppose the big difference was that day in a field of 10, they really went mad up front and it set it up for a back mark and a swoop, and that's exactly what Mio did. Today, there's still speed.
Right, this is what we've got for the seventh one. It is again an open race, 1200 meters. That 7 is the favorite. If we look through the odds, 7, 12, 3, and 2. Now, that's 12. We've got no clue about this thing. 3 and 2. 2 is the largest outer drift. This is where things gets tricky, because on what basis this is getting into the odds? This should not be in the odds. This is the outer drift, and probably a jockey. That's what the thing is. So if we look through the jockey, then this is what we get, 7 and 2. All right. The third one is 13, which is a 4-year-old mare. But so there are 2 horses which are actually within the rails. That's 5 and 7. Okay, 5 and 7. If we look through the FR, we've got no clue about them. That's the highest. Less pressure than this one, with one of the best jockeys. So this one, 7, is probably the right one, probably. But then again, here is the linear. The linear is 13. Okay. The linear doesn't have rails. It will not win. It will not win, but it will get in. So that's a separate question altogether, how and what will happen. This is not in a winning position because it doesn't have the rails. It's here. Cannot win, but will get a play. That's generally what it is. So this is the tricky part. The tricky part is this is not a winning number, but today it has the jockey, and the rest everything looks, it's one of the heaviest horse with this is the second one. This is the second one is 54, which is a 5-year-old mare, which is carrying a lot of pressure. So that's that, which is this one in the rails. So that probably is not going to work. They have this one within the odds, which is in very good hands, and it is the outer drift. So that's probably, I mean, it's got a good jockey as well, so probably that's the reason. But this is good. I mean, this is not within the rails. This is good. This is exactly where it is supposed to be. This is exactly where it is supposed to be. The 2 is supposed to be here. It is here. 7 is supposed to be, I mean, a linear is supposed to be there. That's the linear which is there. It's not within the rails. If this was here, this would have won. But here we have a jockey. And it is also a good horse. It is not that it is a bad horse. But the linear will definitely get in. That's besides the point. It is gate number 8. That's gate number 7. This is gate number 2. So one of the other possibilities that are there is I have a I am not going to play this, but I have a hunch on this 14. That 14 is a check. It's a 1200. It's a 1200 meter, and if that 13 is in trouble because of that pressure, then the other largest pressure is on this one, not this one. So 14 is a check because 1200 meter will require pace. 13, that pressure is it's a linear, it will not work because it is out of the rails, and that actually opens up everybody else. That actually opens up everybody else. If this was here within the rails, then we have a clear shot. That we don't have. Why? Because it is not within the rails. It is here. And if it is here, that opens up everybody. Because this is not going to win. And then if we look at what's going on, then this 14 is on pace. This probably it'll not be able to carry, but this is the next highest thing. A 1200 meter would require a lot of pace. So this one has the pace, but at the same time they are like that. So that's a defaulting team. This is a dysfunctional team. I cannot go with that 14, even if I have a hunch, because that's the condition of the team. 7 is the favorite. It has a good jockey, but does it mean that it will win? Oh, maybe, may not be. Why? Because this is not a winning number. It is the largest inner drift. It's the largest inner drift. That inner drift, I mean, honestly, it doesn't even stand a chance to come in top 4. It doesn't even stand a chance. Only by that number, it doesn't even stand a chance to come on the top 4. It should be the linear, then the outer drift, then you have advantages going on with 9 and all that thing should work. But here they have a very good jockey on this one. So either we play jockey or we step out. And that 14 is a check which I can't play because of that moronness of the team. The owners are absolutely at the pinnacle of moronness.
Deeper into your prep with a lot of speed underneath him. I mean, I'm going to say I think most of these horses, all bar probably Iron Lethal that have drawn inside of him, are going to be trying to hold a spot in the first four. So where does that leave him? Either doing a lot of work to press forward and cross or post and wide. And is he good enough in such a strong race to do either that and overcome it and win? I don't think so.
This race sponsored by Crinkle Stud, and you can see in the background there that Crinkle Stud sign. There it is. 1,200 metres, the Wagga plate. Starting point, and one of these horses will go in. That horse you see on screen there, right down the bottom, number 12. Take two, Claire Red's off the board, and Blue Pepper. Can they take out two of the features? They really could. They've got a really good chance in the last one. Sacred Mistress, who shoots for 5 in a row. It's our $2.10 favourite at the moment. A bit earlier, imagine if you had the all up on these that got up, but that all up they were telling us about before with great winners, that was at $151, and then they won that price today. What would work out? Huge.
Didn't work it out, I'm not quite sure, but it did open up $11 DKGB today, and it started $5, so whether you got $11 or $5 for a $150 winner, that's a great return.
Not bad. The stablemate Dugan's Design just about to go into the barriers. There it is there, just taken up by Brendan Ward. What he was telling me he's got a birthday.
PC3.
So he's got a birthday. I don't know how old he is, but he's got a birthday. He's been doing this for a long, long time. So this is our second last, the Wagga Plate Prelude. Love Shuck is $5 out to $6. Iron Will at $8.50. Our favourite remains After the Great. 310, 320. It's been steady all the way through. We're nearly right on the start time. Moss Gold about to go forward for Jason Lyon. Here's Anthony for one of our feature races.
There's a bit of good competition here. There's some speedsters in this. The downplate prelude, they're off. And Iron Lethal bombed the start. Beginning fast was Moss Gold, and Dugan's Design putting the handlebars down. Dugan's Design will cross them easily to lead. After the Great's about to get the second. Moss Gold third and Iron Will fourth, and then Kahawati from Dolly. Love Shuck beaten for speed. Panic in the second half of the field from Hot Bandit, Sir Davy. Well, that was I Am Lethal, and K Koku is the last one. So Dugan's Design led the way coming to the 600 after the Great second. Now in third position on the back of the leader, that is Iron Will, and Moss Gold racing with it. Then came Dolly from Kahawati, Panic off the track from Love Shuck. Hot Bandit, I Am Lethal, Sir Davy, and K Cocker's the last one, 400 to go. Dugan's Design from Arthur the Great, who travels well. Iron Will across heels, Moss Gold, Dolly and Panic coming down the outside from Love Shuck. Arthur the Great giving his head, and he sprinted away. Iron Lethal making round the far side. Iron Lethal coming at Arthur the Great. Arthur the Great's in front. Iron Lethal, a needle eye opening along the fence. What a ride, Louise Day.
9.
Shot flooding home for third, and Kate Cocker was close up fourth. They were followed then by Dolly from Moss Gold, Iron Will Carr, Waddy Hot Bandit Paddock, Dugan's Design Sir Davy.
Hey, what a good performance, this horse, in its first start for the Mitch Beer Stable.
He was slaughtered.
George, who used to train the horse.
And I'll show you how it was slaughtered.
Has been able to win. It's first run for the new stable. It's in the Wagga Town plate. Can you believe it? It's paid quite well. $13 defeats after the grade.
Let's get the numbers first.
I am lethal. Well done.
9.
Invincible. He's won 320,000. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, absolutely right.
7.
Have a heap of good friends in the horse. Like, I trained him in Queensland myself. He was my first winner in Queensland. So yeah, just over the moon.
Can you enter the Wagga Town plate?
Yeah, unreal.
Bring all your friends down for it.
Yeah, it'll be great. So good, thank you.
Yeah, I bet you can't believe it. There's been a little while between wins for him.
Yeah, he won up at Rockhampton probably mid last year, and then I obviously moved down to.
These are basically all, you know,
and,
these
yeah,
are the
working with
tracks
Billy
which
Healy,
needs to be
Did a
avoided.
great job with him. Obviously, I just wanted to bring him back here for one last hurrah and see how he went. But yeah, stoked with that. He's running.
6-year-old, you've got a big syndicate of owners in this horse, very well bred. And very
Yes, I'll show you. Wait,
He's
we
very
will get the
quirky.
numbers.
He's a weird horse. He has a lot of quirky traits, but yeah, I have a lot of time for him. Love him more than anything.
You put up with it when they're a bit quirky and they can run like that. Be back here in about 10 days. Can you believe it?
No, unreal. Thank you.
Well done, George.
Thank you.
Isn't that great, Carla?
That is excellent. As I said, this horse has always seemed to have a terrific turn of foot, but he has certainly been out of form his last couple. But with the move down here, he was very sharp in his recent trial at Kembla with Mitch Beer. He showed that turn of foot that he does have without being asked to do a lot. But I tell you what, that was a terrific ride there by Louise Day. As we anticipated, there was terrific speed in the race, and she was a bit slow out. I'm not sure if that's normal for him, but subsequently got a long way back, and she's just saved all the ground down the straight, and he was electric late to get over the top of our favourite, who I thought was brave in defeat after doing a bit of work after the grade. The unlucky runner, perhaps, at 3, Love Shuck. Didn't get out too late, but excellent through the line. Lost no admirers in the 12, Keikoku. Good late for 4th, but all honours with Louise Day. That was a terrific ride.
Thank you. Yeah, look, obviously he's had a change of scenery, this horse, but back in the day he was a nice horse, so obviously form is temporary, I think. Beautiful big animal, and just want to ride him quiet today, and he just seems to be better when he's just finding a little bit of bad luck and hold up a touch. He has a really good turn forward, but it's short-lived, so we were probably trying to find a little bit of bad luck up the straight, not too much, and got the runs up the inside, and he laid down really good, so great training effort.
Feel as though he could be competitive, obviously now goes into the town plate.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the plan is, but I'm sure he wouldn't go around it now. Yeah, absolutely, he's a lovely horse, and he seems to find a rich vein of form.
Well done, excellent ride.
And you're right, it is to be in the last race for Pat Murphy. That was some performance. We've seen a lot of emotion today, Carla, from the 2 winning trainers. I mean, like Luke Pepper's been around for a fair while. And then, imagine if they come out and win the town plate at the Wagga Gold Cup.
Talk to them.
They've got the previews and their emotion, which is great to see, isn't it?
No, exactly right. You can see what it obviously means. It means a lot to these country trainers and jockeys who are very hard workers, as most people in the industry are, and they're putting a lot of work into their horses, and when they reap the rewards of it, it's obviously very moving for them. So it has been nice to see.
Especially with that bonus of getting into those 2 races as well, and that might have been the only way someone could have got in as well. So
Exactly right. Especially Pat's horse like him, who is probably down in the ratings a little bit now for a few recent fair runs. But as you said, that Shaw's in the spot now, and you know the town plate is typically a pretty fast run race, which he likes, and if she can ride him like that again, you know he'll be strong through the line.
Yeah, that was a terrific ride. So we've still got 1 race to go here. It's due to go at 5:10. Sacred Mistress will be our favourite.
How long does it take to update the numbers, man? Anyway, so that 9 actually won. That 9 was a EW with one of the, I mean, it's an open race. They're calling it an open race. So this is an open race. And if that's the case, it's anybody's race. So what they did is they, you know, this particular horse was an EW, but this generally works in maiden races. So this probably is they're calling it open race. Okay, open race, but that's the advantage. It's in one of the best hands, and that's why that's where it went through. About the 3 PC, the 3 was also in good hands. But here is the problem. The problem is you are dealing with a jockey who is who's a good jockey. There's no problem with the jockey, but the jockey has been given no advantage in this race. On the contrary, the jockey is, the horse has been given a disadvantage. The horse has been given a disadvantage. That's if we go a grade above this particular grade, whatever they're calling it an open, but if there's a grade above this race, even there it is not going to fit in because of the weight which it is carrying. Because of the weight which is carrying. 9 is with the advantage, the largest advantage. But that, if we have to follow that, then we only have to play, we'll have to treat everything as a maiden race. They called it an open race, but look at how it played. The 7 came in second. If this was, this seriously is absurd the way things are here. Nine, 7, 3, and 12. Ladbrokes will not open, PC. It's blocked here in India. See that? It'll not open.
It's the encore, the exclamation. It's where sprinters push past their limit, where milers drop back and chase the bird, where old warriors dig deep and young guns come to their throne. This the day that asks everything. At the heart of it, with Group 1 All Age 1,400 metres. No margin free, no place to one of the great races. It's the kind of race that lives in your memory, the kind of race that gives you chills. And as if that wasn't enough, the champagne stakes. The babies stretched to a mile. Some will falter, one will flourish. So take a breath, soak it in, because this is it, the final day, the last group, All Age Stakes Day, where the brave show up and the brilliant break through. Welcome back to the Sunshine Coast for the final time on this Sunday afternoon. Race number 7 is a 0 to 55 benchmark handicap, and we're over the 1,400 metres. A field of 9 closes off the biggest field of the day. Number 1 is our favourite It's a Monster for Stewie Kendrick and Monty Philpott. Monty will take the 2 kilos off. The big question is, will he handle the polytrack? He's never raced on it before. He's been racing in stronger company this campaign. He chased home Central Park 3 back. Wasn't far behind Fat Fingers 2 back on the Gold Coast, and most recent here in the Class 2. Was finishing off strongly behind Moonfleet from a wide draw. The 1,400 should be the perfect coupe. Lovely soft gate. It's just a matter of whether he handles the poly. Number 2, Step on 5 for the Syntex stable. We've got Morgan Butler steering from Barrier 1. Never won on the poly track from 15 tries on various synthetic tracks. Has been placed 5 times. Wasn't too bad first up behind Zuther. He's always a chance to get to the top 4. Number 3, I Am Power, Belinda Mayer and Dale Smith. Currently second favourite. I thought had his chance here last start behind Tokyo Bandit. Had the run of the race, just couldn't get past the leader. They did gap the rest of the field, so maybe it's going to be a strong form race for a benchmark 62. And this is a significant drop back to a 0 to 55 today. Number 5, Above the Sky, Tim Hurley and Boris Thornton. Boris is shooting for a treble here today. This horse has never raced on a poly track. He was outpaced in his lead-up trial. 1,400 suits. He tends to like soft tracks over about a mile. So it's just interesting to see how he goes on this surface today. The 6, Mont Royal for the Macaulay Yard, Paul Hamlin to steer, drawn off the track, has had 4 starts on synthetic, never run a place, 3 starts here on the poly at the Sunny Coast, yet to place, so it's hard to have. Number 9, Paulie for Lee Wanderson and Annette Kennedy. This could be the best roughie in the field, at least I think it's the best roughie in the field. Plenty of good form here on the poly track at the Sunshine Coast. The last start winner of Gympie. That was officially a benchmark 50, but it was a Gympie Cup, and he beat Pabalo there. Min was in the saddle. She rides this afternoon. He's a horse that on this surface certainly wouldn't surprise if he bobbed up and ran a big race on the quick back up. Go down to the 10 Alpha Bombs, the David Gaffey yard. Landon Sykes rides. He won't take the full 3 kilos off Landon. We'll probably only take about half a kilo off. Trial poorly. Hasn't done a lot first up in the past. Prefer to see. Number 11, Hart Papers in for David Cock and Maiden Thomas. Didn't do enough first up behind Sir Maurice. We need to improve sharply on that. Has never raced on a poly. And that leaves us with the 12 forebears for the Costello stable. Colin Craman's your jockey, taking 3 kilos off. Only 1 win from 34 starts. Pretty much sums up his career. His only win, though, was on a synthetic track. Welcome back to the Sunshine Coast for the last time this afternoon. A field of 9 to close us out. A 0 to 55 benchmark, 1400. We've had a very well-backed favourite here. Number 1, It's a Monster, the horse on screen, and doesn't he look the goods for Stewie Kendrick and Monty Philpott. Only 1 win from 17 starts, so I don't know how short you want to go. He was $3.40 this morning, so he's been a solid push all day. It's his first run on the poly, and there's a few punters out there happy to assume that he's going to handle it really well. As a result of that move, number 3, Iron Power, has been 260 out to 370, so a significant drift on the second favourite. Number 5, Above the Sky, has been a drift of 7 out to 12, and there hasn't been much money for anything else. El Cabon's had a sprint leg 16 to 13, and Forebears down the bottom has been rock solid around the $15 quote. Step on Fire hasn't moved either. Number 2 at $7, but all the action with number 1, It's a Monster, Stewie Kendrick and Monty Philpott for the last race of the day. I've got him on top. The gamble was handling the poly track this morning at $3.40. I thought it was a really worthy gamble. $2.05. It definitely would have slowed me up, but 17 starts for 1 win. You can't get away from that stat. But nevertheless, there's no superstars from 0 to 55, except here this race. It's a Monster space for some time. So happy to have him on top. Just don't know how short you want to go with. Number 3, Iron Power, I thought had his chance last start. I know because I was on him. Couldn't get past the leader. They gapped the rest of the field though, and I did like him heading into that run, so maybe I dropped off him too early, but I tend to do that when horses let me down. Number 9, Paulie, there's your best roughie, coming off a last start win, handles this track. You're getting $13. We're surprised if Paulie doesn't run a race, so if you want to have something small on a roughie, that'd be the way I'd go late. And the 2, Step on Fire, just a bit inconsistent, hard to follow. There's some money around for him today on the back of a nice return. But as I said, he's had 15 starts on synthetic tracks, I think it was, and he's yet to win a race on it. He's been placed a lot to get to actually win one. So I've gone 1, 3, 9 and 2. Happy to be with the 1, but I think the 9 is the glaring value this close to jump time. It's been a interesting day on the poly track. We were only moved late yesterday off the turf. Great for Racing Queensland to have this backup plan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been racing at all. Had small fields, we've had some competitive racing. That's the best we can do under the current conditions. Speaking of current conditions, a couple of races from Durban yesterday. Durban was abandoned after 3 or 4 races. A couple of those races have been moved back to Wednesday. So keep an eye on that. You'll get the acceptance come out tomorrow. I think 2 of those races from yesterday have been moved from Wednesday. We're racing at Mackay tomorrow in Queensland, Townsville on Tuesday. So Michael Charge will take over there for STC. And there's a Toowoomba meeting on Thursday. So there's plenty of racing in Queensland this week. Mackay, Townsville, Durban, and Toowoomba Thursday, of course. Good Friday on Friday, so there'll be no racing in New South Wales or Queensland. So a bit of racing over in Perth, but no racing in Queensland, New South Wales for Good Friday. I'll speak to you again on Thursday from Toowoomba. So we won't officially have the Easter just yet. We can hold up a few more days for that. Let's hope we can finish this day with a winner. Number 1, It's a Monster, even money, $2. The well-backed favourite, ahead of the 3, Iron Power at $3.50. I think Paul's the best roughie now, touching $16. And the 2, Step on Fire, goes into my first 4, 1, 3, 9, and 2. Good luck if you are playing in the last, if you're live in the quaddie. There haven't been too many surprises out here today. A few of the favourites have been rolled, but we haven't had too many rough results, and it's been fairly predictable. Obviously, the first race of the day, we saw Darn Hot Lady go around for the Edmonds McLean Yard. Cole was at Taylor Road. She was the horse we most wanted to watch today. She didn't let punters down. She landed the cash at a very short quote. I think $1.55 is the best you could have got. By all reports, she is off to the Dalrello next start. So I thought she'd go to town for a decent race, and they're certainly aiming high. The Dalrello, the target for Darn Hot Lady, coming out of the first race today. All right, they're loading up well. Josh Fleming has done a great job calling all of the action today. So for the last time, let's head up to Josh.
To complete it,
190 at Samotsa for Montana Philpott. Iron Power at 370. Step on Fire is $7. So Montroyal going in for Paul Hamblin. Occasion, the last one to come up. His favourite drawn gate number 2. It's Samotsa. Light turned on. Last race 1400. I'm blinking away, racing, and right as the start was effective, Arcasian seemed to jump in the air, missed it by a length. It's Samotsa's 5th early doors, out wide Montroyal's in front, 4 metres to second. 3-way third is Iron Power, 4th and Step on Fire. Working forward is above the sky at Samotsa back near on the inside, further back to Paulie. El Gabong and Harkasian is last at all, so 4 mares in front by length and a quarter, second Montroyal. 2.5 away third is Iron Power. Working forward still over on the outside above the sky. Step on Fire's on the inside. It's a Mossa between them. A long way back. Next the inside there as they swing down the side is El Kabong. Second to last the outside Paulie. Last of all is Harkasian. So 4 mares by 2. Improving as Iron Power over on the outside, passing Montroyal. A length and a half Step on Fire. Further back to Witsa Mozart, who's got about 5 lengths to make up, and above the sky back behind those. 4 mares in front inside the 400. Iron Power to a clear second run, so pretty well. It's a Mozart's a further 4 or 5. Further back, Step on Fire the inside. 4 mares are still in front. Iron Power trying hard. Further back to It's a Mozart, 3 lengths away. It's 4 mares joined here by Iron Power. 4 mares, Iron Power. Iron Power, 4 mares, Iron Power. Just gets up to win a half head to the very, very game of 4 mares, and It's a Mozart third. They break right away from Step on Fire. Paulie above the sky. Cajun, El Kabong, and the last one was Montroy. Number 3, Iron Power, should get that in a very close go for Belinda Mayer and Dale Smith. Well done, Belinda, if you've got that photo, and I think you have. Took the entire straight to run down the roughy 4 Bears, which had skipped along in front under Colleen Cranen and really fought hard. Our favourite It's a Mozza just never really got warm until the race was all over, back in 3rd, then a big gap back to 4th. But you can see 3 Iron Power get their head down right on the line and get the cash over the 12 4 Bears. So it will be 3, 12 and 1. I think number 2, Step on Fire, was back in 4th, but a long, long way back in 4th. So I'll spin around to check the board. 3, 12, 1 and 2. Yeah, Step on Fire will get the 4th number. Margins a half head by 1 1/4 lengths. And Belinda Mayer, Dale Smith team up to win the last. Iron Power, 2nd win from 15 starts. He's now...
This is the 8th one here at Waga. 7, 4, 3 and 12. 7 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, that's the this is the one which actually gets within the rails. Now that's the largest outer drift, the 13, and it's within the rails. That's a little dicey. So the weight, this is again a not very strong linear. It's not, it's a 676. Here it was a 383 that did not do anything. But that was out of the rails, by the way. This was a 612. It did not do anything. This was a 376, which did not do anything, but it was only one race. Here it's a 676. That's the favorite. It's is it a good horse? It's a good horse, but if we look at the pressure, that is deadly. That's 646 by 155 is, this thing is not going probably a place because it is a linear and within the rails. Because of the physics, probably a place. It is not in a position to win. So the way things are going, I mean, it has one of the best jockeys that's there. But the way things are working is kind of a little weird here. So what are the possibilities? If we look at the smallest stuff, then it becomes 12. it becomes 12. This is difficult to deliver for a 5-year-old mare. I mean, you need to have this thing below 300 to deliver this. If this is 155, you need to just double that amount. So that's 300. You're looking at 300 here, around those lines. But it's 155 by 676. It's open. It's I don't know if it's got the physics. It'll get a place. That's what I think. That's 7. The relaxation is here with one of the highest BBs, and it's been placed as a. So again, this is exactly what happened here. All right, this 9 was the EW with the largest advantage, and they called it an open race. Here they are calling it a benchmark 58, but that's exactly where the relaxation is. It's an EW. So if we look at that, then probably, I mean, it's like that. This is good. 23, 191. This is also got a good jockey. This is probably a very good jockey. This is a good jockey. So 12, 4. I mean, anybody can attack this. This is not a safe zone. So if we play like we usually do, so if we take 12 and consider that as the linear, then we'll take the largest outer drift, which is 13. They also tail gate. They also tail the gate, but that's tricky. I mean, this thing within the rails, this thing should not be within the rails. That's tricky. This thing should be here at the bottom, but it is here within the rails. That makes it a difficult thing, and you know, so that's that. 96, 21, 58, 21. Then 4 is like that. This is absolutely disastrous hand, but let's try this. 12 and 13. This is the last race. We'll see what happens. I'm going to go with a forecast on 12 and 13 if they do not get tailed.
Up to the last race here at Wagga, Sacred Mistress shooting for 5 in a row. We don't see that too often on country tracks. But this horse has been racing so well, continues to progress. One of the picnics, one of the average sort of a meeting there at Braidwood, shooting for 5 in a row. This 5-year-old mare, run by Luke Pepper with Brody Lloyd on board. It is our favourite for the last Brothers War Showcase benchmark race, 1600 metres of benchmark 58. Sorry, Sunshine will lead them out. Doug Gorrell and his apprentice Violet Salisbury.
It's a much improved run last start. Aubrey looked the winner on the heavy track there, and he was just grabbed late by Philadelphia Storm, who he faces against today. He likes the good surface just the same. He just may need the right run.
For us, the predictor, I've got it in for second. I know you're keen on it, Kayla. It's into 480 from $6.
Yeah, he's just really gotten it together his last few runs. I think he might have been a horse that just didn't know what he was really doing. He was doing a lot wrong. But as I said, his last 3 had been great. Last start, he was just beaten by 55 Chevy, who we saw fall in at Newcastle yesterday. So that form's been franked. I don't see why he can't win again.
5 is Philadelphia Storm inside draw, $11 chance. Carly Frater, Gary Cole from the trainer.
He was winning 2 starts ago, as I said, coming out of that, Sunshine race. Then last start, they still be up to 1800. He did it a bit tough from a wide draw, and he just couldn't finish off. he comes back to the mile, which I think helps, and he's ensured a better run, from the barrier one.
6 is a Tormata for Tim Donnelly and Nadia Daniels. I think this horse can run a race today.
Yeah, I agree, especially getting back on top of the ground. He just appeared to struggle on a deteriorating soft track at Albury last start. He's certainly at his best on a good surface. They fitted around with the gear a bit with him. His pattern is typically to get back and circle the field, but he always seems to find line right.
Can't knock the form of 7 Sacred Mistress. It is our favourite. Brody Boy rides for Luke Pepper. Win, 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 win.
Well, I've mentioned it a few times, but it's Luke's placing his horses so well, and that's obviously shining through in the results. And it's certainly been the case with her. She broke her maiden in an ordinary race, then contested 2 picnic races where she bolted in, and then last start found a suitable tab race at the Sapphire Coast, and she was never in doubt, bolting in by about 8 lengths there. So she's full of confidence. This is a harder race, but she's certainly capable of the step up.
9 is Turnaway, Doug Golan, also John Kissick, $13.
On a week's back up for its first up run, which was at Gundagai. I didn't have a whole lot of luck down the straight there. I thought the run was actually much better than what he reads. Getting out to the mile second up, and more luck in the run here from a soft draw. I think we'll see him improve.
11 is Check Side for Kim Davison and Corey Parrish, $18 chance.
Of course, it looks well, but he needs to race up to his looks. He's second up in his first up effort. He just battled, beaten 10 lengths to Spicy Lou. He'd need to find his best here, which would be good enough.
It is to be as the 12, Louise Day to ride. So I'll tell you what, that was a very good ride in the previous to win the plate prelude. Pat Murphy prepares.
Yeah, this is a horse who's actually racing well, despite only being 1 from 14. 2 starts ago, could have finished a little bit closer if it had a bit more room. It was only 4 lengths behind the predictor, and then last start I thought was good at Gundagai only a week ago, beaten only 2 lengths. I think he can get the right run here from his soft draw, and I think he's an improver.
13 is Medeno, a $23 chance for Chad Levert.
I don't think she's come up this prep. Her last win came on the synthetic at the end of last preparation, and then she's just failed in all runs this time around.
Diamond Carrot is the 14, the last one in what's been a long day here. Shane Bloomfield, Josh Richards.
She's been very fair in her 3 runs back at the shorter trips, so getting out to the mile at this stage of the prep may help.
Our favourite is Sacred Mistress, $2.15 to $2, ahead of the predictor, $6 into $4.60, prepared by Jenny Hoy. Looks a very good chance. You must be happy with how he's going, and you brought him back here to Wagga where he races particularly well.
13 is getting tailed. So 13 is out.
We thought it was best to bring him back and give him another crack at the benchmark 58. We thought if he does win another race, well then it's going to be too hard to put him in benchmark 58. So with this, so I thought it'd be best to try and get him to see if he could win this one. Before then having to go up to other, which is great if you have to go up higher benchmarks, but that was the main reason why I brought him back here. And he loves it here so far, so let's hope today he does as well.
He's in the last race. Look, I stand to be corrected, but I think when he won here last time, he might have been in the last race, or definitely.
Last race. I think he was in the last race before when he ran second. I might not have been when he ran second, but yeah, he's been in the last race, the last couple of, I think even in Canberra, he might have been in the last race.
Just stick with a winning thing, Jenny. Stick with a winning thing. He's our second favourite there at the moment at $4.60. Carla, you like him as well, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I think he looks hard to beat. The form off his last start when he stands up with 55 Chevy. Probably shouldn't have won yesterday, but it did win at Newcastle. It fell in. The horse that ran second appeared to throw the race away, but as I said, if they can the winner can go out and win at Newcastle, I think that form certainly stands up for him, so I've got him on top.
He really has his act together lately, winning a couple of seconds. He's always had a few little tricks.
Yeah, he's had a few little tricks or antics or issues. Hopefully they're behind.
4 is getting tailed.
But, yeah,
13 is also getting
I
tailed.
don't think he likes to be, too much in the barriers. And I think because he was being slow away, that's the job of trying to get, a bit stirred up in there or a bit on the job. And yeah, I don't think he liked that too much. So he did misbehave one day since I've had him coming out of barriers. I've been riding his fast work except on Tuesday.
Have you really?
Yeah, I've been riding. I wasn't riding him, but then I decided I'll start riding his fast work. So I had one of the other girls ride him on Tuesday, because I worked him with another horse, and I thought she might be probably a bit stronger than me if he pulled hard, but he didn't pull hard anyway. But he worked good, so, but yeah, I started riding about, before we went second.
You might be the key, Jenny. You might be the key. Your part own this horse. He's well named. He's by Nostradamus.
Yes, he is well named.
Certainly is. He certainly is. Now, we wish you well here. Here's our second favourite for the last race, 4 minutes off. All the best, Jenny.
Thank you.
What's hard to beat, Kayla?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think the market's probably got it right. It does appear to be a two-horse race here, but they're probably at opposite ends, to be fair. I mean, the predictor has been not very genuine in the past, although his last three have been very genuine, whereas Little Sacred Mistress doesn't bring as strong a form lines, but she's been nothing but genuine. I mean, the last two races, she's just bolted in. So although they've been in easier, she's clearly capable of the step up when she has been winning by the margins that she has. So in saying all that, I said it on the floor, the predictor, as I said, after seeing 55 Chevy win, I was happy to be with him. From the 7, Sacred Mistress, full of confidence, and she certainly wouldn't be surprised to see her win again. And for that, I think the 9 Turnaway is probably over the odds at an each-way bet here. I think he could certainly run into a placing. He didn't have a whole lot of luck first up only a week ago at Gundagai, and I think second that mile, John Kissick, barrier 2, he's got a bit in his favour. And in for fourth, I put the 3, Sunshine, who was good last start. And no reason why he can't be good again here.
So this is Glenn Carl's only ride for the day, because his other ride, Dream Inherit, was a late scratching this morning. This is his only ride for the day.
On fresh legs.
It very much so is. A jockey challenge today. Nick Haywood was in front earlier. We'll have a look at that jockey challenge and also the quaddy dividend shortly. But it's been a fantastic day of racing. Probably what got me the most was just the emotion those trainers and connections showed that won their way through to the town plate and the Wagga Gold Cup. And I was really taken by a couple of runs earlier in the day. I thought the performance of Craig Widdowson's horse DKGB was excellent, but there was a few good runs behind it, including that by Cherry Jubilee. So a lot to take out of this meeting. We'll have to have a good look through the replays, and we do it all again here at Wagga on Thursday week for the town plate day.
That's exactly right. It's a terrific country carnival, the Wagga Carnival, and it's always very strong, as I said across the 2 days. I've no doubt this year very strong again, as I said, especially off the back of our prelude meeting, with obviously all the country horses and trainers being as strong as what it has been today.
Sacred Mistress is a $2 favourite for our last race here with Brodie Lawyer aboard, Luke Pepper the trainer. The other one there, Tomato, is 11s out to 21s. Philadelphia Storm, $9.50 and steady at that price. The 4, the predictors, all supported $6 to $4.20. Sunshine, 6s out to 15s for our last 7, 4, 6 and 5. The predictor about to load up there for Glenn Carlco.
Yes, it's good to see him bringing the gates. He has, as Jenny said, been a bit of a handful in the past, going in, and then once he's in there, he's stood in the barriers, he's come out bucking at another stage and had to retrial. So, as I mentioned earlier, he probably hasn't been the most genuine horse in the past, but the last 3 starts, he really seems to be in the groove of things, and he's gotten it all together, and Glenn is building up a good association with him.
If you're alive in the quaddy, the first leg taken out by Bon Holler at $3.50, the second leg Hell of a Saro at $13, and I Am Lethal won the third leg at $13. As far as the dividends go, for this, it's paying okay if you're alive in the quaddy. With the favoured way home, I think it was about $2,500 for Sacred Mistress. She had $2,330. Doug Gorrell with 2 runners here. They're almost all locked away for our last race. It's been a fantastic day of racing here at the Murrumbidgee Turf Club. Track played really fair. They came from back. They
Fantastic
speed
day.
as well. Our favourite about to load up for Brodie Lloyd. Those blue colours with the yellow
Bring in
sleeves.
donkeys and call it a fantastic
Sacred
race.
Mistress, our favourite in the last.
Excellent with the prelude day here at Wagga, but back for the town plate in the cup in a couple of weeks' time. Sacred Mistress, final favourite here. They're ready, they're off. Oh, she came away well, Sacred Mistress. She's got the early lead with check side Philadelphia Storm. And then came Turn Away, who's just off the speed from Medeno. It is to be Diamond Carrot eating back to find someone to follow. The predictors in the second half of the field. It's racing with Sunshine. Taumata after missing the start last. 1,250 left to go. Check side. Found the lead here from Medeno second and Sacred Mistress the favourite. She lobs leaders back in third. It is to be's in fourth, and then Philadelphia Storm. 3 pairs back, fifth the rails. From turn away on its outside, Sorry Sunshine and Diamond Carrot racing together. Taumata and the Predictor, second favourite of the betting, is now last. So check side in front, Medenio second. Sacred Mistress is third past the 800. And then it is to be in fourth from Philadelphia Storm. And then came Turn Away from Sorry Sunshine. Diamond Carrot, Taumata and the Predictor pushed along last of all, past the 600. Check sides in front, Sacred Mistress has strode to second, got off the inside and presents at the right time. It is to be's in third, Philadelphia Storms in fourth. 350 left to go. Sacred Mistress hit the front here. From check side, it is to be. And further out came Turn Away. Sacred Mistress, 200 to go. A length in front, two. Check side, it is to be. Sacred Mistress now, she goes full bore. It is to be, ran to second, but Sacred Mistress, wow, she's in good form. Here's 5 in a row for Sacred Mistress, and she rocked it again. Second to Philadelphia Storm. The Predictor, he got home okay at the end to run third. And then it is to be followed by Check Side. They were followed by Sorry Sunshine from Diamond Carrot. And then came Turn Away and Taumata. One more, Medenio.
Our favourite gets home in the last at $2.20, Sacred Mistress for Brody Lloyd. Good ride, just in behind the leader and spread it too well. Philadelphia Storm, another good performance by Ed. The 4, the Predictor, come from back last to perform really well there. And the 12, it is to be. So 7, 5, 4 and 12. A winning double for Luke Pepper and also Brody Lloyd with a good ride in the last. I'll tell you what, he could have easily had the last 3 winners because Hell of a Soiree was a big run in that earlier race as well. And she's won her last 5. And I doubt Luke, in all his training time, is
all right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what has happened. So 7 was the favorite. It went through. It was in a very good hand. The 12 came in fourth. The 5 actually got through. The 13 got tailed. The other outer drift, which did not get tailed, that got through. 7, 5, then 4 and 12. That's how it played. All right, gentlemen, that is it. That is it for today. We had 8 races here at Waga. That was the last one. We race 5 days a week, so I'm going to be back racing on Tuesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit-chat and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I cannot thank you enough, but stay blessed, my friend. Thank you so much for being there.